women and girls, and of course the men and boys. This assured me I certainly did not need a makeover. I was in my 20s with the loveliest skin and brightest eyes that shone gloriously into people's faces, men and women, and captured them spellbound. I didn't need a body shop, but I was often curious, like any girl of my age, to see what I would look like if I did something different. And so on this day, something I could not be sure of prompted me. On this day, I had a photocopier purchase, which delivery was late, and I had 3 hours to kill as I walked past the body shop. I remembered an earlier list on which I had a lip gloss but had forgotten to buy. I pushed the door and walked in. To the almost genuine smiles of a woman who went beyond my request, she noted that a few natural colors, a trim to my thick, beautiful eyebrows, would make me unrecognizable. I sat down in the comfortable chair before that mirror, which revealed more dark spots on my face than I have ever noticed. She talked and smiled and asked questions as she swiveled me around, working on my face. I watched with surprise as she pressed and squeezed out the white pus from the spot on my face onto a flat, transparent piece in front of me. The pus came out like worms, and by the time she was through, my face was a bit sore, but certainly looked cleaner. Then she trimmed the bushy brows, lined the lashes, and put the deep red lipstick that has become my trademark. Then I got a beautiful gift bag containing all the colors that had transformed me into this glamorous girl before me. When I walked into the electronics shop for my photocopier, two men all exclaimed, "What are you up to tonight, girl?" And one added, "Some lucky guy?" I smiled coyly and they called a taxi. The body shop became a partner. I had their card and was into their shops around Britain and previous colonies like India and Malaysia whenever I visited. So one afternoon, I spotted the biggest sign of the body shop as I was driving down Sugar Creek Road, where I had just had lunch and was on my way for siesta. This was my first visit to Charlotte and first sight of the body shop. I took note of the distances and the turns, which were few, just 2 corners all the 4 miles to Sugar Creek Road, and the weather was great, bright sun running through the forest of trees that hid the houses on both sides of the road. No sign of rain. A good atmosphere for a walk I had missed in the last 3 days. I was thrilled with the thought of a long walk to the body shop. I did not wink in I did not wink in the all of 1 hour for 2 to 3 o'clock. I did not even look at the TV before me. It was all rather boring. I had asked the friendly lady at the front desk to call me at 3, so I was not surprised when the phone shrilled. I picked it. "Amina, is 3," she said, and before I could say thank you, she had hung up. I heard the news at 3 announced, and I stepped down from the bed into my newly bought knee length pants and sports shoes and waist length cotton shirt. I felt good as I walked across the road before the cars that waited for the light and me. I walked past the Shell gas station into Reagan Road, wondering if Americans would buy Shell petrol if they knew what the company had done to Nigeria's Niger Delta in their exploration. I wondered what they would do if they knew that much of the oil they bought was stolen. I wonder what the workers would do if they had an idea of the wasted land where this oil came from, and that this beautiful landscaped environment, which housed this Shell petrol station, was a far cry from where the gas came. I was sure many Americans would hate Shell if they knew just a little of what ruins the company had made of a huge landmass of Nigeria. I crossed the busy Sugar Creek into the quiet Reagan Road, surrounded by thick forests like huge green trees. On my left were houses closer to the road, with children throwing balls while the adults sat on the porches, smoking, drinking, or just talking. On my right, it took a while before I noticed a few houses down the greeny surrounded by wooden fences. It got to the first T junction and turned left into Hunters Road with the 1,634 houses that lined it on both sides of Hidden Valley. I entered the long road as it ended and went into an Indian shop to buy a biro and some nuts. I picked the nuts on the shelf but had to ask for the biro, which was behind the cash box. The man shook his head when I asked for a biro, but I could see it behind him. And it dawned on me that he didn't know what a biro was. I asked for a pen, and he nodded and turned round, got the pen, and returned looking at me. Funny. I paid for it and walked out happily. I had walked half the hour when I began to feel pains in my toes. My new shoes were a little tight. A woman at the bus stop said something. I said hello and walked on. I did not get what she said. She spoke too fast with of Bonjago's chicken in her mouth. I was relieved of the guilt of walking away because the 112 came to a stop and she dropped what was left of the chicken into the pack and with difficulty climbed clumsily into the bus. I walked on with a little pain in my shoes, the cool air from the tree making it less painful, the smooth sidewalks and a few songs from birds I could not see but which took away my mind from my toes. As another bus dropped off kids by a basketball pitch, I wondered how long I had to walk and whether I should not get on a bus for the rest of the trip. I had walked over 2 miles, but I was not tired. But for the pain in my shoes, I was just warming up. A car stopped as I crossed the hidden forest road. I had moved back as we would always do in Nigeria, give way to cars, but the driver did not move until I had crossed. I waved. She waved with a wild, infectious smile. I walked leisurely, thinking of all the pleasant things I did do to my face and the new products I did pick for the little lines around my eyes and huge bulges that rose high each time I had a late night. Thick eyebrows were not fashionable these days, and I would remember to also pick some clippers. I did not know how to use the razor blade the salon used at home. I was sure they did have something to tighten and reduce the width of my chin. I had made a sharp corner, all of thick bushes with no houses on either side of the road, and I suddenly felt a twist of fear in my stomach. There could be some brand of militants, kidnappers, Boko Harams, and ritualists anywhere in the world. Suppose someone jumped out of these bushes with a knife. I stepped into the road from the sidewalks and looked back to see if I did be in the way of an oncoming car. Two cars sped by close. I stepped back and then there right in front of me to my left was a police car with a policeman also watching me. My stomach relaxed, and in a couple of minutes I was in front of houses amongst the trees. I crossed hidden stream and came from face to face with a church to my right and the medical center to my left. It was on wide sprawling land, and I had at first thought it was a school. I slowed down and again admired the chipped woods spread on the sides and under the trees to keep away grass and dust. Americans must have learned to grow trees from the thief, but whereas the thief kept their trees to their compounds, Americans made forests of their streets, and all on their developed plots. While we were cutting the bush trees for firewood, they were filling their cities with trees. Who trees, beautiful green trees. Suddenly, there was the road ahead with the speeding cars, and I knew it was there. My toes hurt, but I knew they would have been well rested by the time I was through at the body shop. I checked my bag to be sure I had not left my purse behind. I hung my bag on my left shoulder, and gently rubbed my neck clockwise, feeling the skin and anticipating the message I would give it shortly. Then I was there. I saw the footpath through the edges at the back of the large building, but I preferred to walk in through the front gate. So I moved on wondering what so many large vehicles, including trucks, would be doing in the body shop. But then America had space for everything, with its many wide parking spaces in every business area. There was no women around the premises. Two men talked rapidly by a truck, hardly giving me more than a glance. None came out the closed doors, and it suddenly dawned on me the body shop was for metal bodies. I crossed over to a shoe and bag shop. My feet hurt terribly. I pulled my new sports shoes off and slapped my feet on them and wore them like slip-ons, then dragged myself to the front door of shoes and bags. There was a note on the closed door. Back in 5 minutes, I turned and walked carefully down Hunters Road and stopped briefly in front of Hidden Valley Estates for a bus, but there was none on this side of the road. I had a long way to walk to Reagan and then Sugar Creek. There were so many roads in this green city, so many neat, smooth roads, not like the ones built by Bega, Dantata, and Sawo, and Setrako, which competed with potholes. My escort had told me the previous day when we drove round the, the over 30 miles ring road with so many side entrances into various parts of the city that a road had a lifespan. The builder must meet expectations. At home, the builders cut corners after settlement, and those who get settled look the other way as they head for the trade routes of Europe and America. Their new access to direct cash. But when they come here, are they not impressed with the green environment? But perhaps the fear of the evil forest would not allow dreams of a beautiful green environment take root, and we have to live with driving through sand and dust in the dry season, and mud became our companion in the wet season. Many of the government people come here, stay in the $5,000 a day Balenciaga hotels, and drive on the smooth roads to the banks, the beneficiaries of corruption, where they must personally open their own dollar accounts. They no longer use their wives and girlfriends who have become smart and open the accounts in their own names and work when power was lost. Here I was working with a little limp on a holiday and unable to pay a $4,000 medical examination, which the hospitals at home did not have the equipment to do in the Federal National Hospital. Hello, are you all right? A tall, thin old guy watering plants in front of his house asked. I am fine, I answered with a crack in my voice. I nodded at how easy I could be read. My face was good at betraying emotions, and I was sure I could never be a good politician. Relax and give us a smile, he joked. I gave him a weak smile, thinking of my loss of cultural narrative. That's better, he said, and went back to his watering. I walked on tight-faced. My thoughts must have reflected on my face from the feel of the muscles on my brows. I smiled again. So much for the body shop. As I limped back from the body shop, I thought of what I would do the next day with my feet. I remember the Walmart store in the New York where I had seen one of the many first ladies decked in diamonds and picking cheap stuff someone carried behind her. I
I
learned
learned.
from one of the ladies that she was so generous she had to buy for a myriad of friends and relatives whenever she traveled. Being a market woman in the recent past, she knew better what to buy, the women had explained.
I had spent time in a bookshop, and an hour later, as I walked down towards a coffee shop, I saw my friend again. She was going to get coffee for the first lady who was getting her feet massaged. They were Chinese, and that's something you could not get in the expensive hotel they were occupying. It was not the cost at all, as the government paid all the expenses. My friend said it was the it was the expertise you got from these locals, and Madam likes what they do, what could do. You know, my madam has a very beautiful black skin, but the last time we traveled to Dubai, she got excellent service and some creams from these roadside shops that give that unique glow. I am sure you can see it whenever you watch her on TV. My friend concluded as she ordered the coffee. That was a woman who knew how to take care of herself. If the world around us had no respect to vote for a woman, let the woman fight, grooming the men they will get in those positions and rule. People who claim to know her said, I love this first lady, tall, black, elegant, and that what cold-hearted, caring like Tolu, and poured like water from not especially when it was free, but Apu had its way. It added tons of fat in the stomach, and the first lady, now surrounded by a troop of sleek, beautiful women, made her uncomfortable. She wanted to wear the hugging skirts and blouses in fashion, but they made it difficult to breathe. She watched style on TV and admired the women, most of who were not as beautiful as she was. She liked African magic movies, and she had complimented the new looks of Ini Edo and Macy Johnson, and her policewoman escorts had told her a few things doctors could do to get everyone look that way. At first, she had laughed, but all the women around her began to lose their heavy stomachs and say no to the aqua and delicious soups, picking fruit and eating as if they were doing it to please her. Our first lady became determined to take advantage of the new scientific discoveries that they beat Aku to its own game. She first traveled to India, where the stargazers discovered voodoo and witches, intentions already planted in her womb. She laughed because she already had 6 children and would expect sympathy cards in more came along. She recommended the doctors, a special group in London that will exercise these witches, implants, and so she returned home. Took a 6-week leave, just 2 weeks, more than governments will normally give on health grounds, and she flew out in a private jet, which one of the most successful construction companies, a more permanent government as people referred to them, gracefully offered. They told, it, they told her it was a shame for her husband, the first man, could not buy an Air Force. She had an appointment already booked with the doctors, but not for their TV show. They were warned. With a huge payment in cash, they needed no warning, and within days, the useless voodoo wrapped around the womb, which had satisfactorily served its purpose, was removed. Of course, a surgery of that nature required removal of fats and a lightening and reduction of the stomach size, which will not accept the apple, no matter how much the mouth wanted. For the period she will take to recover, they assured her that she would be wise to remove the rings under the eyes, as they will be all healed and packled by the time she walked out of the hotel recovery room to board her flight home. Some cheap marks looking for the patronage had claimed. A year later, here she was in New York, slim, elegant, with a bony, smooth skin and a tight face, giving her feet a lift. And as I recalled the precious day's meeting, I was determined to give my feet a treat next day, the time at a real body shop. Chapter 13, The Naked Dance. Ike was about to cross the road, worried about the distance he will walk to this day offices, when the sound of explosion and fire engulfed the car in front of the building. The ground shook and intensively his lay face down in the broken stones and blocks from a nearby building under construction. The stones and broken soil flew all over the place, and he decided it was not safe to take to one's hill. He heard desperate shouts from the building where the car had just gone up in flames next to the reception. He could have been in front of the reception right now if he had gotten a nearby sparkling car space. And because he did not want to be charged 50 naira for a half hour to park by the roadside near the building, he had driven all the way towards the car, washed up the street, and was returning to the building when it happened. Eke kept his face on his folded arms in the dust and waited. The sound had squinted a little and he could hear running footsteps towards him. He got up slowly and looked towards the building, then towards the footsteps. People were running towards the building and he got up too and followed. People in the building needed help, and those running to the building were going to help. He thought, but he was wrong. These people who had no intentions on helping even those engulfed in stream of fire. A few had already run out with computers in their hands and were heading towards the nearby bushes or streets in the distance. The crowd thickened, and within a short while, they were heading for shops, some of which were being quickly locked up by their owners. Three young men grabbed a man who was trying to pull down a burglary proof and closed his shop, shoved him aside, pushed the burglary proof up and opened the doors. Within seconds, others had joined in. Two lifted a huge TV set, taking some items and with which Ike could not see clearly in their pockets. Ike looked around helplessly. There was no sign of policemen. A taxi stopped near Ike, and the driver and the two men came out, opened the boat, and ran towards a building materials shop. They returned shortly with buckets of paints, which they dumped into the boots, got into the car, and drove off. Ike saw two other men loading chandeliers in a Toyota pickup from another shop. He looked up at a window on the first floor where a woman was trying to jump. He ran over and put a ladder he had seen against a wall next to the building. He dragged it and placed it below the window, and the woman stepped down. Her flared dress folded on her chest, leaving her lower parts exposed. Eke helped her down. The staircase has collapsed and there are people in the next room, she said, and then began to shout, "Come to cash office, oh, there is a ladder, Amos, come to cash office." And before long, two people were looking down the ladder. "Drop that dispenser, you chief," the woman shouted at a man who had just come out of door with a dispenser, followed by another with a chair. "You know town goats say you don't come out. Now you get them," the man with the chair said as he walked up the road, greeting another who was carrying a pack of tiles, followed by one with a door which had come loose by the explosion. Ike looked at them briefly and up the road. People were running, but he could not see any security or firemen. He ran to the side of the building with the ladder to the cries for help. He saw two men dragging out a refrigerator. They had already placed a wall cabinet, which the woman above on the window sill was begging them to move it near where she could drop on. She was screaming at AK, and then when AK brought the ladder, she first dropped her wrapper, which was in her hand, then stepped down hurriedly. "Take your time," AK called out, holding the ladder to the wall. The two men came out again, one with a desktop and the other with a water dispenser. The woman charged at the one with the computer and it fell down. The man kicked her in the stomach and she doubled over, holding her waist. "Every day for Una, today na we," she said, looking at Eke scornfully as he made a call. "Why you there?" He asked someone on his mobile, listened for a while, then said, Be fast and bring the pickup. Let's remove these things before the police muggles come. He looked at Eke and pointed to another window. A man rather fat was waving frantically. Ike took the ladder to the window and placed it against the wall. Across the road, a huge crowd looked on, most focused on some corpses that lay in varying positions and ignored the looters and a few like Ike helping those standards in the building. A man ran over to Ike and shouted at the fat man who was trying one leg after the other, unsure of which to set on the ladder. What are you doing? It is not a woman, just came down from the other window. Oh, you think this man has nothing to do? He is too fat, Ike said. So what? Other people need this thing. If you don't come down in the next 1 minute, I'm taking this ladder to someone now. He turns to Ike. You are the loot. You see the looting? I went to the police station before coming back here. Where are they? As he spoke, the firemen drove in. People shut down, making way for them. I hope they have water, Eke said. The man who had introduced himself as Atimga hissed at the mention of water and turned to the ladder. The fat man was on the last two steps and Atimga pulled him off. The man fell heavily on his buttocks. Atimga grabbed the ladder and Eke followed. The firemen were dragging horses from their tank and some standers by offered to help. Atimga and Eke hurried to the side of the building with less smoke and fire. They agreed anyone on the inside would be on the site if the center was still together. As they hurried off, Atimga saw a man with a cartoon trying to escape by a side door. He swung the ladder to his right and returned it fast and hard on the man's back, sending him flat on his face. Ike picked the cartoon and put it on the floor. Inside the room, the man had just come out. Ike looked sideways at the man beside him. He had no difficulty understanding why this man, obviously strong, was not a looter. From his appearance, he was clean and polished, and all the while spared no one while helping in this station, while the inefficiency of the state could not sufficiently curtail the works. As he moved along giving a hand here, shouting at someone here, he told Eke an experience he had encountered. Just 2 days earlier, he was at a scene where a Coca-Cola truck had smashed into a building. Fortunately, it was 11 a.m., and children were at school and men and women at work. He was ashamed to see cars stop and load their boots with bottles of soft drinks. Once he established the safety of the driver and his mate, he had driven off. Ike's mind was on his uncle's recent appointment at the Airspace Management Authority as an assignment general manager. He was the 255th on the roll, and he was to meet Senator Appan this morning. The rumor was already making the round that Senator Appan was an Israel with an erectile dysfunction, which the doctors were certain was a symptom to a serious heart disease. His uncle was a close confidant of Senator Akpan, and in the last 2 years, he had brought him several preparations from the village to allay his worries over the ED. Just last year, his uncle had visited a Babaloa, Lao, the medicine man who needed a man's spare parts to prepare a once and for all treatment for Senator Akpan. He had called Eke, and in a few words, he asked Ike to show appreciation to all he had done for him in this little matter. He reminded Eke of how he had insisted on keeping him and sending him to school from secondary school to the university when his mother, who was his sister, had died, and his father had married a young lady who didn't want him in the house. Eke remembered too well. He was sent to the village, but his uncle had come home for a visit, had seen that Eke was worth 2 paid servants, and took him to the city. Eke knew the madam did not like him and quarreled with her husband that night to his hearing. But Eke soon won her over. He kept her house clean, her shoes polished, and her bags sparkling, and ensured that dust did not settle on the black leather chairs, not even in the harmattan. Whenever she sent him to buy anything, he would give her the change, even if it was 1 kobo. Her son, who was known for not concentrating on his schoolwork, for always failing his maths homework, was now excelling to the surprise of the teacher, who mentioned it to his mother and father. He was also becoming more responsible, and they knew Eke was the source of the new changes. It was Madam who asked his uncle to transfer Eke from the public school to ST Gregory, where their 2 children were, and to the university to keep an eye on them and their friends who may happen to be in any cults. After graduation, his uncle got him a job as a PA to close a political associate who needed a trustworthy assistant. The job came with a government allocated house, so when his uncle asked him to appreciate, he nodded and quietly retreated. Eke spent all night thinking of this request to get a man's pen for Senator Akpa's medicine. By 7:10, when his uncle came knocking at his door, he was dressed. His uncle answered his greeting as usual with a fixed grin and asked after his health as he had often done. But he did not come into the wide open door. He handed AK a leather bag. Details on one was given at conferences and workshops, and said he had to hurry to the office. Ike watched him walk back to the car. The driver gently closed the door, got into the seat, and drove off. Ike went back into his sitting room and dropped the bag on the chair. He knew what it was, money for the work he had been assigned to do. His uncle didn't ask if he knew anyone who would get the supply. He expected him to get it. At 10 a.m., Eke was at the general hospital to see Oke, a colleague's relative who worked in the morgue. The colleague often jokingly and said things about the nature of his relation's job. He surprised the cleaning and dressing of corpses after their embalmment. He had once said a girl in his office had the kind of legs, and soon as she entered a room, this guy will begin to knot until it was impossible to get up from his seat, and he concluded, like that of the corpse which my relative Oke will often forcefully crack down to keep from standing and disfiguring the pants put on them. Eke found Oke easily and took him aside for a chat. He introduced himself as James from Kaduna and briefly told Oki his mission. At first, Oki said he was a Christian and could not do such a thing. He reminded Ike that it is hard to be fresh to some extent, and he could lose his job if such thing got out. Ike opened his briefcase and showed him worth of 500 Naira bills, and then gave him one bundle of 50,000 and thanked him for listening to him. He closed the bag clumsily, giving Oki a full view of the money, and said slowly in the process that he was on his way to Kaduna, where he lived, and was sure to find someone more cooperative. Oki waited for a while as if in thoughts, then said slowly, "Let me ask the person on duty now. Give me 1 hour, and then call me with this number." He scribbled some figures on a piece of paper. He picked on the ground where they stood and handed the raw piece of paper of Ike. "In an hour then, remember I'm on my way to Kaduna," Ike said, walking slowly to his car, thinking, how did Oki know the spare part had to be fresh? That had not even occurred to him. Last night, his thoughts were engaged with the chairman of the Presidential Committee on the Rationalization and Reconstruction of Federal Government Parastatals Commissions and Agencies, submission of the committee reports. He could not understand the Assembly's difficulty with the report, which spelled out clearly the reasons behind the high cost of governance in the country. Everyone knew that the overbloated bureaucracy, the overlap and duplication of functions of federal agencies, parastatals, and commissions were of no use to work and budget and overall development. But that did not seem to bother them. His friend had told him the other day of girls sent to offices who knew nothing about the jobs they were sent to do. They just sat and painted their faces and nails in the office and ate popcorn or meat pies and drank tea, die cock until about midday when they began to give one reason for another and leave. Ike ran into a traffic jam and slowed down. It was a checkpoint with soldiers searching for Boko Haram bombs. On the other side of the roads were policemen asking for driving license and particulars. A hawker noted that the police were checking for a missing vehicle. Ike wondered if the vehicle had no brand, and just when he was at the Jabi Park, a road safety operative in uniform flagged him down. Your driving license, please. Ike handed it over. Your papers. Ike again handed over to the photocopies he carried with him in the car. Open your boot, please. He got out and opened the boots. The man examined the car carefully and then handed over his driving license and the papers. Meanwhile, car passed by. Ike drove on, his thoughts on the anger of representatives on Universal Basic Education Commission, the Nomadic Education Commission, and Nomadic Communication Commission and National Commission for Mass Literacy, adult and non-formal education, over the committee's suggestion that they were doing the same work and needed to be matched. All had stood up, their gowns flowing up their shoulders as they shouted down a member of the committee who had said that their performance was poor and they had challenges that could be addressed more effectively if they operated as on one agency. One of the executives stepped out in anger. His dress got hooked on the arm of a seat, and he stumbled to his knees, but was quickly brought to his feet by those close by. Someone had suggested that if the agencies remained, they were not to receive government funding. They will be self-funding or commercialized. The man who had stumbled shook with anger when he was asked to return to his seat. Ike had felt sorry for the man, like his compatriots. Their appointments were based on government funding, which they drained into their private accounts. They were not cut out for commercialization. Ike called his colleague. He will be late. He parked by Mr. Biggs and walked over to Paypont's dealer. Looking away, he collected the Nokia handset. He had spent almost an hour and a half in traffic for less than a 10-kilometer drive. Opposite him were hundreds of cars in front of a petrol station, waiting for their turn, while the attendants were busy selling to the black market dealers in jerry cans. The cars had now formed two lines, making the lane of oncoming cars. He felt lucky he could easily drive out where he was when he went through with the call. He called Oki's number and said, "Oki, this is James. It's over an hour. The traffic is heavy." He had introduced himself to Oki as James. "Yes," the man said, "some accident victims just in from Lokoja Road. In fact, they are removing them now, and one is very bad. All broken, and I think no problem," Oki said. "What are you expecting?" Ike asked. "Look, you can give me what you like. Okay, Oki had received more than some will offer, he reasoned. I will wait in the car park exactly in 2 hours from now. Just walk over to the car, Ike said. Fine, okay, Mr. James. Oki nodded as if Ike could see him. He was sure the man's name was not James, but that did not concern him. Ike handed over to Oki a black shopping bag containing 200K and told him what was in it as Oki handed him another black shopping bag, doubly packed. None said a word as the other turned and walked back to the morgue, while the other wound up and drive off. His uncle had given him 500K. He had spent 250K and he took the balance and the spare parts back to him. His uncle was obviously pleased with the expression on his face, a change from his usual face smile. He waved away at the bag with the money. That was fast, he said. And now, 2 years later, Senator Apong, who had been appointed a board director after his tenure as a senator, with Ike's uncle as his deputy, was in Israel dying of atherosclerosis. His uncle's medicines had not prevented the hardening of his arteries. Not even the penis mendicants had stopped the chunks of plaque breaking off into his bloodstream and broken flow of blood to his brain. His uncle had just returned from Israel. The senator's situation was terminal, and Ike's uncle had to see someone, some connection, to get him replace his dying friend. It was preparatory to his bid to replace his friend that he had asked Ike to drop some hints at. This day newspaper and some of other media houses extolling his suitability for that position, which his wealth of experience. Ike was on his way for this all-important assignment to launder his uncle's name. Let people know his loyalty, his love and dedication to this job and to Senator Apan when the bomb exploded. The sheet of typed paper was there in his bag as he touched it once in a while to reassure himself it was still there. As he ran around with Atimga helping victims, a question crossed his mind several times. Will anyone have bothered about him if he had fallen victim here? What will his uncle have done if he were lying there under the rubble? Ike's solution reminded him once again of his friend, Bibi, who had joined his uncle's church of all seasons to head the kidnap committee popularly called Youth Wing. They had at first kidnapped foreigners, but with a tight security around foreign employees, they had turned their attention on wealthy church members and politicians. They would kidnap the victim, drive him around while one of them in another town called his friend members and fixed the ransom and where it could be paid. They had made a lot of money and opened churches in a town. BP was attracted to one of the church members, a commissioner who wanted him as an aide. His uncle released him completely from church duties when the commissioner became deputy governor and asked him to contest the councillor election and then local government chairman. Eke was shocked when the news of BP's kidnap and murder made headlines. The gang was arrested and its leader turned out to the church leader's son. He confessed that the target was the deputy governor, who without their knowledge was represented by BP, who was not known by the front boys, who had shot wildly, killed 4 people, including 2 policemen. They had shot BP when it became obvious he knew them all. In fact, the young man confessed that his father had asked them to finish BP. Ike shook his head in despair as he helped evacuate those trapped in the burning building. He felt tired. He was determined to start a new life without his uncle. He too had paid the debt. Chapter 14, Garment of Shame. Isokan moved around the hall distributing flyers and posters to conference participants from different universities, greeting each with the words Shalom, and she was wont to be these days. As she walked around, she avoided eye contact with Eve, who sat on the first seat on the second row, watching things in her calm and innocent posture. Isokan so much hated. It hurt her to see Eve, who was at least 6 years older than her, with 4 grown children, look so much younger. But she consoled herself with the presence of her 3 children, who ran over side tools, jumped on the center table and on the heavily soft chairs that crowded her sitting room. She counted herself very lucky. Many of the senior girls who married at late as she did were not this lucky. One was constantly losing pregnancies since she got married, and the other could not have any at all and was reluctant to adopt. And she had her fill of men, some who barely tolerated her, but was sure F was having affairs with a few of the men she had given up since she became born again. F looked around her and the other participants. She was looking for a familiar face she would relate with. She was both with the man beside her, trying so hard to get acquainted. She then saw Ophion and quickly looked away. How will Ophion and Isokan react if they came face to face? F remembered when she first joined the institute and was nursing her last daughter, who was now in secondary school. The two girls had clashed over the director of the research and documentation. Dr. Igurube had dated Afion before Isokan joined the institute, and within a week, she had accompanied him on a trip. Afion got the gist of it from her driver and was ready when the two returned. Afion, who never wasted time on such matters, walked up to Isokan in front of the library and said in a soft tone, no matter how much you enjoyed his hair chase and the spot on his genitals, and I advise you to look elsewhere if you want to be here for long. As for Friska, what I do to people who trespass. The description fits. It shows that Afion was a familiar guest. There were stories of Afion and the chief executive and a baby, but even as Sikon could understand the station, she had herself to worry about. Love your neighbor as yourself. To meant love yourself with first before you could contemplate loving another. She was determined to move fast and get to the top before marriage and its restrictions. She had been on the job now for 15 years. She had friends who had rushed into marriages with the brief their husbands would see them through school and get jobs for them. Many had remained where they were. Several had worked, babies in tow. Many were pathetic, complaining, hoping things would turn around. She did not want to find herself in any of these situations. Her mother had been a cleaner in Oshobo University. She had faced her words with craft and determination. She had quickly acquired native wisdom from her mother and her illiterate siblings. She faced this privileged student who had a lot of money to spend on clothes and good food. She was lucky to have a mother who worked and lived close to the campus, just a walking distance. She rarely had to take a taxi. She did not have the money, and it was just alright that she could eat whatever she cooked at home before going to the campus. She also knew the randy staff who were also ready to spend money. She knew the lecturers in the management cadre who gave her money some money for upkeep, and once in town, who took care of her siblings' school fees, leaving her mother with the responsibility of housekeep. Living on campus also gave her a lot of advantages. She knew early about infections and birth control, and she knew when to insist on a condom. Her mother did not resist her movement. Indeed, she shielded her from gossiping neighbors and had a ready excuse for her whenever busybodies told her mother anything about her movement. One day, one neighbor had come to her mother and said, I saw Isokon at Eva Radio Hotel yesterday with. And before the woman would finish, she replied, I have a relation who works there. I sent her. And what are you doing there? I went to deliver plantain. The woman replied, tersely, and walked away. She knew what she was and was now sure, as neighbors were saying, Mama Isokan was encouraging her daughter to do the Italy business. Many of Isokan's secondary school mates had left Nigeria and were building houses for their families. Isokan was thankful that her mother had seen the value of a university education and had worked hard to start her off. It was her duty now to help her mother with her sibling so that they could later put heads together and build her a befitting house. Isokan had joined the civil service with a degree and head of many colleagues. Then she registered for a part-time master's program and then a PhD. Few women had a PhD in the civil service, which was a great attraction for the men she worked with, and each of them had a purpose and something to offer her progression. Egumbe had not just been the Minister of State, she was also very close to the president. He also separated from a wife who suffered a mental problem and then disappeared. When she asked him that what will happen if the someday appeared, he had replied with some confidence she was sure he knew something about the woman's disappearance. He had first replied after 8 years, then had said, and that if she will ever come back. You know how they just keep going and going when they are in such a condition. They never return. He had then told her that he wanted to keep her, and she had believed him. She was sure it was time to settle and have a family of her own. It came a surprise, and after one afternoon, when a woman from personnel came to seek her advice on a problem she had with Afyon, she was surely only also could step in her on her behalf, as Afyon was very close to the Minister of State, and anything could happen to her job. What do you mean? Isokan had asked. Madam Doctor, I don't know, but everybody talks about it. One time she was away for almost a year for a job outside, but some said she had a baby for him that time and that the baby is with her mother. Okay, I'll see what I can do. She had talked to Afyon and then the minister, and things and had sorted out positively in the woman's favor. Isokan had got sustainable information from both Afyon and the Minister of State. Isokan had pushed the relationship, which led to their trip abroad. She could have handled Afyon if the Minister of State was supportive, but from the body language, he was not. It was obvious he had a softer spot for the other woman. Isokan wasted no time in asking for a transfer to a dictatorship that was open at the Institute of Peace. The minister, who was this as a better resolution to the pending conflict, got it done, and Isokan moved. She quickly reignited a relationship she had put aside for the minister, and within 7 months, they had conducted a quiet marriage with a few colleagues and relatives in attendance. Isokan joined her husband's church and got born again. Few of them knew her and her doctoral title, not only crowding her, but her husband, a single degree holder with a PhD wife, though his family frowned at this relationship, as he was determined to give his wife what she could not give herself: a good house and children, though not enterprising. She had ideas she could use. She also had useful contacts from previous relationships she was sure she would not go back to, he believed. Ishokan let those who had known her previous lifestyle know that she was no longer the same. She went on all-night vigils, fellowships, and retreats. She went late for meetings and left early for vigils. She took her children to meetings and cocktails and spent time taking them to the toilet and visiting a corner or nearby from where she would leave them. She learned to pray in tongues and kept her distance from people like Ruth and F. She believed because they were Catholics and hypocrites. They had hidden their lifestyle and people saw them as more responsible than her, but she knew better. She was sure that F was seeing two men she had dated. One of them was a lifetime acquaintance. She had believed what both was not openly showing greater interest in F's NGO. She was sure it had nothing to do with career. She had found an opportunity to put F down, hoping F would get angry and let things out, but she had gently asked Isokan to calm down. She had reminded her of their responsibility as mothers. She had said she was sure Isokan was upset about something before coming to the office that morning and hoped the Holy Spirit would sort out the situation. F had an NGO on peace research and was invited to almost every event at the institute. She had a face dropped her name from one of the institute's programs, but at the last minute, the executive secretary had called her attention to it. He went ahead and called her. She was sure F had something going with the ES. Hers was not to be based organization. Why did he insist? In fact, ensure that she was at every event, sometimes with sponsorship. The previous year, F had organized a program for the youth focusing on thoughts and girls who were in town without jobs or place of residence. The ES had asked the directors to encourage everyone to attend. It turned out to be a who is who event, and the way she moved from one to the other with fine humility. Ichokan was sure she had a relationship with most of the people, and to her amazement, the ES seemed not to notice. That night, she thanked God for being born again and a hypocrite's life, F and roots. And indeed, Afion, who was now married to their former boss, who was now a minister of agriculture. The boy she had hidden with her mother was now public and looked very much like the father, whom she was sure had killed his first wife. She thanked God for her husband and children. She was wise to have gone back to him. She thought he was now doing so well, and those women who had looked down on her could not boast of cars or a home to compete with hers. Perhaps in the next few months she will organize a Thanksgiving and invite them. Yes, she will show them how far she had gone. With that thought in mind, she walked over to where F and Ruth sat and shouted a general greeting and personally gave them a flyer to mark the 20th anniversary of the Institute. Chapter 15, The Driver. Henry watched the crowd, a little smile on his face. Here were some people who in the recent past never considered his greetings worth answering, walking up to Snake, his hand with white smiles on their faces and pretended project. At the far corner in the school row of the high table bus sat Bamuza, who avoided his gaze each time he turned that way. An hour earlier, he had walked to the wall length of the 4 rows, greeting those who had come to grace the reception after the registry. Bamuza had no choice but to take his hand in greeting with a forced smile. He could not swallow the fact that His late brother's wife was not just sharing beds with the same brother's driver and confident but was married to him. It was hard to accept this situation. It would have been earlier if his brother's wife were just any woman you could push around, or from a poor family from some remote village without connections. Bamuza thought bitterly. Harry knew all this because servants from his home talked to servants in Bamuza's home and reported to his sister, who had a playful disposition and related confidently with servants in his home. With regards to the rumors he got from his sister, he took precautionary steps in his marriage. Though Angela was a staunch born-again Christian, he had convinced her to accept the registry and then invite his pastor and members of his congregation to the reception. If she insisted, they could get the wedding blessed in the church at the same at, at some later time. Henry's sister Grace boasted around her family uniform, especially around that she could wear the same expensive lace and George materials as Mrs. Bamuza, who sat at the high table with that haughty frown. Her expensive jewelry did not make her look better than she who was serving the big people. Grace thought, with her new job at the brother and madam's hotel, she will soon begin to wear expensive jewelry too. After all the call madam gave her for this occasion, she competes with those of the other big women, and Grace believed her trim, tall figure was something the plump, well-off woman definitely imbibed. She looked towards her husband and was pleased with his clean and fresh appearance. He had changed in the last 3 years since her brother and madam put him in charge of deploying their properties. He was the one buying and supplying building materials to the builders and ensuring that no fake materials were used on the sites. From working on other people's buildings, where he sometimes went for weeks without a job, he was now foreman and supervisor. They now had a house of their own, even if not as big and elegant as that of the Bamuzas. Her husband said they will build a block of flats of a 2-story building in the same compound and rent them out. She was sure things would even be better with her brother now married to Madame. She mused as she served the food first to her brother, then Madame. He spoke to one of her friends to attend to Bamuza, his wife, and those around him. Angela gave Grace her white, infectious, trademark smile, and Grace almost fell over the table with plates in her hands. She steadied her feet and kept her eyes on Madame as if afraid to look away, as that may not be polite, but she could see her brother's pocket lips in the corner of her eye. He had done well for himself. She always knew he would do well, as their mother had always told him to their hearing. And when he could not continue with his education after their father died, his mother never stopped believing that he was cut out for great things. When Grace disagreed with his plan to marry his childhood friend, who had gotten NCE at the College of Education, he told her she was content with the ability to go beyond what he then had at hand, and they were happy. He, a driver, she, a teacher, until he lost her to delivery of their second child, who survived her. Grace was then breastfeeding her daughter, who was 3 weeks older. She took on the boy and nursed them both, her mother helping out when she was not in the market with the first boy. Mother had tried to convince Henry to get a wife, but he had been silent. Grace believed he wanted an educated girl like his late wife, or too sad to live with another woman so soon after her death. His son or former called her Mama, even though they were now 10 and 8, and living with him and their new mother, whom they called Mommy. Madam's 4 children were older but looked so naturally to her brother's children. Grace's heart leapt with joy the few times she had them introduce Ofoma and praise as their brother and sister. They did that even more frequently when they traveled to Paris. Grace in tow to help with the family, who seemed to need little of her help. She, needs, she had learned a lot of French words on the trip, on outings with the children. Her brother had enrolled in a school where you could speak French in 10 days. Madame was a bilingual secretary and had worked with a company where she made good money and helped her late husband's business bloom. Many had told her, even though the husband's relatives never wanted to accept that. She had a bank account in Paris too. Grace could see from the checkbook and ATM cards with her name on it. The trip to Paris was especially exciting with the moving staircases that rolled you up and down. Then there was the train that took them from one terminal to the other to collect their baggage. She felt sorry that with so many big government people and money and land at home, they could not build large airports with trains and big baggage collection points. Everything was so red and crowded at the few airports she had traveled with Madame back home, and Grace wondered why they could not improve on the size of these airports when they built larger houses every day. More people were arriving to celebrate with Madame and her brother and Grace. Grace moved over to serve her brother with a wide smile on her face. As she put a silver glass before him, Harry whispered to her. He did not look up, and you had to be observant to notice his lips that barely moved. But Grace got the message clearly and hurried with what she had to do and headed for a mobile toilet from which she slipped away out to the parking lot. Yes, she could. She could now drive and had a Toyota Corolla of her own, registered in her own name. Someone had sent Henry a taxi that Obare had left the event for the house and was suspicious of his intentions. Henry wanted her to check on the house. Holding her wrapper up the knee to enable her move faster, she hurried off to the car, kicked and hissed, reversed into a Kia. No serious damage apart from a little dent, and fortunately no one was watching to waste her time. She drove off and had to slow down some moody patches of roads upon which Mr. Ibu, the Nollywood star, frowns down the huge poster on cars and passers-by. Grace drove past the motley environment, looking at the doorposts of shops along the Ports Health, where she once traded in charcoal and second and hand frock and underwear. The mechanic shops looked desolate as they often were, but the charcoal place was busier, and a woman in a short pants on leggings pricing loudly was attracting attention. A policewoman in uniform looked on with little interest. She looked out of place in a new well-ironed blue top and a well-made-up face. She was sitting on the bench in one of the makeshift stores of umbrella roofs. She could be mistaken for one thing for someone around and overseeing the area, but would come alive with a slight mistake that needed settling. Grace thought as she turned into the tight and neat road that led to her brother's residence. She saw the pickup parked in front of the gate outside the large-story building. The security man had cleverly refused to open the gates to anyone, as instructed on his mobile phone. Grace noted as she drove past the house and parked around a bend where she would not attract attention. She changed into a flat sleep and hurried to the house. She went in through the side door and saw Okon looking at the door through which the man had just gone into the house. Do not make a noise, Grace whispered, and Okon turned to look at at her with a great relief on his face. I got to the back when he horned, and after some time, he came down, enter for this small door, and down near the front door before I greet. No even answer me, just hurry inside. He explained as the faulty lay with him. No worry, leave the door open. I may come before or after him, but no say anything. All right, ma. Grace moved to the door which had been left open, stood by the side and peeped, then went in. She stood by the round table in the foyer and listened. She heard Obare's voice and wondered who he was talking to. She went into the second door that led into the sitting room and moved to the staircase and peeped again, and there was Obere, black plastic bag in one hand, from which he took and sprayed an ash-colored powder on the stairs. She watched him as he turned left, still spraying the powder towards Henry and Madame's room. Grace knew the door where looked at the wool spray that stood in front of the doors as he had done on the staircase and the passage way, calling Henry's name intermittently. His job was a simple one, and it could simply be erased. Grace thought as she hurried out and back to her car. As she walked out of the side door at the gate, she told Okan to get water and wash the staircase as far as Oga's doors and mop thoroughly as soon as Obere was out of sight. Okan shook his head in understanding. Grace waited until Obere drove away. She heard him telling Okon he had come to collect his phone, which he had left in the chair he sat on earlier that morning, and he had seized the opportunity to use the toilet. He wants Okon never to leave his duty post without locking the gates, otherwise he will tell his brother to look for another security man. Okon nodded vigorously and locked the door. He hurried off to attend to the instructions Auntie Grace had given him. He knew the seriousness of his assignment. He had to get every bit of the powder washed away so that the medicine will have no effect on Oga, for whom it was intended, he thought. Grace returned to the reception and was happy to see that her space was left unoccupied. She reversed carefully and packed, came out and inspected the car. She got a face towel from the box in the passenger handset, poured water from a bottle in her car, and returned to the car. She rubbed off the color it had stained her bonnet, and then cleaned around the damage on the car. It was a scratch that will not be noticed immediately. She observed and went into the crowded arena. She took some bottles of wine and walked over the high table. She refilled her brother's glass and whispered to him. He wants her not to mention the incident of his wife. Grace nodded and went to take her position of directing the helpers. Harry picked his BlackBerry from the table and called Okon. Yes, sir, I'm doing the work Auntie gave me to clean. Good. And what will you do as you do the work? Call his name and cancel, and when I finish, I put that holy water way Pastor give Madam. Very good, he said. He got up and took his wife by the hand and stepped onto the dance floor. The crowds roared, cheering, clapping, running to spray 1,000 naira notes on them as they danced to Two-Faced African Queen. Dipped Isokeni stopped my wife from smiling. Inspired by the living words, Opeyemi O Akintunde. Part 1, Isokeni. I was at my family house for the Christmas festivities. which was the only time I literally saw my parents and relatives. It was always a beautiful reunion. As a marriage counselor was helping, my traveling itinerary for the year was always filled. Me starting from one woman's programs to the other, from one marriage seminar to the other, and my message was simple. No matter how terrible your marriage look will be, it was workable. But my encounter with Osoke and her husband got me thinking if this was true. A beautiful lady walked up to me at the family reunion. She looked a bit familiar, but I couldn't place the face. She greeted me like a well-cultured lady, and I replied her, asking about her sister as she looked like one of my old friends. I obviously was mixing her up with someone else. She called my attention to that and told me her real identity. She was one of these extended, younger cousins of mine. I noticed she had a sparkling wedding ring on. I made a compliment about that, but her smile was not impressive enough. But I couldn't help but admire her dimples. I wish I had one of those dimples, I said, trying to make her smile, and that she did. That she did, her smile was beautiful. Her smile could make anyone who was sad become happy. Her smile was like light. I had never seen a smile as pure, interesting, and beautiful as her smile. I wish my smile could have that kind of effect. This smile could be a mystery, you know. I thought to myself, her smile could give hope of dying person. Her voice brought me back to reality. Thank you, ma. You just made me smile for real for the first time in 2 months, she said. What's your name again? I asked, wanting to connect with her. It's okay. Almost immediately, I heard another voice, but this time, a male voice from behind me. Isokene, my beautiful wife. I call her Isokene to personalize her name. The world can call her Isoken, but I added E to customize her name, Ma. Do you want the meaning? Do you know the meaning of Isoken? It means contented with my destiny. She is my Isoken. I am contented having her as my destined wife. I turned to see who was speaking. It was a lanky, dark-skinned young man who was an opposite of his wife in terms of complexion and composure. Oh, young man, how are you? I said with a smile. I'm not a young man. I'm an old man in a young body, he said jokingly. Oh, okay, old man, how are you? I also replied, smiling. Very fine, ma. It's a pleasure meeting you. When Ishokene told me you were related, I didn't believe her. I agreed to come with her to this party just to see you and ask you for a favor. Okay, what is the favor? I asked, thinking they wanted to invite me to speak at a program. Before I asked for the favor, I want you to say a word into our lives. He knelt down, pulling his wife with him. Ishokene will be a great wife to you in Jesus' name, and you'll also be super husband to her in Jesus' name. You both will always make each other smile in Jesus' name. Jesus, he exclaimed, you are a real woman of God. How did you know about my wife's smile? Isokene, did you tell her anything? Isoken shook her head in the negative. Ma'am, please, I need you to help me tell Isoken to stop smiling. I only want her to smile for me. When she is outside, she should maintain a straight look, the husband said. I was shocked to my bones. I was not sure if I was hearing correctly, the young old man continued, because her smile is really seductive. It was her smile that attracted me to her. Her smile can make a man have a heart on. You understand, ma? So now that she is married to me and me alone, she should stop smiling in public, but reverse the smile only for me in the bedroom. Jesus was all that came out of my mouth. In all my years of marriage counseling, I had never had this. He wanted his wife to stop smiling. Before I go on, please, What advice should I have given to this couple who had just tied the knot 2 months ago? Part 2. Isokene, or better still Isokene, pronounced as Isokene, as she is being called by her husband. Though, according to him, he was the only one who had this license to call her that, and I never saw after that day again. Although Ibodolo, her husband, got me laughing that day. I jokingly told Isoken to reduce her smile if that was going to make her husband happy. Ibudolo was excited. I had granted his wish, but ever since that day, my mind had no peace. I kept asking myself, was it right for a man or woman to give up what made him or her smile? Because the other spouse was not comfortable with it. I looked inwards and asked myself, what if my husband asked, what if my husband asked me to stop my counseling and home building ministry because he was not comforting with it? Will I give it up just the way I thought it's okay to reduce or give up her smiles? I picked up my phone and made some calls to some of my cousins who knew Isoken better to have her contact. Her name is not Isoken. It was her husband that gave her that name when they got married. You know, he is an Ido man. Her name is Mobalaji, Auntie Lara said. I was wondering how the Ido blood entered our lineage. I said jokingly to my favorite aunt. From the look of things, Betty, that girl is not happy because before she married, she used to smile a lot, but at this year's reunion, she was a bit reserved, and since that is your specialty, help her. I will try, by the grace of God, I assured my aunt. Mobalaji, good morning, I said when she picked up the call. Oh my God, I can't believe this. I can't believe you actually called my phone. Do you know who is speaking? I said, trying to be mischievous. Of course, ma. I have your number. I just never had the boldness to call you. She said with so much excitement. I could feel her smile. It was so tangible. My goodness, this girl was made to put smile on people's face. I thought to myself as her angry and sound of laughter was failing me for a good laugh. I felt I was speaking with an angel. Now, how can someone want to stop to speak to this kind of smile? I asked myself. Who are you smiling with? Who is calling you? I overheard her husband Obiodo shouting. It seemed like he grabbed the phone or something, but the next thing I heard was the beeping sound. What will be going on in their house was what I was thinking throughout that day. Isoneke's phone had been switched off. I tried over 50 times but unreachable. I just hope this man is not beating up this girl. Was the praise playing in my head all day? In this case, what was I meant to do to help Isonken? Because fortunately for me, Isonken picked up her call very late at night. And guess what I heard her say? Auntie, I'm ready to give up smiling if that will keep my marriage. I unbelievably had Isoken telling me over the phone at mid-stop. It was obvious she was crying. At that point, I didn't know why, but I found myself crying. As a marriage counselor, I was beginning to doubt my convictions. Should wanting to stay in marriage stop Isoken from smiling, just like her name means? Should she be content with this new destiny of not smiling outside her home? Her smile was only to be limited to the confines of her house. Ibidolo, her husband, is definitely a devil, was my conclusion, and even though I am against divorce, Isonken should begin to consider it. Was I wrong to have thoughts of this, or should Isonken truly sacrifice her smile to keep her marriage? Part 3. Auntie, I am ready to give up smiling if that will keep my marriage. I unbelievably heard Isoken telling her over the phone amidst sobs. It was obvious she was crying. At that point, I don't know why I was crying, but I was trying. Isonken can't stop smiling. I said using my counseling voice, Auntie, I have all your messages back to back. And one of the things have learned from you is that every marriage can work. Is that not true? The first time in my life I wanted to take back that comment. Yes, but your case is different. I mean, your husband is literally asking to kill yourself. Whatever that means to take your smile from you, wants to kill you. I tried persuading her to see sense in what I was saying. At least, if she wasn't going to divorce her husband, she would threaten him with a separation. No, auntie, he can't kill me. What he is asking for of me is just a little sacrifice I need to undertake to keep my home. You have always said in your messages that marriage is all about sacrifice. I became speechless and powerless as words failed me and I didn't know what else to say other than. You are right, since she was just cutting all my message back at me. But auntie, you know my challenge. I just discovered of recent that Ibodola has a lot of girlfriends. Auntie, why will he want me to call himself and yet he's not ready to give me all of himself? Isn't that unfair? Yes, very unfair. And that is why I am not totally comfortable with your husband. How did you meet in the first place? When she told me how they met, my jaw literally dropped. She had followed a friend to a pastor's place. Auntie, I know I was tricked into marrying my husband because it was after our marriage that Ibidolo explained the whole process of him marrying me. What was the professor processes? I asked. My friend Kiki Loma and I were getting tired of our singlehood. Although I was not desperate as Kiki Loma being a Christian, but Kiki Loma kept pressurizing me to go with her to a certain pastor who was good at telling people the exact location where they will meet their husband or wife to be. Okay, this was getting interesting as I put the phone on speaker, knowing this was going to be a very long talk. We attended the pastor's program, but unfortunately, we were unable to see him for counseling or better still, consultations. We were told we had to attend this program for a month before we had access to him, she said. So you started attending his church and that was where you met Ibi Dolo? I caught in an obviously thought I knew where the story was heading. No, ma, it was more clearly than that, she said. So how did Ibidola came into the picture? And when she told me how my mouth was wide open for some minutes, it was her continuous, hello ma, are you still there? That brought me back to life. You want to know what I had? Make sure you read up to the next part. Part 4. You'll meet your husband on a Thursday evening at Alagashi bus stop. He will have a red V-neck top on with blue jeans and white tennis shoes on. You have to be at that Alakashi at exactly 5 p.m. waiting for your bus. You both will bump into each other and instantly something will tell you both you are soulmates. The pastor had thought it's okay. Auntie, what the pastor told me during my consultation session with him, and prior to that, I had a lot of testimonies during the service of how God had connected people to their spouses through the pastor's prophetic gift of seeing where their husbands or wives were. It was too real to be doubted. Though the pastor told Kike Lomo that her own husband was still far away in India and she needed to do 14 days marathon fasting or pay to have one of the church pastors to be fasting on her behalf. So I became lost in all what Isonken was saying. I couldn't believe how gullible she was, but I had no had it all. Auntie, you will not believe that it happened exactly as the pastor prophesied. I was at Alakashi bus stop at exactly 5 p.m. and suddenly a young man bumped into me. He was just the exact description: red V-neck top, blue jean, white tennis. Was I was all I could say. But after a brief moment of a silence, I asked, "But don't you think this was arranged, or you think it is so coincidence or destiny?" I managed to ask. Auntie, arranged to big time. Ibidola confessed to me after marriage that he is a member of the pastor's church, but at the head of the technical unit. He was always in the technical room, missing the camera shots during service. He said it was on one of those services I attended. He saw me on camera smiling. He said his heart melted at my smile, and that was very instant. He didn't know how it came out of his mouth, but he heard himself saying, "This is my wife. You like her?" Ibidola's colleagues had said to him, "If you like her, you better go and tell Papa before he receives her for someone else." Isoken continues her surprising how we met. Auntie apparently in their church, it was a norm for the pastor to be the one to choose their partners for them, and since I was not their member, the pastor had to use that prophecy trick on me. Ibidola told me he had shown the pastor my smiling footage, and the pastor assured him I was going to be his wife. So until that was how I entered into his marriage home. I was on temporary mute with mouth wide open. I could hear the echo of her voice saying, "Hello, ma. Hello, are you there, ma?" But 1001 things were going in my head. Can you guess any of these questions? Let me ask you the first one ringing in my head so loud. Was it right for a pastor to have done that match making under spiritual deception? Other questions kept flying around in my head. Questions like, I said, "I don't want you smiling when we go out." Ibidola was backing at Isoken. Isoken told me that they just returned from a wonderful day out. Isoken said she had tried keeping a straight face throughout the event. She only smiled at Ibidola, which was unlike her. Her normal self would have had her smile plastered on her face, smiling at everyone, including the security, cleaners, sales attendants, but all this she tried to avoid. But she had an exception. She couldn't help but smile at him. Who was he? Ibirola, I smiled at a beggar and all beggar on the street. Beside that smile was to give him hope. I couldn't give him money, but I could give him a smile. It's okay, I would have preferred to give him money. I couldn't care if you gave him my entire money, but not your smile, he said, very frustrated. This is not going to work. I'm getting out of this thing we are calling a marriage. I'm done. You said what? Ibidola asked Isoken. Isoken was at my place narrating what happened at her place earlier that day. Although the day before was the day she narrated the whole story about the pastor who had matched her with Ibidola. After narrating her how we met tell, I had passionately told her the foundation of her marriage was wrong and based on falsehood. Out of insane passion and irritation for her husband called Ibidola, who was against his wife smiling, I told her if she wanted out of the marriage, God was not going to behold it against her. Here she was, less than 24 hours, telling me about her outing with her husband. Seriously, I was mad, and the marriage counselor in me went on vacation, but the woman in me and feminist spirit I knew existed in me shouted, this marriage was never God's idea, and I have a feeling the perfect will of God for you in marriage is still out there. You are below 30, for Christ's sake. I said with passion, but you will not believe that Isoken literally shut me up by making excuses for her husband. Auntie, you know what? His contents changed when I told him I wanted out of the marriage. I was afraid he was going to hit me. I started moving backwards, but what he did next is still baffling me. Auntie, and that's why I came to see you. He started talking like a baby, with tears flowing from his eyes. He moved so close to me like he wanted to swallow me up. He said, "It's okay, you can't leave me. You are the first real thing I have had to myself. And I never want to lose you to anyone. You are my first real possession, and that is why I am possessive of you. Possession, I am not a piece of asset. I am a human being that has a life of her own. No, no, it's okay, baby. I don't mean it that way. What I mean is, I never had anyone growing up. I am not a beast asking you to stop smiling for no good reason. The thing I don't want to lose you to anyone else. I told you that I was raised in an orphanage from birth. I never knew my mother or father. I was picked from the street in an abundance vehicle. I know all that, and I have promised you I will be your family, Isonken said. Isokene, please, just hear me out. I never had anything that was mine. I always had to share things with my orphanage brothers and sisters. All the clothes I ever wore was either passed on to me or brought by well-wishers. I never had anything I could tag mine. I grew up using what others had used school bags, brought textbooks, even till I got into tertiary institution. Everything I ever used was borrowed. I lived off my friends. I slept on the floor of my friend's room. All the textbooks I used were always borrowed. Aside from my house and car, you are the first thing I can call mine, or better still, first possession I have. I'm sorry I'm using the word possession, but that's how I feel. It's okay, please. What I'm asking from you is little. You asked me to stop getting drunk after marriage, and because of you, I stopped. Tell me something else you want from me, and I promise I will give you. Please, just keep your smile for me, just me alone. Trust me, I will never leave you, Ken said. I trust you so much, but I don't want other people with you. They may take you from me. Auntie Ibiodio hugged me like a baby that didn't want to lose his precious possession, and at that moment I was touched. I saw a boy who never had anyone, and now he has one special to his heart he was not ready to lose. Auntie, what do you suggest I do? Please, if you are the marriage counselor and you are in my shoes, what will be your best advice to Isoke? Like seriously. Part 6, Isoke, are you mad or something had gone wrong with your senses? Speechless, agitated, mad, going bonkers, terribly infuriated are some of the words to describe what I felt when I saw Isonke after 2 weeks of complete silence and disappearance. I had tried her number several times, but her line was unavailable, and neither did she call for 2 weeks. My security man told me I had a strange visitor and he wanted me to come and see her first before he could allow her coming. Matthew, our security man, was a very security conscious person. He was so security conscious that at times when my husband and I were driving in, he would make sure he checked if we were bringing in strangers and if we had strangers. He would ask the strangers to get down to be checked and screened. Although I found it straight, my husband was fine with it. Therefore, for Matthew to have asked this person a strange visitor, something must definitely be wrong. When I got out of the house, I saw a lady figure dressed in a beautiful pink gown. But what was strange about her was that she had a black and gray covering like the Muslim powder on her head that covered everywhere. The only thing visible was her eyes. The eyes looked familiar. Good afternoon, ma. Please, can I help you? I asked, moving close in caution. The lady in question burst into outgross laughter and veiled herself to be Isoke. I literally wet my pants. Isonke, what do you mean you are doing this to keep your marriage? This is wrong. And besides, are you denying your Christian faith to become a Muslim by dressing like one of them to keep your marriage? This is wrong. I mean, dressing like a Muslim is wrong when you are not one. Assuming Ibidolo is a Muslim, it will have been understandable, I said. Auntie Betty, I know wrong can never give birth to right, but I am trying to be the right person in my marriage. Two wrongs can never make a right. Now, I realize Obidola is selfish, uncompromising, and not a Christian I thought he was. But do you expect me, Ma, to also do what is wrong by rolling out of the marriage? No, I'm going to be right, and I know right gives birth to right. And may I add, my dressing this way has nothing to do with my religion. I don't think there is anywhere in the Bible where you are told you can't dress this way. It is a choice I have made. Let's think about this. What if I had a massive scar on my face and I decided to do this? Will you have frowned at it? Isonken said with a seriousness. It was obvious wherever she must have gone for those 2 weeks, had done a lot of mindset restructuring. I guess this is Ibidola's idea, asking just for confirmation's sake. No, 100% me. Ibidola is here to see me. He went on a work trip to set up a studio in Abakalaki. Auntie, I had 2 weeks of reflection to myself, and this is what I came up with. Self-denial that will give birth to love. I was speechless, but asked a simple question after a long break. So, you are all ready to sacrifice your smile for your marriage. Love is sacrifice. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Auntie, God let go of his only son to gain the world. Auntie, I have a plan. It's okay. What plan? Your smile is a message to people. Your smile helps a lot of people. I said as I could wrap my head around what was happening. I don't want to heal a lot of people. I want to heal my husband. Of what follows is my mystery of smile to the world. If my smile doesn't win my husband. For instance, Auntie, take a look at you and your husband. You know it will be a great failure if after repairing other people's marriages with your powerful marriage ministry, and we suddenly hear your marriage fails. Of what values was your message? She said. At that point, Miss Wenken had hit me on a sore spot. My husband and I were having rough in marriage. We are not fighting in the sense of physical abuse or emotional. We are just drawn apart. We had not had intercourse for over 9 months, and none of us bothered. And yet, I go around preaching about how compulsory it was to have intercourse in marriage. The truth is, I hardly have time for it myself because of how busy I had been. Jumping from one state to the other, preaching to women on them, keeping their homes at all costs. But was I keeping my home? And besides, Auntie, who says I'm sacrificing my smile? Behind this veil, I smile a lot without people seeing. Auntie, let me use my smile alone for my husband to pull him out of the valley of the feeling of being unloved, abundant and not cherished. Auntie, Noah saved his family. Noah saved his family, even though he couldn't save the world. I will keep my smile for my husband alone, if that will help me secure a good place in his heart, which will further help me to achieve what I want to achieve with him. So you mean you are planning to wear this veil all your life to make your husband happy? Yes, if I have to, but I assure you, something good is coming out of this. Miss Onke said as she smiled under the veil. But how did I know she smiled? Since she was wearing the thick veil, I saw in her eyes. Her eyes are shining. The eyes don't lie. I saw the joy in her eyes, even though I couldn't see her mouth. As a marriage counselor of over 15 years, I had never seen a wife who saw her marriage as more important than her purpose, even though it was built on a wrong foundation, but Isonken did, because she realized something that I didn't realize on time, that that was tearing my own marriage apart. What was that? Find out the next part, because seriously speaking, was this step by Soken a wise one? Let me hear your opinion. Part 7. After Isokini left my home, I was not the same again. Heavy guilt poured on me. I sat down to evaluate my life and marriage. If my husband backslided and was no more as spiritual as he was, can I be like Isokini? Can I drop all my ministerial engagements and responsibilities to make sure he gets back in his feet? I asked myself. Isokini was treating her husband like a lost child, whose mother was willing to do anything for in order to have him back. She was playing the fool. I was not sure I could do that, even though I was a marriage counselor. Just as I was ruminating all over this, my husband walked in that and ran towards him in guilt like a prodigal wife. Honey, welcome. I took his bag from him, an action I had not done in a very long time, probably years back. I could see the look of shock on his face. My husband was a good man who never stressed me. He didn't mind cooking for himself when I am far away on ministerial journal. At that point, I knew I had not been fair to him. After he settled down on the bed, he kept looking at me strangely, suspecting something was up with me. Betty, what's wrong? What about the children? Are they fine? He asked, looking very disturbed. Due to my busy schedule, he had agreed to have the girls in the boarding school. They are fine. I just need to ask you some questions. Surprisingly, my husband moved away from me and placed his hand on his head, like someone who had been caught doing something. I wasn't sure why, but I asked my question, what was born out of guilt. Henry, I want you to be honest. Have I been a good wife to you? I hope I have not made anything more important than you. I hope you are not hurting. I did not know what came over me as I kept blabbling. My husband was giving me a look I wasn't comfortable with. He moved further away from me. Who told you? He asked. Nobody. I just figured out I had been too involved with my life matters, and I was not fulfilling my wifely duties. Kemi told you. I knew she was going to. Betty, I am sorry. I let this happen. I didn't want to disturb you or be an opposition to what God was doing with you. Honestly, we just started as casual friends. But since she is a widow, she started interpreting my compassion towards her. And one thing led to another. Betty, I don't know how I fell in love with her. But the truth is, I love you more than I love her. I know Kemi was going to tell you after she saw Margaret and I at the hospital. Margaret? Who was Margaret? No one close to us bore that name. I did a mental scan as fast as possible. I looked like my life was crumbling. I was saying one thing and my husband Henry was saying another thing, confessing about a woman I didn't even know existed. I almost passed out, but I needed to be sure I was hearing him correctly. So, what are you really saying? I asked. I don't want a divorce. I still love you, but I don't know how it happened. I feel something for her also, and we have gone too far for me to hurt her, he said on his knees. Could someone wake up from this terrible nightmare? I was hearing my husband correctly. He had a mistress who is a widow. He was in love with her and couldn't leave her. I thought to myself, whose case was worse? Isokeni's husband, who had turned her into a veiled woman, to to hide her smile. Oh, my very wonderful husband who was suddenly taken away my smile, which I didn't know if I was ever going to get it back. Then he said it again. I can't lose you, Betty. You are my first love, but I love her too. She has become a lover and, most importantly, a friend I can't lose or hurt. She has helped me through a lot. We have been together for close a year. There are things you could not help me with, which I totally understand is because you are busy ministerial schedule. But Margaret has been there. For instance, she is the one helping me with my poultry business. She is a good person I can't hurt. I died and woke up a million times over. How? My husband was in an affair for close a year and I never suspected. It was official. This was the end of my smile. Now, whose case was worse? Mine or Isotene? Part 8. For days, I couldn't sleep. I cried till my eyes were tearing up on their own because I never would have crossed my mind that my husband was cheating on me. How? I thought I was the perfect wife. I knew and had taught several women the 100 laws of keeping a good marriage. But what happened to mine? I thought I had kept Henry where I wanted him to be. Harry, however, was frustrating at any given opportunity, telling me he was sorry. He was just lonely and he didn't know how it happened with the widow. All he could say was that they had met on a flight to Abuja. She was reading one of my motivational books and out of pride, he told her that was his wife. That was where they exchanged contacts, and from there, the rest is history. All my teachings about getting your man back came back to me, but that moment they seemed useless. The painful part of the issue was that the part where he said he couldn't stop seeing her, and yet he wasn't ready to go off me either. How could a man be telling his wife of 15 years he was in love with another woman, a widow with 2 kids for that matter? All that was coming out of my mouth was, ha ha, and if someone was able to take my blood pressure at that point, I'm sure they will have called me a living dead. I saw Kenny's call for days, but I couldn't pick up. I couldn't take my bath for 3 days. On the third day, while still trying to recover from the shock with Henry cuddling me, still asking for my forgiveness, this phone rang. Hello, Margaret. Good morning. There was a long pause, and then he said, I am on my way. I turned with a questioning look. I'm sorry, Betty. One of our sons just fell ill, and you know she is a widow. I have to help her. Henry literally flew up out of the house. It felt like someone hit me on the head with a big sledgehammer of reality. My husband was gone from me and gone from God. My options were clear. It was either I gave up on the marriage and continue my marriage ministry, but this time around my message was going to change so as to hide my shame. Now I could validate divorce. Or better still, I could get over it and accept the fact that my husband had a mistress that will become his wife anytime soon. Because the night before the day Henry had said something that shook me to my marrow. His statement made me know that this mistress was going nowhere. She had found a comfortable place in my husband's heart. The night before, out of famine rage, I started cursing the mistress when I was talking to Henry. Henry, I can't believe you did this. I know that lady bewitched you. She must be a witch. Can't you see? Who knows? Maybe she was the one who killed her husband and you are the next tag. Stop it, Betty. Don't let me turn this table against you. I don't want you to ever insult her, curse her, or say anything negative about her. And don't even try praying against her, because if anything happens to her, I will know you caused it, and I'm telling you for a fact, I will so hurt you, he said violently. My mouth was so white a full egg could even entered at once. Now, not only did my husband have a mistress, but a mistress he was ready to hurt his wife for if anything happened to his mistress. So with this situation, which of the options was best for me? Divorce him, move on with my life, and know that my ministry will not preach the message I believe God gave me, that God hates divorce. Or just stay in marriage, pretend all was well, even though my husband had a mistress somewhere, and keep preaching godly marriages. What do you think? Part 9. Harry did not come back home that day after he practically flew off to his mistress' place, and I didn't bother to call. Got, got returns to bat rubbish. I had just woken up from a dream about one of my younger cousins, a boy sleeping on my bed. But I was trying to get him to stand up from the bed, but he refused to stand up, telling me he didn't have a bed to sleep on. I think I went about trying to get another mattress or something. The dream was very vague, and I thought to myself, right now was not the time for dreams about other people. This is not the time to help someone who has accommodation problem. My life needs some sanity right now. I ditched the dream and tried to get back to sleep. It was the early hours of the fourth day, and I was trying to so hard to get some sleep. My phone beeped. It was a message from Isokene. Auntie, what is happening? You have not speaking up for of my call for days. A lot has happened in 3 days to me. I can't wait to share with you. Love you so much. Isokene cares. I sent a reply that she could come over. I needed to get this recent happening off my mind. Maybe having someone around will not let the thought of suicide trying to gain entrance into my heart have its way. With shaky legs, loose joints and pains all over my body, like someone who had been working very hard, I stepped down from the bed to have a shower. I never knew that emotional pain could actually have effect on one's physical body. As I stood in front of the bathroom mirror, I looked messed up and lean, probably because I had not eaten in 3 days. It was time to shake off and think of the next thing. Maybe it was time to relocate to the United States. My sister had been telling me to relocate with my family, but unfortunately, the family will be -1. I'll be relocating with my 2 daughters. It seemed like a perfect plan. Isonke got to my place, but to my shock, she had no veil on again. Right thinking was that I thought. I was grateful her myopic thought of sacrificing her happiness for one stupid husband had been erased from her mind. She was beaming. Her smile made my heart bleed knowing I couldn't smile anymore. But I encouraged myself that there was already a way, our relocation. You are veiled. What happened? I asked. God's happened. What do you mean God's happened? I rolled my eyes, still trying to act calm and collected. I wasn't ready for any churchy, microscopic talk. Divine orchestration, she said, literally jumping. I told God I wanted to obey his words, to be submissive to my husband, and yes, still be happy on my own, until God did in 3 days just. Like he did it for Christ, I got my life, my smile and my freedom back. How? Was it that she had finally separated from him? I am hoping that that was the case, so that my separation from my husband won't be hard on her. I will let her know that men are all the same, a praise I had always preached against in my messages. I always told women that all men were not the same, but unfortunately, all that was going to change now. My failed marriage is about to change because of my ministry. I thought silently to myself, so the success of my ministry was actually based on the success of my marriage. Too late, I was just discovering the truth now. Auntie, are you not listening to my freedom testimony? Isokene shook me back to reality as I was just staring at her blankly. I'm sorry, I was thinking about something. Okay, I'm listening. I said, partially absent-minded, because I was wondering what my husband was doing with the widow. Was her son really ill, or she just looked for an opportunity to have him to herself, sincerely had not left my side for 3 days. I was wondering what she looked like. Was she more beautiful? Probably light-skinned or dark? Maybe they were even on a bed making out. I felt my brain vibrating. Was that instant insanity knocking at my door? No, I was not going to let a man run me mad. My father died after 10 years of insanity. Betty, it is not a good sight, I told myself. I decided to focus on Isokene and her story. So he came back, Isokene was saying, Isokene, please start all over. I'm a bit lost. Auntie, are you okay? Yes, I am. The story. Managed to give a fake smile I knew I needed to start getting used to. I hope you feel my pain. Dear deep thoughts reader. My heart felt like someone was it into pieces. My brain was heating up so much as the thought of losing my husband to another woman was unbearable. I felt like I was losing my mind. I believe you will agree with me that relocating was the best option. In the meantime, let's focus on the Isoken got her veil off and got her smile back. What's happened? Part 10. Auntie, you know I told you Ibidolo was to return 3 days ago with what was exactly a day after I came here. But I didn't know he wanted to give me a surprise. Ibidola returned the morning I was coming to your place. He said the taxi was close to our house when he saw me coming out of our gate. He had told the taxi man to stop immediately as he was surprised when he saw me coming out of the house all wrapped up. He said he knew the body was mine, but why was I wrapped up? He said instant anger rose up in him, thinking I was going to meet a man. He told the taxi man to trail me. Ibirola said he was fuming in the taxi, wondering where I was going. He threatened me till I go here. He said he was quite shocking when he saw you coming out of your house to meet me at the gate. Auntie Betty, you won't believe Ibudola stayed in the taxi for 3 hours I spent at your house. After I left your place that day, I went straight to the market to get some food items at all still wrapped up. My thought was since Ibidola was to return the day after, I wanted to get his best meal prepared and have the house really clean. I was still wrapped up, even though I was all sweaty and uncomfortable. All I kept telling myself was, I am playing the fool now so that my joy can be full. I am playing the fool now so that the joy can be full. I must have said this like over 100 times, though the hot sun was telling me that I was doing all wrapped up was a wrong thing. I got to my junction and waited for over 15 minutes to get a bike home, but I couldn't get one. Ibidola parked at a car distance and gave me a phone call. Did you suspect he was around? I asked Isoken as the story was quite intriguing. At all, even when we are speaking on the phone, I didn't suspect a thing. So, Auntie, please let me continue my story. She laughed heartily. Hey, Isokene, my dear. Ibidola has said when he calls. Ibidola, Rolo, my love, how are you? How is Abakalaki? I'm really missing you. I miss you more. I'll be home soon, don't worry. Tomorrow is not so soon, no. It is too far for me because I have a very big surprise for you, something that will make you smile. Really? Tell me. I can't wait to hear it. Ibodolo said, it won't be a surprise anymore if I tell you. Come on, do you want me to tickle you over the phone? Ibidola said, laughing. Now, you are making me laugh, Ibidola. Wait, oh, where are you that you are smiling this way? Hope is not where everyone can see you. I can assure you that no one can see my smile because I have found a lasting solution to it. That's the surprise. Doesn't my voice sound deep? Yes, it does, like you have a cloth over the phone. That's it. I'm not saying anything again. Auntie, I laughed and hung up, but little did I know that Ibidolo waited till I got a bike and trailed me till I got home. He said his heart almost burst. He saw a woman who loved him so much and was ready to sacrifice her smile for him. He didn't know when tears fall from his eyes, and the taxi man said, Ogasa, despite your wife is a veiled woman, you didn't trust her. But thank God you have seen that she doesn't have a boyfriend, sir. Please trust your wife. It will give you peace of mind. Have been in this cap business for 30 years, and my wife is a beautiful hairstylist. My friend told me I should keep her indoors since most times I'm always on the roads and I only get to see her for a few hours in a day. But I choose to trust her. Until now, she is still my wife after 35 years. Ibudolo said he wanted to explain to the cab man that I wasn't a veiled woman, but he couldn't find his voice yet. He paid his fare and walked in. Part 11. I didn't close the door behind me as I rushed into the kitchen to drop all the foodstuffs I bought. I literally forgot about the door. So, Auntie, you can imagine how many hearts must have felt if almost jumped out of my body when I felt Ibidolo's arm around me from behind. I jumped and turned, and there he was looking at me. His eyes were bloodshot red. He hugged me so tight and was weeping like a baby and kept saying, "This is not what I want for you. I am not the wicked. I know I am selfish, but not wicked. I am sorry." I kept telling him it was okay and I was fine doing it to make him happy. How can I be happy when I am putting you in bondage? Still weeping, he unwrapped me by himself. "Please, don't you ever do this again. You can smile to the wall if you want. Your smile is not just for me, it is for you as well. I won't allow my insecurities affect you." Ibudola sat on the floor, sobbing. I knelt before him, wiping his tears, and I said, "I did this to show you I was committed to you. Though the foundation of our marriage was wrong, but I decided this marriage was going to work. Please don't feel bad, because even if you want me to be a veiled woman, I won't resist it. But thanks for giving me back my freedom. And I promise you today that I will not give you cause to regret giving me the liberty to smile. I love you. I love you so." Ibidola covered his face as more tears flowed. I hugged him and I was wondering what kind of God I was serving, who through the wisdom he gave me broke my husband down and made him see things clearly. "Auntie, we had fun. We cooked together and did some loving up, she said, smiling. And guess the highlight, the day after he took me out and he was so comfortable with the smiling. In fact, there was a point I was not smiling. He jacked me playfully by the side and said, "Why are you not smiling?" And out of joy, I gave one of those epic smiles of mine, of which Ibidola just shouted, "Don't stop that smile." He brought out his mini camera and took a picture of me. "Auntie, can you believe after we got home, Ibidola did a painting of that pictures overnight?" "Painting? You know he paints, right?" "Oh, I think you mentioned it to me once," I said. "Auntie, I have been over the moon for the past 4 years. I obeyed the rule of being purified by the one you love. I killed my personal interest in obedience, and God himself instructed me. Surprisingly, afterwards came my victory, just like Jesus." I found myself clapping for Isoken and telling her a big congratulations. "So no more divorce or separation for you?" I asked. "Auntie, do I need it anymore? God has healed my marriage. A little playing the fool and my joy is full." "Well, not everyone can play the fool. You are so right, ma. And that is why a lot of people lost their marriages and other good things. So where is Uncle?" With his mistress, I blurted out before knowing I did. And there was silence in the room about a minute. I know Isoken was wondering if she had me well, and I was wondering what came over me. Part 12. His mistress? What do you mean, ma? Isokene asked in a very soft, confused voice, a voice that broke me into uncountable pieces. I must have waited for over 10 minutes as I recounted everything to her. She was as shocked as the world shocked. Jesus was all she kept saying. After about 30 minutes, she asked me the million naira question. So, what you planning to do, Auntie? I'm planning to relocate to the US, start a new life with my children, and watch what God will do. If Henry returns back to his senses, all well and good, but it's not still good. The end of a marriage is not the end of the world. Just like that, you plan on giving up just like that on our 15-year marriage. Auntie, all those messages you used to preach, did it ever register with you, or you are just giving people like us spiritual food and starving yourself? Isonke asked. Isonke, this is too much. Henry loves the woman, and he has threatened me that if anything happens to the other woman, he will hurt me. To avoid problems, let me just be on my own. No, you can't be on your own. God didn't create couples to live separate lives, but as husband and wife. So we just need the wisdom of God. Yes, we are going to pray, but more of wisdom and submission. What? I thought to myself, how can I submit to a man who was hurting me? Isoneke did not know what she was talking about. At that point, I just tuned off. I didn't hear a bit of what she was saying anymore. Her mouth was just moving. After about 45 minutes, she told me she was leaving. After she left, I called my sister just to say hi, and I mentioned that it was possible we were coming for a short break at her place in Texas. Days passed. Harry didn't come back home, and my pride didn't let me call him either. It's okay. Now, officially it's okay, since her husband spoke to me over the phone, telling me that he was now over his insecurities, and now everyone was permitted to see his wife's smile and even call her Isokene, which was his personal way of calling Isoken. Was always calling me on a daily basis, asking how I was doing. After 8 days of Henry's absence from home, I officially became enraged. I picked my phone to call him to give him the blessing of his life. Hello, Harry. So the witch has officially touched your brain. You left me broken and not even a phone call to check if I was okay. What if I had committed suicide? I said, boiling in anger. I know you can't do that, Benny. I'm sorry. Margaret is the one holding me down here. She has refused to let me go. She said, now that you know everything, you must stop me from seeing her. Jesus, was this my husband speaking, or a 5-year-old boy? I thought as I wanted to scream out, but rather I just said, give her the phone. And just like a baby, Henry handed over the phone to the she-eve devil. Hello, ma, the husband snatcher, she devil said, with the most beautifully textured voice I have heard in my life. If the circumstances were right, I could have fallen in love with her voice. Part 13. Hello, ma. And why the unnecessary ma? She was trying to give me a fake impression about herself, that she was respectful, or trying to act like a good girl before Henry. Please, she should give that to fools like my husband that she had tied down with her charm. I thought as I blurted out in anger the next few words. Hello, Margaret, or whatever you are called. I don't have much to say to you because I believe you and I are not in the same league. I just want you to think of how callous you are and do the needful before I ask God to punish you. Ma, I know God cannot punish me because I'm also a Christian. I'm a born-again child of God. She said very calmly. Christ, or what did you just call yourself? Christy, please, what brand of Christianity is yours? The type that steals other people's husband, or the one that supports polygamy? If that is it, then it must be a new brand from the pits of hell you practice, I said angrily.
Ma, the Christianity I practice is the very one you practice, the one Abraham, the father of faith, practiced, that made him have more than one wife. What? My tongue became automatically tied. The she devil continued. Yes, the type David practiced and made him have more than one wife, and yet he was a man after God's own heart. I was quiet as a graveyard as I unbelievably was listening to this devil quoting scriptures for me. Scriptures she knew so well. She cited so many scriptures to me, backing up her point. She then, just like a dream, she said, Ma, I am not a devil, neither am I an agent of darkness sent to destroy your home. I'm just a woman who has found true love and is not ready to lose it. I am not asking you to leave your matrimonial home. All I ask is just share your husband's heart with me. I don't even plan on destroying your ministry. This can be our little secret. Nobody has to know. I just love Henry, and he's the first man to show my children and I genuine love. After I lost my husband, Ma, God bears me witness that I am not using anything diabolical on Henry. We just love each other. And like I said, Ma, I don't plan to take him from you. We can share him, Ma, and I promise to be a good girl. Please, Ma, don't take him away from me, because if you try, I might be forced to act back, she said, very calmly pleading. I've never been that tongue-tied in my life before. Hello, Ma, are you there? Hello? Henry took the phone from her. Hello, hello. Betty, hello, honey. I know you are there. Please don't do anything crazy, especially for the sake of the kids. I love you, and God knows. And I also love Margaret too. So, are you willing to share me with her? If you say yes, I'll come home right away. I couldn't say no or yes. Or what do you think I should have said? Part 14. Ding dong was the sound I was hearing in my brain. I couldn't even press the end button of the phone. All I did was gently place it on the table beside me. It was official. It was official. I had lost my husband. The girl sounded so well cultured, articulate in her points, even though, if the circumstances were right, I could have given her right answers to her biblical citing. I could have told her it was never in God's plan for man to have two wives, or else he would have made Adam to have two wives, or better still, when Eve messed up, he could have created another Eve for Adam. I could have told her about David, that he had been the man after God's own heart, have more to do with the relationship with God, not acquiring his wives. God's intention for him was to build the dynasty, a dynasty where a dynasty where his generation will rule Israel from generation to generation. But because of his polygamy, it stopped along the way. I should have told her in capital letters that it was possible for a man or his generation to miss out on God's plan for their lives as a result of polygamy. I ought to have responded as regards Abraham that it was never God's plan or idea or intention to impregnate Hagar. And even when the opportunity came, God asked him to send Hagar away. Yes, hold on, I thought to myself. That's it. I need God to speak to Henry, to send Margaret away, just like he spoke to Abraham to send Hagar away for Sarah's sake. I said to myself as I jumped up, so glad I had received the Rema to deliver my marriage, or so I thought. That's the solution, I kept saying to myself. I was not going to accept the evil proposal. I didn't call Henry again. as I set myself on a 40 days fasting and prayer, asking God to keep Henry to send Margaret away. But nothing happened. Henry neither called, but rather on the 40th day of, of my fasting, he came back home. I was excited as I felt God had answered my prayer, but Betty, I'm sorry, you didn't accept Margaret's proposal. I thought things were going to work out among us, but guess you are proving hard. I'm sorry. I'll be moving in with Margaret because she's pregnant with my baby, and it's a baby boy. You know how much I have asked you to let us have another baby. Maybe it will be a boy, but you refused, so I need to be by her side. I'm purposely telling you she's pregnant so that you can pray for her. Because if anything goes wrong with her or her baby, I will ruthlessly hold you responsible. He said before walking out of the house. I couldn't say a word. I just crashed into the floor and wept. God, why? Why are you doing this to me? Please wake me from this dream. But unfortunately, God didn't wake me up because it was reality. For another month, I didn't hear from Henry. I took the best step for me. I took the best step for me to avoid depression and ultimately insanity that was knocking at my door vehemently. I took my two daughters from school, and as we relocated to the house, Texas, to start a new life, wasn't that better? Since prayer and fasting didn't work for me. Part 15. Life in Houston was great. The first month was welcoming. My sister and her husband, who were living in a two-bedroom apartment, told their kids to vacate their home to accommodate my children, and which was the usual anytime we went visiting for weeks. I hid my relocation plans from them. Even my daughters didn't know we were relocating. All I told them, we were going to Houston for a short break. I didn't hint them on what was going on with with their father. I just told them I needed a break. And since that was not the first trip to Houston, they didn't suspect any foul play. However, when it was about the sixth week, I started hearing my brother-in-law and sister arguing behind closed doors. I didn't know what it was about until my brother-in-law confronted me about it around the eight, second month. Auntie Betty, my wife, and I are just managing, and it's unlike you to come to Houston and spend 2 months. What are you running low on cash? What's up, aunt? Are you planning to relocate? You know how blunt Nigerians who live in America can be. Well, I said, I said while trying to find a convincing answer. Aunt Betty, I just want the truth, Richie said. My husband and I are having it rough, so yes, I'm thinking of relocating. I guessed as much. It's unlike uncle. He would have called to thank us for hosting his family, he said. Hmm, Auntie, I think you should go back to Nigeria and sort things out because living in America as a single black mother with two daughters is not easy. For starters, we won't be able to accommodate you for long because even as we speak, the bills are way too much. I can always support the bills like I did when I came in from Nigeria. At least I gave your wife $1,000 to support during my stay. Auntie, we have exhausted it. You know how things are here. The mortgage, he said, okay, Richie, what do you want me to do? If you plan on staying in America, I'm sorry, Auntie, you might need to start looking for your apartment, possibly get a job. But my best advice is for you to go back to Africa. Because even we that are established here, we wish we could return home. But the shame of going back to Africa with virtually nothing is what is keeping most of us here. Imagine Richard working in a hand car wash, washing cars in Houston. Auntie, think very well about what you are about to do, he said. I followed the most convenient option and used my hard earned money and savings To be precise, to buy a house in Houston. I am sure you know what it costs to buy a house in America. It was my life savings, but my thought was if accommodation was settled, every other thing was secondary. I had little or close to nothing left. My daughters began questioning why we were not returning to Nigeria and why daddy had not joined them for the holiday as I initially said. I told them dad was executing a project in an area where there was no network coverage. They believed that because it was not out of the norm. As regards staying in America, as regards staying in America, they were excited as their fantasy of attending college in America was going to come to pass. All thanks to all the Hollywood college movies and series they had watched on TV. I so this was going to be living their American dream. Isokene kept calling me to return back to Nigeria, but I kept telling her I was thinking about it. The day I bought my house in Houston, I called her very excited to share my good news with her. But she said, why waste all money in buying a house for yourself when you have a home you need to save in Nigeria? A house in America can never be a home. If the major ingredient is absent, your husband is not in that house. If your husband was dead, it would have been understandable. Aunt Betty, what's happening to you? My heart breaks every day, knowing you are going far away from God's ordained plans for your life. It's all over the news. People are asking about you as you have been missing all the programs you were invited to. Also, your disappearance from the scene has given the mistress the boldness to come out. She and your husband now walk hand in hand in public, and people are asking questions as to who she is. I hung up on Isokene. I didn't want her to dampen my spirit any more than it was. My mind was made up. I was going to make America my new home, even if I didn't have a husband. I intentionally changed my number so none of my pastor friends could reach me. The only friend I kept in contact with was a female minister like me who had divorced her husband. My sister, marriage is not by force, so avoid the cause of hypocritical people. I mean, some of our fathers and mothers in the Lord who are not also enjoying their marriage. They will tell you, for the gospel's sake, pretend everything is fine. I beg, won't I live my own life? My sister, you have made the right choice. Settle in America. If God is merciful, you marry someone else. This led me into looking for a job as a school counselor, as that was my area of specialization. But I looked tirelessly as I never got one. I decided to call my sister for help as I was seriously running low on cash. Auntie, you can't find such jobs here, where the real Americans are yet to get jobs. You are a Nigerian and will now get one. Auntie, before I went to nursing school, I became a nurse. Of I did all sorts, including washing plates. I suggest you start looking towards that area. What? Me? Wash plates in America? I said in disbelief. Harry and I stopped by the canteen to eat. I refused eating. He ate a lot, a whole lot. When it was time to leave, Henry was being sluggish. I stood up and left him, telling him he should catch up with me. After I left him behind and was already close to the main road, I decided to look back, but he was nowhere in sight. I didn't see him anymore. I tried going back to look for him, but I couldn't find my way back. The route I saw didn't match where I had just passed. It all looked confusing. I woke up from my dream and I was sure I heard God when He said, you left him behind a long time ago, daughter. You are far ahead of him spiritually. Are you going to leave him lost in the world, or will you go back and find him? I broke into tears. I knew what this meant. God wanted me to go back to Nigeria and get back my husband. But God, this was not going to be easy. Just like the dream, I didn't know the route back to my husband's heart. He was like a stranger. We had not spoken in months. His mistress was pregnant. He was in love with her. I had used the routes I knew best, prayer, but it didn't work out. I asked God again, screaming in an empty room of my new house. God, do you want me to go back to Nigeria? God didn't say yes or no. I felt God was saying, I am not a talkative. Rather, I heard my daughter's voice as she stood by the entrance of my room. Yes, mommy, if you can't hear God, you sure can hear me. I don't like it here. I want us to go to Nigeria. The movies painted America to be some kind of paradise, but now I'm here. I'm not feeling this place. I want to go back home. And besides, I had a dream just now. A dream? I asked. Yes, I saw we all running a race, but Dad started slowing down till we couldn't see him anymore. At some point, I told you Dad was no longer with us. You stopped, and we all went back to get Daddy. Then I woke up, Mom, and I think Daddy may be in some form of trouble in that village where there's no network for him. Let's go back home and find him. My daughter didn't know, she just preached to me. As I broke down in tears, she sat down beside me crying and said almost the same words Isokene had said to me. Mom, although we have a beautiful house in America, but it doesn't make it our home. Home is where you, Dad, and us are. Mom, let's go back home. Home. Where was home? And did we still have a home? I called my brother-in-law and told him I was returning home. He was excited and he said, Auntie, making mistakes are bad, but what's worse is when we don't try to correct them. Before the dream, I had started working as a dishwasher in a big restaurant. I had given myself a new look. I went on low cut to avoid spending money on braids and all that. I was ready to start a new life in America, but here was God sending me back to Nigeria. I stayed back for another 2 weeks to have the house sold so I could have my money back. Though it was at a lesser price, I lost some money. My children and I returned back home, and as we got to the security post, we met with the shock of our lives. The mistress had made my house her home. She was now in charge. There was there was a new security man who didn't know who we were. The color of our house had changed. There was a new maid, a new furniture. My home had become her home. I stood in total shock at how beautifully she had transformed everything and everywhere in my home and made it hers. Just like the dream I had, I couldn't find the way to my home again. This was Margaret's home. Was there any hope of making it mine again? Why did God bring me back home? She had moved into my home and had become the boss. As I looked transfixed, I told myself that she had every right to throw my children and I out. We were the ones who left her place in the first place because she took over. Was there hope for my marriage? My children stood in shock, not understanding a bit of what was happening. Part 17. Mom, what is happening? I heard my daughters saying as we were looking at a strange house that used to be ours and a new security man. I don't know either, I said as I watched the new security man approaching us in the taxi. Good afternoon, ma. Please, who are you here to see? The security man said. I swallowed hard as I tried to say something. We are not here to see anyone. This is our house. Who are you? My first daughter, Gold, had jumped from the car to challenge the security man. Gold, stop it. We need to talk nicely to the man. He's only doing his job, I said with the little strength in me. Sir, please tell your boss it's his wife and daughters that are at the door, I said calmly. His wife? The security man asked, very confused. I'm sorry, maybe you're at the wrong house. This is Mr. and Mrs. Henry Majekodumi's house. And Mrs. Majekodumi, I know, is upstairs, he said. My daughters were confused. My second daughter, who is highly emotional, was already crying. Mommy, is daddy married to another woman? Mom, what's happening? Gold, my first daughter said. Just then, the security intercom rang, and the security picked it in a rush. I saw him looking up at something. I followed his gaze. It was a CCTV camera that had just been installed. Apparently, the new Mrs. Majekodumi had seen us. Instead of having to face the embarrassment, I beckoned on Gold and Emerald to get back into the taxi. But I was surprised when I heard, okay, ma, I've heard you, ma. I'll open up for them. Yes, ma. The security pressed a button to open the new automated gate. Hmm. So Henry had this kind of money to make all this kind of beautiful changes and never showed it. I thought silently as hatred filled my heart for my husband. My children and I carefully walked into the compound. As the taxi driver drove into the compound, just then, a fair skinned, beautiful lady walked out of the apartment with a beautiful smile. I could see that she was pregnant. Welcome, Mama. Gold and Emerald, welcome. Mama, you didn't inform us you will be back. I would have asked the driver to come pick you up, she said, smiling. I looked at her very strangely. My instinct told me she was Margaret, and I wanted to hear it from her. Finally, she said it. Mama, I know you have not met me. Yes, I'm Margaret. It was Henry who told me you didn't accept our terms and that you had to relocate to America. I was the one who suggested we move into this place since since he built it, rather than wasting money on rent when I was staying. She said like she was giving a friendly chat. I was very speechless, but my first daughter wasn't. Sorry, please, who are you? And what are you doing here? Gold had to ask. Gold, your dad told me you are very outspoken. I can see he is right, but I believe family matters should be discussed indoors. Why don't we all step in? She said, pointing towards the new door. We all followed the direction of her hand, but on every step inside, I wanted to run back. Everything, I mean everything, had changed. My wedding pictures were no longer there. Her pictures had replaced mine, and her two sons' pictures had replaced my children's pictures. Where are all my pictures? Gold screamed out. She has even replaced mom's pictures with hers. Emerald said, I just couldn't say a word. But what kept ringing in my head was, God, when you knew all this had happened, why did you ask me to come back here? As I said as tears were dropping from my eyes, see, girls, I'm not a devil. I'm just dad's new wife. Your dad fell in love with me and he wanted to make me his second wife. But mom was not willing to share dad with me. Honestly, I was not planning to take over, but I did when I felt mom wasn't interested anymore. You see, that's a lesson for you girls. When you know you are done with something, you don't leave them where others can pick it up. She said, as she suddenly became the advisor. Then she continued, but you see, like I said, I'm a very nice person. If mommy is still ready to share, you guys are all welcome back. All your stuff has been neatly packed in your mom's room. Once again, you are welcomed, she said, smiling. I sat there crying as she walked away. But Gold was not through. I heard Gold screaming at her. You are just a thief, a gold digger, a prostitute. I didn't even have strength to stop her as we were all crying. Margaret turned and walked back to us. No, sweetheart, I'm not. Thank God you are a lady, and soon you will grow up and understand. Listen, good. Part of the truth your mom may not tell you is that she neglected your dad and I was just passing by. Unfortunately for your mom, at the time I was hungry and desperate for a male figure in my life. On seeing your loveless dad, I decided to pitch my tent with him. Gold, I want you to be very honest with me. If you are so hungry and famished, and by chance see a chocolate that has been dropped by someone else who appears not to need it, won't you pick it up and save yourself from dying of hunger? She asked. And for the first time in my life, I thank God for training my children in the way of the Lord. God, God gave her an answer I never thought she had wisdom to give. That's the difference between you and I, ma'am. With all due respect, only a child who was not trained or probably did not wait to receive proper training from her parents would take what does not belong to her, regardless of how hungry she is. Ma'am, to steal someone else's chocolate because of hunger has no other name for it than gluttony, indiscipline, and theft. I would never steal out of lack. Why? Because my mother didn't teach me that. My guess, ma, is that your mom didn't teach you that taking another woman's husband, even when he's lonely, is still called theft. Or maybe she taught you you didn't listen. The silence that rent the room was thick. Margaret stared at Gold, who was staring back at her, and I feared for my daughter. I stood up and pulled her back, but Gold pulled away from me and walked in. On her way in, she stopped in her tracks and looked towards the door. She shook her head and ran upstairs. She had seen her father. Daddy, Emerald said, running towards the door. Margaret had been hit by Gold's words and she ran upstairs too. Part 18. Henry walked in and practically pushed Emerald away from him. He gave me a look that told me he was not happy to see me. Without saying a word to me, he ran up the stairs to meet his mistress. Emerald ran up to me, shattered. Mommy, Daddy, did you even hug me? Mommy, she had taken away my daddy's love for me. My daddy doesn't love me anymore, Emerald said, crying so loud. No, don't say that, Emerald. Things are just complicated right now. Things will get better, I promise. I mean, if it doesn't, there will always be a way out. I said, comforting Emerald. Emerald was her dad's egg, so she felt really bitter he treated her that way. Gold, where is she? I pulled Emerald and ran upstairs. I didn't want her doing anything terrible to herself. As we got upstairs, I heard Henry shouting at Margaret. What I am saying is you shouldn't have let them come in. You should have let them stay outside till I came. I would have gone to look for another accommodation for them. I wasn't the one who asked her to leave and she left on her own. My heart shattered, hearing the love of my life saying this about my children and I. The charm Margaret was using was definitely a strong one. But on the contrary, I heard her say, Henry, we had an agreement. You are not to leave your wife because of me. I'm a Christian and I have a conscience. If I was in her shoes, I wouldn't want to be thrown out of my husband's house because of a new woman. Henry, this can work out. My father had three wives and I have learned from his mistakes. I know how dehumanizing it is when a man favors one woman more than the other. Just be a good father and husband to us all, and I'll be fine, I heard Margaret saying. It's easy for you to say. Is it possible for me to have two women I love under the same roof, looking at each other as rivals? It will run me insane, Henry said angrily as he walked out. He bumped into Emerald and I. I gave a long stare that said, I hate your guts. I walked towards my old matrimonial room with every step like a brick was on my body. Margaret had the decency to keep my matrimonial room untouched while she converted Gold's room to their matrimonial room. As I stepped into my room, Margaret followed me and she spoke to Gold. For a 14-year-old girl, you spoke wisdom. If I was not pregnant, maybe your words could have made me leave your happy family. But unfortunately, I'm carrying your father's baby. and that has given me a permanent place in your lives. I'm not as evil as you think I am. I am also just looking for where to lay my head. I also want to be happy. As she said this, I saw tears flowing from her eyes. To avoid us seeing her, she ran from the room. I cautiously moved further into the room where Gold was seated on the floor in a corner. Mom, why didn't you tell me? Gold sounded unbelievably calm. I was trying to save and keep you from this kind of trauma. I was sitting beside her on the floor. But which is worse, Mom? We could have prayed together. Maybe it won't have gotten to this level. I didn't want to disturb your academics. I'm not going back to school until the woman leaves this house. This is not her place, Gold said affirmatively. That is not going to happen my any soon. You heard her. She's carrying your father's baby, and that has given her a permanent stay in your father's life. And may I add, it's a baby boy, your father's greatest desire. I'm not angry at the baby. In fact, I've always wanted a baby brother too. She's only helping you carry the baby. She has to leave, and just like Jacob, my education is on hold till God sends her out. Gold said, like she was the boss. Gold, I'm not going to let you tamper with your academics because of my mistakes. Mom, we all make mistakes. You remember you once told me when you were helping me with my take home and I made a mistake while using a pen. I cried saying the mistake could never be erased because I was using a pen. You said, no matter how indelible a mistake is, there's always a way to erase it. All you need to do is have the right corrector. Mom, you brought out an ink eraser and erased my mistake. I was able to write the correct answer afterwards. Mom, I was just in primary three when that happened, but it never left me. And as she said this was, I broke into 1,000 pieces. My loving Henry was gone. He hated my guts, and my children were in pain. Could all this be corrected? It seemed God was listening to my innermost cry because she said, and Mom, don't bother about us. We'll walk our way into Dad's heart back. No matter how much he loves another woman, the woman can't take the place of his own blood. Emerald and Gold sat beside me on the floor, wiping my tears. Then God gave me the best suggestion ever. Mom, do you think when parents of Jesus left Jesus behind, they had to go back to look for him? Mom, Dad is lost. We need to go back and get him. Do you have someone you can trust who is spiritual, who can join us in this search? Like a prayer partner. I wept and wept and wept. My daughter was stronger than I was. She knew the right thing to do. Isokene. That was the first and only name that popped into my heart. Yes, she was a trusted friend. I had called her to inform her I was back. At this point, I didn't need hypocritical Christians who would pretend to be prayer partners and yet would be the first one to tell everyone what I was going through. I nodded. Who? Gold asked. Isokene. Who is that? I don't think I know her, Gold said. She's my distant cousin, but she's a good person. I said, vouching for Isokene. Okay, Mom, because we don't want fake friends, let's call her. I'm taking you out of here now. Please get your things. We heard the voice of Henry as he stood by the doorway and looked straight ahead, trying not to maintain eye contact with us. Part 19. I am taking you out of here now. Please get your things. We heard the voice of Henry as he stood by the doorway, looking straight ahead, trying not to maintain eye contact with us. Gold stood up very gently and walked towards her father. Daddy, Daddy. That was her fond way of calling her father. And for the first time since we got back few hours earlier, she broke into tears. Daddy, Daddy, are you sending us away from our own house because of the new woman. You know, you told me my husband was going to come and marry me from my father's house. You said that this pride, the pride of every father. Now, daddy, where do you want my future husband to pick me from? She said, using a daughter to father seductive voice. But Henry was not controlled. Where I am taking you is still one of my property. It's the small boys' quarter I built at the outskirts of the city. And besides, I'm not asking you and Emerald to leave. I'm only asking your mother. I cannot have her in the same house with Margaret. It's not safe. They might injure or poison each other. And gold, I don't want to be responsible for someone's death, he said, holding her firmly. We can't leave mom to live someone somewhere else. Besides that, mom is your first wife and should be given the better privilege. Gold said as she fought for me. The first wife who didn't have time for her husband, who didn't care that she and her husband were not intimate for over 9 months. The first wife who didn't care about her husband's feeding, clothing. What was on her mind was her teaching ministry and counseling to wives. She was traveling around teaching what she was not, Henry retorted, staring at me hotly for the first time. Mom will change. She's very sorry, Daddy. Daddy, please send the other woman to the boys' quarter at the outskirts. Outskirts. She's just a gold digger. Gold's last words definitely got Henry angry as she pushed her back. Gold, I love Margaret just as I loved your mom. Loved? Was using past tense to describe his love for me. It was obvious he wanted us out of the house. Gold, there's no point begging him. His mind is made up. Let's pack our stuff, I said angrily. And just out of the blues, Margaret surfaced and said to Henry, Henry, if they leave this house, I'm leaving as well. I've told you to be a good man that you are, and let them stay. Really? Henry said, looking back angrily. He drove out of the house angrily and didn't come back. Henry, if they leave this house, I'm part 20. Henry, if they leave this house, I'm leaving as well. I've told you to be a good man that you are, and let them stay. Margaret had said, really? Henry said, looking very angry. He drove out of the house angrily and didn't come back. Till late that night, we were expecting him. We stayed in my room like hostages who couldn't move around my own house. Margaret sent the maid to bring us food, which I refused, but Gold jokingly said, Mom, she can't kill three of us at once. Mom, we need food for the battle. We all laughed as Emerald rushed at the food. Mom, we haven't called the auntie Isokene. I suddenly remembered I had not called her, but it was about 11 p.m. Knowing how Ibidolo husband, I couldn't call her at that time. It was really late. I will call her in the morning. Although I was surprised, I have never heard anything about her. Can you describe her? I decided to give Gold and Emerald the full story of Isokene, how we met, and what she faced with her husband. I noticed Gold stopped eating, especially when I told her Isokene sacrificed her smile to make her husband smile. I was surprised to find Gold crying when she said, Mom, you mean she covered her face in order to stay in marriage? You mean she decided to stop smiling to stay in marriage? She stood up and walked towards the window. Gold was a very good mathematician, so I was wondering what maths she was solving in her brain. Mom, the best way to solve maths is look at the example. I believe God gave you the example of Auntie Isokene so you could solve your own challenge. How? I asked. Auntie Sokene's husband wanted to be happy at the expense of his wife's happiness, just the way daddy wants to be happy at your expense. Dad wants to take away your smile and still be able to smile. He doesn't want you to show your face in public anymore because what testimony does a marriage counselor have when her is married to someone else? Gold was saying as she was seriously solving a math in her brain. God was right. Ibidolo had told his wife with his words to stop smiling, but Henry, through his actions, was telling me to stop smiling. Any man who was cheating on his wife or plans on taking another wife was telling his wife not to smile anymore. Hmm. Henry was just like Ibidolo. Mom, do you get? Gold was saying. All I did was nod because I didn't know where the conversation was heading. So, Mom, we need to apply the same formula Auntie Isokene applied, which is playing the fool till your joy is full and giving dad exactly what he wants to make him happy. Which is, I asked, we leave the house and go to the market and buy everything we need for the wedding. Henry said, Mom, it's not the building that makes the home, it's the people in it. And we can make that little boy's quarter become home for daddy as time goes on. If you do what think God wants us to do, it's not the building that makes the home, but the people in it. Those words hit me so hard. Was God right? Was I going to get Henry back when, even if we were not in the same house? Gold, I built the house with your father. If you play the fool, Mom, and our joy becomes full, you both can build another one together. Gold, Gold said reassuringly. There was silence in the room. Gold took my phone and dialed father's number. It rang several times, but he didn't pick. Gold and I had sleepless nights, as I suspected Margaret was also not sleeping, as we heard a lot of movement in her room. For 2 days, Henry did not come home. Margaret was becoming tense and she kept making different phone calls. By the evening of the third day, Gold walked up to me where I was lying down. Mom, stand up, we're leaving. I don't want things to get worse than it is. The lady is so tense, she might lose the pregnancy. And if that happens, Dad will never forgive us, God said authoritatively. I honestly did not know why. I started behaving like the child and God behaving like the mother. She and Emerald were packing our boxes already. Mom, your phone? God took my phone and sent a text to her father, which showed me before sending. We have agreed to move to where you want us to go. Please come home. Your pregnant wife is worried sick. We don't want anything going wrong with our baby for Betty and the kids. I felt I swallowed a hot meal as hot tears dropped from my eyes. You wouldn't believe Henry came back in less than 15 minutes without saying anything to me. He asked the driver to transfer all my stuff into a big jeep. As we were about leaving, Margaret and her two sons, about 6 and 8 years old respectively, came close to us. Her eyes were so red, it seemed like she had been crying. I couldn't contain my hurt. I faced her and said, God will judge you. Before I could finish my statement, both had covered my mouth. Mom, God scolded me and she faced Margaret. Auntie, I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you the other day. Forgive my mom too, and my manners as well. Please take care of my brother. I name him Diamond, and Emerald wants vinyl. I told her humans don't bear that. Anyone you choose will be fine. Gold had tears rolling down her eyes as she spoke. Emerald ran to the jeep. I walked into the jeep, really hot and broken, as Henry tried not to maintain any eye contact with me. As we journeyed to the outskirts, I cried throughout the journey. At 21, we have traveled in total silence, and coincidentally, Henry was playing a song in his jeep. Only You Can Do What No Man Can Do by the Nigerian gospel artist Ada. This was bringing out more tears from my eyes. There were moments my eyes and that of Henry met in the mirror, but it didn't last long. There were moments I wanted to blurt out at him, but God had a right hand locked in my left hand as a way of cautioning me. Whenever I made the move to speak, she would clutch my hand. God felt like the Holy Spirit was living in her and was walking through her. We traveled for over 2 hours. before we got to our destination. The outskirts was a very local place with lots of potholes, lousy people shouting each other's name in greetings. Was this my new abode? I thought silently. This was playing too much of a fool. Henry dropped our bags and gave us the key to the house and got back into the car without entry. All he said was, I promise to come and see you once in a while. A promise he never kept. He got into his jeep and zoomed off, even though when he zoomed off, he stopped some meters away like someone who was reconsidering his action. He reversed a bit but stopped and zoomed away again. That was the last I saw him in 2 months, but a lot happened within 2 months. For starters, when we got into the BQ, I started crying, but Gold started praising God. She was thanking God for all the amazing things we had and indirectly referencing me. Gold, I thank you for what you've been doing. Thank you for Emerald. I thank you for mom and dad. Thank you for mom, because I know according to your word, which mom taught me, we should always give thanks in all things. I'm so happy because I know you are with us. And surprisingly, God brought out her small music box and started playing some gospel songs. God was a dancer, so she started dancing. Emerald joined her, and they pulled me to join them, but I was not interested. It's okay. Yes, it was about time I called her. I took my phone and stepped out of the BQ. As I stepped out, I saw a large expanse of land. Henry was here to build on. Hello, Auntie. You are back? Isokene said the instant she picked up. Yes. Oh, Jesus. She also burst into a song of praise. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for answering my prayers. Hallelujah. Auntie, I'm so on my way to your house right now. I had to tell her everything, what happened, and how I was no more living in the city. I told her to come over the next day, but she insisted she was coming over immediately. I insisted because of Ibidolo, and she saw reason with me. I hung up and felt relieved. The house was really dusty, so Gold and Emerald spent the rest of the day cleaning the house while I sat outside in the compound. Once again, I looked at the land and it had been unused. May- Maybe Gold was right. I could build an edifice here with my savings. No, that was not right. What if Henry never came back? Hmm. What if he just came here to dump us? What would happen to my dream of gold having a university education abroad? I asked myself. The best thing I thought was was to go fix money in the bank for my children's university education and find something doing temporarily to keep body and soul together. I thought of a lot of things I could do, but the environment we were was not business friendly. A boutique would be a failure. A supermarket would be a failure as well. I was still at my thoughts when I heard God shouting, Mom, Emerald is having an attack. I had totally forgotten about Emerald's asthma. The dust must have been too much for her. Her inhaler was nowhere in sight. When I asked Gold to search Emerald's bag, we realized Emerald had left it in the former house 2 hours away from us. I couldn't lose Emerald. No, God, please, no. Part 22. I was sweating profusely. Emerald was gasping for breath. I had I had to think there was no car. There was the moment it dawned on me that the car was actually at the other house. Was so dumb not to have taken my car? It was 9:30 in the outskirts, and that had no electricity. I was not even sure of where the nearest hospital was. I suddenly remembered a home remedy I heard was good for kids with asthma. Gold, get me coffee we brought back with us and boil water as well. Boil water with what? Mom, there's no power. And at the same instant, I knew God was on the throne. A miracle happened. The power company supplied us light. God shouted the obvious, Jesus. She dashed into the kitchen to boil water. I carried Emerald and pulled her along with me, one of the dining chairs outside the house. I knew she needed fresh air. I placed her on the chair and made her sit upright. Emerald, I know you can hear me. Try to breathe slowly, baby. I give you the blood of Jesus to drink. You shall not die in Jesus' name. My marital crisis will not affect you in Jesus' name. God, please have mercy, Lord. I'm sorry for not taking care of my home front. I'm sorry for leaving my husband behind. Ever since the whole marital drama started, I had not completely accepted the fact that I was the one to be held responsible for my marital problem. But here I was asking for mercy when the reality of another member of my family slipping off my hand hit me. God, God brought the warm coffee, and I gave it to Emerald in little drops. As she swallowed, she was getting relieved. So, Betty, that was how you would have lost Emerald, I said, trying to talk sense to myself. So, because a woman took your husband, should that end your life? Shame on you, Betty. Really? So, this is all the strength you have in you? And so, what if Henry says he's no more interested in marrying you? Should you become a piece of vegetable, lose your children and self worth? Should you also lose your ministry? Oh, preaching about Christ should be when all things are rosy. No, Betty, even in this state, you ought to brace up. This is another phase of ministry, telling other women not to neglect their homes, not to ignore their husband, not to give room for the mistresses. Because when they come in, it's always hard to get them out. Your life is a perfect example, Betty. Get a grip on yourself. I didn't care if anyone could hear me yelling in the compound, but I knew Gold was standing somewhere behind me. Emerald was asleep, and Gold had slept earlier, but I guess my voice woke her up. So, Mom, what's your resolution? I said. I heard her saying, I will take a day as it comes. You might need to change your school, as I may not be able to pay your fees for your school, I said. I appreciate the fact that you were taking charge of your life back, but are you losing hope on getting back your husband? What's the point of a husband if I'm not mentally okay? God, as it is right now, I've forgiven your father and the mistress. In fact, they'll be in my prayers. And if it's God's will for Henry and I to come back together, all praises to God. With those last words, I went to sleep. And for God to know I was truthfully back to myself, I was truthful to myself. I prayed this prayer on my knees beside my bed. Father, I thank you for what happened today. I knew it was a wake up call for me. And sincerely, in my heart, I forgive Margaret and Henry. I pray that Henry truly finds you back and knows your perfect will for his life. And Margaret, I really don't know the kind of prayer you expect me to pray for her, but, and just like a flash, the dream I had months back flashed through my mind. The dream where I saw a male cousin of mine sleeping on my matrimonial bed. And when I asked him to stand up from there, he told me he wasn't going to get up from my bed since he didn't have another bed. In the dream, I went through the stress of looking for another room for him and started laying the bed for him. It was until I found a new bed for him that he now left my bed. I stood up from my kneeling position. As the interpretation of the dream became clear, I heard the voice of the Holy Spirit. Most mistresses are not evil, they are just desperate to find a resting place. If you want her out of your home, help find her another home. Jesus Christ was all that came out of my mouth. God was asking me to pray or help my husband's pregnant mistress find her own husband. You should have seen the big look of shock I gave to God in my room. Was this right? Praying for my husband's mistress. Can you do it? Honestly, at 23. I laughed so hard. Like, seriously, Father, you want me to pray for my husband's mistress? Like, intercede for the woman who has caused me so much pain? God, how? I said, God. I didn't wait to hear God's reply. I jumped on the bed, ready to sleep. Ah, my body hit the hardwood on the bed. The mattress was really soft. God, is that fair? Margaret looked Margaret took away my hard mattress that massages my back after a long day. And you expect me to pray for her? The best prayer I can pray is to die with the pregnancy so I can recover my home, I said, murmuring to God. God, please, I know we are meant to pray for our enemies, but not the enemies that know what they are doing. Margaret knows exactly what she's doing. Jesus prayed for his enemies because they knew not what they were doing. But Margaret knows exactly what she's doing. I continued trying to justify my bitterness. I slept off really exhausted, not giving the prayer thing any more thought. I could hear the loud bang on our gate very early. The Spirit of God told me it was Isokene. I wondered if she slept through the night to have gotten to the outskirts so early. Auntie, do you know do you know that it's possible for a company to allow one of its best staff to go on study leave in order to equip such staff for the progress of the company? Yes, I didn't know where Isokene was heading in our talk. Was it that Igbigidolo was going on study leave? Auntie, that's exactly how I see what you are going through. You are going through a professional course that will increase your experience as regards to your ministerial knowledge in building more homes. Isokene said jokingly. Isokene played with us the whole day. She brought the idea of playing the fool just as Gold had suggested. About After about a week of staying in the outskirts, I started getting tired of staying indoors. I decided to take a stroll with my daughters. As we walked around, I noticed the outskirts was not as bad as I thought. My daughters told me I need to have my hair done. I agreed, since I wanted to be out of ministry. Right there in the salon, I overheard the ladies talking about their husbands. Some women said they didn't care about their husbands, and just like Isokene had said, my experience was to be saving message for others. I found my way through talking with them and telling them my story. My dear sisters, that husband you have that seemed like tissue or an irrelevant person, wait till a desperate single or divorcee or widow lays her hand on him. By the time she enters into him fully, you won't be able to recognize him again, I told them. Hmm, Auntie, but you're trying to say women should accept all the mess and shit from their husband? A lady asked. When you give birth to a newborn and the baby poops every time, do you beat the child? No. So that is how you should treat your husband. They are babies. Over time, you will learn how to get them to do what you want to do. I learned that the hard way. Margaret, the mistress, treats him like a baby. If I ever have the opportunity, I'll treat him more than a baby, I said. The ladies were blessed with my saloon sermon, and one of them in particular asked for my phone number. We exchanged contacts. Mom, so when will you start treating dad as your baby? Gold said on our way home. I started smelling trouble. If I ever have the opportunity to go back to the house, you don't have to wait till that time. You can start now. How? Start sending him daily messages. Imagine there's nothing wrong between you two and you are just in different countries. I laughed so hard. Gold, remind me again, how old are you? I'm ageless, she said very seriously as I looked at her closely. Her countenance had changed. Sudden fear gripped my heart. That moment felt like air in the atmosphere seized. That was not God who just said those words. That was ageless God speaking to me through God, but it didn't last long. Mom, hello, Mom. Gold and Emerald jerked me back to life. as I stood staring at her on the road on our way back to the salon. Yes, Gold, Emerald, I'm fine. So, Mom, are you going to send a love message to Dad? Emerald asked with a plea in her eyes. I could understand that my children wanted to see their father, but I wanted to scream, no, no. I was hurting, I was in pain. Henry had betrayed me, and now God wanted me to pray for his mistress and also start sending love messages to him. What kind of Christianity was this? Or better still, in Isokene's words, what kind of professional course was this? I picked up my phone grudgingly. With misty eyes, I found myself typing, "Good morning, Harry." "No, mommy, use my sunshine. Just the way you used to call daddy," Gold said. "He's not my sunshine anymore," I said in anger. "Mom, you told me pride is not a good virtue," Gold said. I hated it when Gold used my words against me, and she was really good at it. I decided to use my sunshine and have peace of mind. "Good morning, my sunshine." Ah, it felt like I was giving something sour to swallow. But Gold was not letting me go. "Mommy writes, 'Good morning, my sunshine. Just to let you know I love you. I'm sorry for the part I played in this whole issue. Despite all that has happened, I love you regardless. Regards to Margaret, your Betty.'" Jesus, me send that. God forbid. But before I could say Jesus is Lord, Gold had taken my phone, ran really fast ahead, and obviously sent that text. Because in 10 seconds, Henry's line was calling me back. Gold rushed back to give me the phone. I started shaking because I didn't know what to expect. Gold pressed the receive button. "Hello." Alas, it was Henry. It, alas, it wasn't Henry, it was Margaret. Part 24. "Hello, Ma, are you there?" Margaret was saying, but I was too tongue tied to say anything. Out of anger, I ended the call. "You see, your father showed his mistress the text. You just made me lose my self worth." Margaret was the one calling, I said angrily at Gold. "I'm sorry, Mom," she said, also very disappointed at the turn of events. "But, Mom, that doesn't change anything. The fact one fails a test doesn't mean you should stop trying. You keep at the test till you succeed, Mom." Those were your words to Uncle Soji when we came crying when he came crying to you that he had failed his entrance exams test for the professional course he was applying for 4 times. "Remember, Auntie Sokene said this was your own professional course," Gold said. Shush, shush. I don't want to hear anything about your father again. I'm the mother and you are the daughter. God knows whenever I use that tone, it was final. God entered her shell too. I swallowed my pride and kept sending daily texts to Henry and praying for Margaret for her safe delivery. That was the best of my spirituality level could handle as regards praying for her. Henry never replied for once. I was wondering if he saw the messages or Margaret was the one using the phone. Isokene was always at my place at least twice a week, and one day while she was eating, she made a comment that gave me a big business idea. "Auntie, your meals are simply off the hook. I must learn how to cook like you. And besides, why don't you start a restaurant in this place? There is no such thing around this area except for local food joints. You will make your money." Later that night, I reflected on it. This was already a month out of Henry's house. He had not called us for once to ask how we were faring, and I was spending money. I had to fix my savings like I initially planned for my children's education. So I had little change left. We were majorly surviving on money paid into my account from my book sales. So I was thinking that Isokene's idea could actually fly. I brought I brought up the idea when Gold and Emerald were eating the next day, and they totally bought into it. They even agreed to be my sales girls. Within a month, my restaurant was the official stop for almost everyone in the vicinity, from school children who bought their food in the morning, to housewives who didn't want to cook, to husbands who were always complaining their wives were bad cooks. That was how I met Mr. Gbeson, the tall, dark, handsome, and mind blowing wealthy widower who had just recently retired from his company. His cologne alone was enough to make a woman fall. He told me he purposely chose to move to the outskirts so as to be free from the busyness of the noisy city. He was always coming to eat at my restaurant. On a daily basis, he always had me blushing. Gold was not finding this funny, but I was having fun because I was getting my smile back, the smile my husband had taken away. Mr. Besson was restoring it. Part 25. I was seated about 11:30 a.m. in my new restaurant, which was in front of our house. That was about the only time I was usually free during the day. The traffic was always less. I was blushing at the thought of Mr. Besson was going to show up soon. I knew his timing. He also knew that was the time of the day he couldn't ever have my undivided attention. I didn't know my smile was so obvious. Gold noticed. But before I could ask her why the strange look she was giving me, she snapped her fingers in front of me and said, "Mom, if that man keeps doing this to you, I'll poison him real soon." "What?" I said, pretending to be clueless. "Mom, I don't like this Mr. Gbeson. He's giving you false hope." "Gold, your father has not called me in 2 months, but he has a woman warming his bed, and you want me to die of loneliness? It's not like I'm planning to do anything stupid with Mr. Gbeson. I cannot commit adultery. All I need is just a friend. Mom, I'm your friend. Auntie Sokene is your friend. Emerald is your friend. You don't need any other friend. I am not," she was saying. I had to cut her because Mr. Gbeson's car had just parked in front of us. Gold noticed my shift in attention and she followed my gaze. "Talk about the devil and he shows up. Mom, I'm going to poison this man soon," she said, walking towards the entrance of the restaurant. "And you will spend the rest of your life in jail," I said jokingly. "I don't mind. Even if I lose my life, it will be worth it." But I didn't understand why she was going towards Mr. Benson until it was too late. "Welcome, sir. Good afternoon, Gold. We are still in the morning, sir, and that's why I came here to block you from entering, sir. Mom is quite busy." "Gold," I shouted at her as I pushed her away from the entrance. "You don't talk to our customers like that." I'm very sorry, Mr. Gbeson, our customer." "Mom, Mr. Gbeson, please help me clarify your intention so my mom knows why you're here. Are you here for food or for her?" Gold asked bluntly. "Which one do you think?" Mr. Gbeson said, talking in an understanding way and with a mischievous smile. With the way with the way you look at her, it's obvious you are here for her," Gold said. "You are very observant, but I guess you have a problem with it?" he asked. "Sir, you are highly observant too. Yes, I have a big problem with it. You are distracting my mom from the real thing. She's always blushing. I was about to cut in when Mr. Gbeson said, "So you mean your mom likes me too?" Gold gave Mr. Gbeson an epic look that said, "No, like seriously? Even the flies in the canteen are already discussing it, sir. With all due respect, please, sir, my father is not dead. He's just emotionally and psychologically lost, and we are in the process of finding him. Please, sir, stop distracting my mom from this search." And there was silence in the restaurant as we were the only ones there. You are one hell of a smart 14-year-old child. And knowing that it was your mother who trained you to be this smart just made my love and respect for her increase. "I'm sorry, Gold. I don't think I can grant your request, but as a businessman, I would like to be fair. Let's have a deal." What? Gold asked as she watched in silence as Gold stood face to face with the domineering Mr. Gbeson. I will give your father 2 years to get your mother back. If he doesn't within those 2 years, I will gladly get married to your mother and be happy to have you as my stepdaughter, he said, grimacing. Another moment of silence. Rose stretched forth her hand to accept the handshake to seal the deal. Accepted, but that is because 2 years is too much for God to do what I know He wants to do. Gold said with a smile of mockery. I watched in amazement as my daughter was acting like she was my mother, and Gold added, but you must be careful not to cloud her within those 2 years. I will try my best so that that means I have permission to date her. No, just a friend. At the same instant, my phone beeped, and it was a text from Henry. He simply wrote, thanks for all the messages you have been sending. I appreciate them. I miss you. I hope you are fine. I don't know why I quickly deleted the message. Maybe I didn't want Gold seeing it, or maybe I was already falling for Mr. Gbeson. Part 26. Mr. Besson was spoiling me silly with gifts, text messages, and love. Henry had started replying my early morning text to him, although it didn't mean much to me, as Mr. Besson was the real deal. One day, he invited me over to his house so I could know where he lived, although no one could say they didn't know where Mr. Gbeson was living in the vicinity, as his house stood tall among all the houses in the environment. I knew it meant something deeper. My desires and little devil in me felt, what the heck? Just once won't hurt. At least that way I will get even with my husband. He's having sex outside marriage. Having once won't hurt. The little devil in me called self was telling me. I started having deep longing for Mr. Gbeson, so his invitation was a long awaited one. It happened one evening after the day's sales. Gold and Emerald were packing up and washing up. I told them I was going for a stroll. I went to Mr. Gbeson's house instead. Obviously, Mr. Gbeson had seen me through CCTV camera because he was the one who came to open the gate by himself. You could see he was excited to see me as he ushered me into his house. The living room was not tastefully furnished as I expected, but as he took me upstairs to his private living room, it was literally heaven on earth. We chatted and chatted about different things. He told me how much he loved his dead wife. He said he had not fallen in love with any other woman after her death, and I was going to be the first after 7 years. That brought up all pent up emotion. He moved close to me, I was gone, no more caution. We kissed, 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 and I was so wanting more. We had we had done roughly 10 minutes of deep kissing and romancing before he started unbuttoning my shirt, which I didn't oppose to, but he stopped suddenly. No, I made a promise to God. I don't want her to hurt. I don't want to hurt her, Mr. Gbeson said. And unbelievably, I said, she won't know. I was enjoying the evil thing. I always keep my word, Betty. I love and respect you. I'm giving your husband 2 years. He said, looking at me straight in the eye. Suddenly, I felt ashamed and buttoned up my shirt. I looked at my wristwatch as an excuse not to look into his eyes. 10:30 p.m. Oh my God, I had spent over 3 hours without knowing the time was fast spent. My daughters must have been worried sick as I just told them I was taking a stroll. I jumped up, ready to dash down to my house. I'll drop you, he said. Gold will suspect, I said, as I rushed down his staircase. That's true. I'll drop you off some blocks away from your place, he said, running after me. I smiled to myself as I was amazed at how my precious gold had created her fear in the heart of a big man like Besson. As we drew close to my house, I noticed a small crowd in front of my gate. What's happening? My heart started pounding. What was wrong with my girls? Did Emerald have an asthma attack again? I told Mr. Gbeson to stop the car as I raced to the house. I pushed the crowd aside only to find my precious gold on the floor. From what Emerald was saying, when they had waited for me over an hour, had not returned for my stroll, they decided to look for me. But Gold insisted Emerald should stay behind. It was just now a group of women brought her back, saying they saw her on the floor in a dark corner crying. I saw red blood on her dress. Oh no, my precious gold had been raped because of my stupid longing for intimacy and thirst for wanting to get even with my husband. Part 27. I want you to be honest with me, Mom. Where were you? Gold had asked for the obtained time. She sat on the bed after cleaning up herself, but I couldn't summon the courage to tell her where I was. You were with Mr. Gbeson, Gold asked. I burst into tears, knowing I had made my angel lose the most important thing she had, her virginity. I knew it. So you let him have his way with you? Gold was staring up seriously. No, no, we only kissed. I said at least to save my face. That was all. That was all, Gold asked, and I nodded affirmatively. Then I forgive you. Let's see this as just an evil along the way, a distraction. Let's focus on getting that back, she said, wiping tears even though her eyes was flowing on its own. As that broke me, her words broke me. She forgave me after being the cause of her being raped. I stared at her amidst tears, asking myself, who was this girl I called my daughter? Who are you? Where's my daughter? You can't be human. Be like this. All she did was stare at me blankly, and she said the following words I have never recovered from till date. Life's too short to dwell on bad happenings when there are countless opportunities to experience goodness in the nearest future. If we push forward, Gold had said. We both heard the beep, a text from Henry. I actually thought it was from Mr. Gbeson, who had been bombarding my phone with apology text message for coming into my life and disrupting my life even more. It wasn't his fault. I was the one who got carried away. Mom, your phone. Dad just sent you a text. I was not in the mood to hear from Henry. He was the least I wanted to hear from. But just to make Gold happy, I read the text. Margaret just had a baby boy. I'm so happy. We have a son, Betty. Thanks for your prayer. You are a good wife. I didn't know why my own life turned out this way. Henry was committing adultery, and God gave him exactly what he wanted, a son. But I tried to commit adultery just once, and my precious angel was raped. Gold took the phone from me. On seeing the text, she shouted in joy, forgetting her pains. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you for giving mommy and daddy a son. Thank you, Jesus. Another text came in. This time, Gold read it out loud. Betty, I would love to have you and the kids back home. I've missed you so much. Margaret is right. We can work things out. Please consider it so I can come over to pick you back home. Gold started crying. It has happened. God has done it. While going back home, she was all over the place. But as for me, I just laid on the bed, wondering if I was meant to be happy or sad. I didn't just know how to feel. Gold sent a reply to Henry, impersonating me. Praise be to God. I'm happy to hear the good news. We will definitely love to come home to see both mother and child. I miss you as well. Congratulations, my sunshine. I didn't even have the strength to tell her not to send the text as she read it out loud to my hearing. But almost immediately, Henry replied, thank you, my heart. My heart? That was what Henry used to call me when things were still good. Gold slept off much later. I couldn't sleep. A lot had happened that day. I had fallen like a pack of cards, which resulted in my daughter being raped. It dawned on me I was just as human as Henry and Margaret, who were being controlled by their emotions and desire. Now I believe the popular saying that you can't say you never fall until you are faced with serious temptations behind closed doors. I wondered if Mr. Gbeson had not applied these bricks, I would have committed adultery, which would have made me no less better than Margaret and Henry. God, is this your will for my husband to have two wives? Is this a cross I have to bear? And for the first time in my life, I heard the voice of God audibly. Go back home, play the fool just as Isokene did, and do all I have asked you to do. I cried and cried all through the night, and I forgave my husband and Margaret wholeheartedly, knowing they were not evil, but also human like me. I just needed to set them aright. The question in my heart was, how was I going to get full ownership of my matrimonial home and get his mistress our whole home? Followed the simple but complex journey I had to go through. Part 28. The next morning, Henry got to the outskirts at around 6 a.m. I wondered what time he must have left the city. All through the night, my phone was on fire. Mr. Gbeson was calling. I imagined him not sleeping and blaming himself for what had happened, so I decided to call. For stepping in for stepping on the brakes the previous day, he was a good man. Hello, Mr. Gbeson, I said. Betty, I know you don't want to speak to me, but I just want to apologize. I'm sorry. He broke into tears. I don't know why evil always follow me. Gold is too much of a precious soul for that to have happened to her because of me, Mr. Gbeson said, amidst and sobbing like a child. It's okay, sir. I'm the one to be blamed. But the good news is God has forgiven me. So I hold nothing against you, sir. Thanks for being a good friend. I just wanted to let you know that we'll be going back to the city in the morning. My husband's mistress has had her baby, and my husband wants us to come back home. I said, trying to end the conversation as fast as possible. Mr. Guesson broke into tears. Meaning it's all over. Or are you coming back here? I don't know. Okay, may God be with you. Please don't change your mobile line, please. I won't. My time of happiness with you was so short lived. I love you, Betty. I really do. I love you, Mr. Gbeson. But God loves us more and He knows what is best for us. I hung up and sat on the bed. That was around 4:30 a.m. I didn't sleep till around 6 a.m. when I heard the loud bang on the gate. Henry was around. Gold jumped from her sleep. That must be Dad. My phone rang and Henry's number was the call ID. Gold knelt before me. Mom, please let what happened to me be our little secret. Don't ever mention it to Dad. I will be fine. It's just one of those things that could have happened to anyone who lived in the outskirts. It's an experience I have added to my experiences of life. I will not let it control or shape my life. Rather, I will control its effects on me. Mom, God has started restoring your home. Don't let this be a distraction, God said. God gave me a big hug and ran to the gate, though I could see she was in pains. Over the years, God had been a very strong girl as regards with dealing with pains. The moment God opened the gate for her father, he literally carried her from the ground. Dad, congratulations. Yes, good. You have a brother. Where's your sister and mother? Henry saw me standing at the balcony of the BQ. He walked really fast towards me. My heart, good morning. I'm very sorry. Shush. It's okay. All things are passed away. Let's go home and see our baby. I said as I just saw life in a new way through the eyes of God. Life was forgiveness. Henry gave me a big hug, but Emerald let the cat out of the bag. Why are you here now, after you let go to be raped? Henry's body immediately became very stiff. He stepped back from me and looked at the three of us. But Gold, being as precious as she is, cut in. Emerald, don't be a mood spoiler. It's not dad or mom's fault. I was the one taking a stroll at an inappropriate time of the night. Not to worry, I will heal soon, Gold said, trying to make it sound right. You were raped? By who? When? Betty, where were you? Henry asked as he rested his back on the wall, really weak by the news. Gold quickly covered up. Mom had taken a stroll, so when I was through with my plate washing, I decided to take a stroll as well. And that was when the hoodlums raped me. Gold didn't mention me going to Mr. Gbeson's house, and Emerald didn't say anything about it, since she didn't know I was with him. That was between Gold and I. Oh God, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here. I'm so sorry, Gold. You could see that Henry was so angry at himself, but Gold moved closer to him and said, It's okay, Dad. Bad things happen, but I don't like to dwell on them. Let's dwell on the good things that God has done, like the birth of Diamond. I am more concerned about that. It's bad enough I was raped, but dwelling on it is raping myself of joy and happiness. I was just speechless at Gold's maturity in handling the whole situation. So, Dad, we should we just pick up some few clothes? Gold said. Few? No, all your clothes. You are no more coming back here. Henry was distraught. Gold was so excited at the news of not returning to the outskirts that she screamed. But Emerald was not showing any form of excitement, even when her father drew her close, apologizing to her. At about 8:30 a.m., we were through packing. Henry was surprised at my restaurant business as people had started knocking at our gates as early as 7 a.m. to buy food. I told them we were packing. The news had spread like wildfire. People came out of their houses. The little friends I had made came crying and telling me how much they would miss me. Wives had given free counseling, were all weeping. They all assumed it was because of what happened to Gold that had caused the relocation. As we were leaving at a far distance, I saw Mr. Gbeson's car. When I looked towards his direction, he flashed his car light at me. I was about to go meet him when Gold pulled my hand. Henry noticed the move, which made him look at the executive car, but he didn't say a word. Margaret was so happy to see us at the hospital. An elderly woman was with her, who I later found out was her stepmom. His name is Diamond, just like Gold wanted, Margaret said as she stretched the baby towards me. He was a total replica of my husband. I was so happy to carry him. I saw the joy in Henry's face. This had been his heart desire for a long time, but I had been scared to give birth to another child because of our genotype issue. We were both AS, and one of the girls had the SS genotype. And for years, I had the fear of giving birth to another child with the SS genotype. I didn't know what made me ask, but I popped out the question before knowing. Genotype, I asked. Henry asked quickly. There won't be anything to worry about. Margaret has the AA genotype, so that's either is AA or AS. Go took him for me. Welcome, Diamond. Emerald also wanted to carry him. As they were struggling over the baby, I noticed something was not right with Margaret's stepmom. I didn't know what it was, but I knew she was strange. Very strange. Unfortunately, I was told she would be staying with us to take care of the baby. Was she not going to be a stumbling block to what God wanted to do as regards my marriage? Part 29. We stayed with Margaret at the hospital for some hours. She had she had Diamond through cesarean operation. So she had to stay back at the hospital while we were all home, except for her stepmother. When we got back home, I resumed my wifely duties I had not been doing for a long time. I was ready to play the big fool, big time. I informed this Okene I was back. You can imagine her scream, Throughout that day, I made different dishes. I even made the local pepper soup for the new mothers for Margaret. But the next morning, I sent the maid and driver to take it to her. Emerald and Gold insisted they were going with them to see the baby, which I agreed to do. When they left, I became bored, so I decided to check if there were other chores I could do. I checked the laundry room and saw a lot of Margaret's and Henry's wash clothes, but yet to be ironed. I guess the maid had a lot on her hands. I decided to have them ironed. That was part of playing the fool. I had ironed few of Margaret's clothes. I was ironing Henry's shirt when I heard his voice behind me. If you had this little time for me about a year ago, maybe all this would have happened, he said. I'm sorry. I was at I was I'm sorry was all that came from my mouth. At the same instant, a text entered my phone. Henry picked up my phone. Hmm, Mr. Gbeson. Who is Mr. Gbeson? Never heard his name before. I was about to collect my phone from him, but he dodged playfully. I have to read this, so I know if I have a rival I need to contend with, he said, smiling. I tried collecting my phone from him, but he started reading. You have not been picking my calls since yesterday, Betty. I have been wondering maybe I should have made love to you. Maybe it wouldn't have been easy for you to forget me. I miss you and the kids. Is your husband treating you well? If not, my offer still stands. I would love to marry you. Please reply me. I didn't know what to expect from Henry, so I stepped back a little. Hmm, I believe that must be the man with the fancy car that was flashing his light at you yesterday, he asked, raising his eyebrow. He's a widower, he's just my friend. I said, trying to explain things to him, but instead I received a slap. No, just kidding. That was what I thought Henry was going to do. So I was busy trying to explain that nothing had happened between us. Instead, he walked closer to me and placed his fingers on my lips. Shh, shh. All things are passed away. I don't need your explanation. Go and do your confession to the pastor. You are a beautiful woman, so I don't expect men not to ask you out. So once again, I'm saying it. I don't need to hear your confessions. Tell it to a pastor who is ready to listen, he said jokingly, and he continued. I just need you to reply him of how well I'm treating you the moment I treated you so nicely. Henry came really close like he had a mission. I miss you, Betty. I was breathing so heavily. But the next 30 minutes of my life in the laundry was the best treatment I received in a long time, if you understand what I mean. I had gotten my husband back, but I just needed the mistress completely out of our lives. The next 3 months, the best time of my life, Henry spent more time in my room and I won some more major battles. But something happened that changed everything. I received a phone call. She's what? I asked the doctor, very confused. The doctor was telling me Gold was pregnant. I felt my world was crashing. The past 3 months had been fantastic. We were living like a happy family, though I was three people though it was three people in marriage instead of two. To think that before this sad news, I had fought some major battles and won. This news was a joy spoiler. Part of the battles I had won was that Margaret's stepmother had confessed to witchcraft, and this had brought a huge miracle. What miracle? Let's rewind a bit. I guess I'm jumping some important details. Let me explain in detail how it all happened before writing about Gold's pregnancy. Part 30. She's what? I asked the doctor, very confused. The doctor was telling me Gold was pregnant. I felt my world crashing. The past 3 months had been fantastic and we were living like a happy family, though it was three instead of two. I had fought some battles and won. Part of the battles I won was Margaret's stepmother had confessed to witchcraft. Let's rewind a bit. After Margaret had her baby, Our stepmother officially started living with us in the name of trying to take care of the baby. And Margaret, but one day, the maid, Idara, said something very strange while we were cooking. Mommy, Diamond, Diamond would have died if not for you, ma. Honestly, you are strange, ma. I give it to you that you are a genuine Christian. You love and pray for your enemies. I was confused. Mommy, I'm a witch, she said, smiling. The knife in my hand fell. Not to worry, ma, I can't hurt you. You have fire all over you, but the love in your heart has won my heart, and I'm willing to help you, even though I know I will get whipped at the next witches' meeting for doing this. But if only there was much love like yours in the world, evil won't prosper this much. Idara said as she continued chopping the onions. You are a witch? I asked again. Yes, I got initiated by my grandmother and I've been in it for 12 years. So I know my way around, she said boastfully, like being a witch was a good thing. But you can be saved, I said, trying to help this girl out of her ignorance. Saved? I am far from salvation. Ma, do you know how many human blood that I drank? I have done a lot of evil, she said, and I could sense a bit of regret in her voice. But you didn't do it intentionally. You were initiated. Idara, do you know that God is a merciful God? In the Old Testament, God instructed the Israelites to build cities of refuge where people who unintentionally killed people could hide and not get punished for murdering people. But now, we are in the New Testament era where Jesus Christ is our refuge. Idara, you can get refuge in Christ Jesus. You can see him as your city of refuge, and he will keep you from getting punished for your witchcraft killing, which you did under witchcraft influence. All you need to do is to genuinely give your life to Christ and locate a real deliverance church for your total deliverance. I could die, she said. Not if you hide in Jesus, our city of refuge, I said. Hmm. Mommy, this is exactly why I want to help you. You have too much love in your heart. You see, ma, Margaret is not the enemy. Her stepmother is the one manipulating her. Margaret is like a tied goat in the hands of her stepmother, who gives her food, yet ties her down. The stepmother was the one who killed her first husband and pushed her into this era of being a second wife. She's hell bent on making Margaret's life hell. For days, she has been trying to kill the baby. She even asked for my help, but the fire you have put around the boy is too much. I've been surprised at how much you pray for your rival son. Wow, now I see why God told me to pray for Margaret. I murmured under my breath. What did you say, ma? Idara asked. Nothing, I mean, excuse me. I left the kitchen and went to the room, literally shaking. Emerald and Gold had returned to school for their exams. They had missed a lot, but the school agreed that they would come with their write their promotion exams to the next class. So I was alone with Idara at home. Margaret and her stepmom had taken Diamond for immunization. As I sat alone in the house, I reflected on what Idara had said. No wonder Margaret had a good heart. She was just a victim. No wonder Margaret's stepmother was always leaving the living room anytime I came around. I thought it was just a form of respect. So Margaret was under manipulation by her stepmom. She didn't want a good life for her. The prayer points started pouring out of my heart, thanks to the men of God like Dr. D.K. Olukoya, who I had read his books on spiritual warfare. It was time to fire prayer. I was angry at the level of wickedness, doing evil to a person and yet befriending that person. What got me angrier was the realization that my family was just caught up in the battle we knew nothing about. Margaret's stepmother was punishing my family in order to punish Margaret. I started screaming, You are the power that is energizing the strange, you, the power that is energizing this strange woman against me and my marriage. Die in Jesus' name. Powers punishing me as a way of punishing someone else. Be disgraced in Jesus' name. The evil backbone of the strange woman, I break you in Jesus' name. My Father, I begin to uproot the love of Margaret from my husband's heart, and I begin to uproot the love of my husband from Margaret's heart. God, the original man you have in mind for Margaret, that the household enemies are blocking her from accessing, let him locate her. Wherever the husband of Margaret is, whether in the north, east, west, south, let him locate her. If he's outside the country, let him find her speedily. I got angry in my spirit as I realized my family was just a victim. Margaret was the real person the stepmom was dealing with. That meant if only single ladies or widows or divorcees knew that being the side chick, mistress, or second wife was actually becoming less of what God originally had in mind for them. Many will spend their time praying more than scheming their ways into the heart of another man's husband. Amen. Jesus' name. I prayed night and day, and gradually I was seeing the effects Margaret and Harry were having. Were not seeing eye to eye over issues. It seems like Margaret was getting tired of Henry. I caught the stepmother eyeing me on several occasions, but I cared less. There were times Margaret threatened Henry. She was leaving and told Harry to go ahead. But the stepmom was already settling their quarrel. I intensified my prayer one night, and suddenly we all started hearing the stepmother shouting from her room. When we all got to her room, which was Emerald's room, the elderly woman said the entire room was too hot, despite the air conditioner that was turned on. That was when she confessed to witchcraft, and she could no longer stay in her house. She confessed to killing Margaret's first husband, and that's how she made Henry fall in love with Margaret. She said she got to know about Henry when he called Margaret asking about her well being. She said she had projected Margaret's love in her heart, making him think about Margaret affectionately. Margaret wept as she kept cursing and literally beating the woman she called the real daughter of the woman who came to pick her up, without Margaret saying anything to Harry and I. By the next morning, she packed some of her things and called her friend to pick her up. Henry did not object one bit, even though she was going with Diamond. He kept to himself all through the night, and after Margaret left, I went to his room. I met him crying. I knew it, Betty. I knew something was wrong. I love you too much to want to wrong you. We all had a part to play. If I had not neglected my role as your wife, I would have been sensitive to know when you were getting close to her. Henry, we will pick up the pieces of our lives back. I encouraged him. That was the first time I got my smile, and I laid my head on his chest. I smiled with all my heart for the first time in a very long while. God had restored my smile. But my smile was short lived because I didn't realize it wasn't over. The next day, when I received a call from Gold School, can you see how God got the mistress temporarily out of my home? But I had to face the consequences of my few minutes of impatience by trying to get even with my husband. A lot more still happened. Part 31. That was how the Lord won my battle, and I was about to celebrate when I was given the worst news of my life. The school had called me that Gold was terribly sick. At first, I thought it was a normal crisis as someone with SS genotype. Gold usually had her crisis, but the school they were attending was a top-notch school where they had a standby doctor and qualified nurses who took care of children with special medical cases. Besides, one of the things Gold and I agreed on was never to dwell on her genotype as a big deal. She was just like every other person. I made her know this right from childhood and brought into it. That is why that's why she knew how well to manage her pains. But it seemed like Gold's crisis this time was beyond what the school could handle. When I got to the school, when I got to the school, the school doctor was furious when he heard pregnancy was as a result of rape. Madam, you should have informed us. We would have done thorough investigation on her and given her emergency medications for the prevention of unwanted pregnancy and provide prevention of screening for STDs. The doctor said bitterly, we were all so busy after the birth of my brother, and I didn't want to be a joy spoiler. So I just let the whole incident fade away like it never happened. God said, trying to defend me again. You don't hide rape from your doctor, especially you, Gold. You have a medical history. Madam, I suggest we terminate this pregnancy because of her health condition. She's too fragile and, more importantly, too young to bear the pain of carrying a child with the history of her genotype. No, I'll carry the baby, Gold objected. I didn't know what to say. I was speechless and weeping. Gold, this is to save your life. And besides, you don't even know the father of this child, the doctor said. Gold turned to me instead. She was no longer listening to the doctor. She held me by the shoulders and said, Gold turned to me and said, Mom, I know what you are afraid of, and I have told you times and times again that I'm not afraid of death. I am more afraid of life after death. If I die, I want to die doing the righteous thing. That way, I know I will meet God and not the devil, she said with so much courage in her voice. You were raped. It's an evil committed against you, I managed to say, and I don't intend joining the association of evildoers by also terminating the pregnancy, Gold said. Mom, you have always taught me that abortion was murder and God hates murder. Is the standard of God changing now because I'm pregnant? She asked me a question I had no answer to give. God did not listen to us. She didn't listen to her father. Her faith was so strong, but when the pregnancy was about 5 months, I lost my gold. I lost my friend. I lost my advisor. I lost my daughter who acted like my mother. I lost an angel God blessed me with. Guilt of knowing that if I didn't go to Mr. Gbeson's house, maybe God would have still been alive, would have made me commit suicide. But before God passed on, she asked to see me privately, and these were her last words. I still hold so dear. Mom, he once told me that it's not the number of years we spend on earth that matters, but it's the number of great things we do on earth while we were here that matters. Mom, amongst all this fantastic I did, most important one to me is the one I did in my last moment. That is making sure you got back your home. I'm happy knowing I achieved that. Mom, you were a good mother. Despite the trouble I came with at birth as a sick baby, you molded me into the strong girl through your words, belief, love, and commitment to me. I thank God for the privilege of being your daughter. Mom, please live every day like it's your last. This has always been my secret. Please make Dad happy, and please make sure Emerald marries a good man. It's a pity I won't be around to see her get married. I didn't have the willpower to tell her to stop saying all those negative words. I knew it in my spirit her time was up. She came for just a short time, For the first time, I saw Gold's sickle cell that day differently. I felt she was an angel God had sent. When he sensed my marriage was going to be a problem, he sent her to me in form of a sick baby. He hid a gem in a sick baby. He hid an angel in a sickly child so the world wouldn't take notice. Gold continued as her breathing got harder. And most importantly, Mom was very close to God. He owns the whole world. Wow, Mom, I can see the angels. They are huge and beautiful. I saw a new twinkle in her eye. As I looked into her eyeballs, I could see light flashing like reflection of light. But I looked towards the direction she was looking and I saw nothing. I was crying, asking God not to take my friend away, not to take my sister, not to take my gold away, not to take my daughter away. I wanted my angel to stay with me. I didn't want the angels to take my confidence away. But I knew she had to leave. Angels don't stay long. They were messengers of good news. Mom, don't cry. I'll be happier with God. I will be I'll be looking forward to seeing you. Just make sure you don't miss heaven. And remember, this was not your fault in any way. My time was up. She said, indicating, and I gave her a hug, and finally she whispered in my ears, don't forget to get Margaret our own home and take care of Diamond. He will be your consolation. She breathed her last breath as her hands dropped from the hug. And I must tell you, I knew when her spirit ascended. I knew when her spirit left her body on the hospital bed as I hugged her body tightly. What was life? Nothing. Why then all the hate? Why all the envy? Why all the bitterness? Life was too short to make others unhappy. I made up my mind to live like gold, to love my family more, more, live every day like it was the last, and take Margaret as a sister who I had, who I had to get a bed for. The next day, after Gold's death, something unexpected happened. Part 32. The day after Gold's death, we had a lot of visitors, including reporters. How journalists knew, no one could tell. Mr. Agbeson also came around. People expected us to shed tears, but we were all smiles. Even Henry was smiling. Emerald was smiling. That was because God spoke to each of us individually before she passed on. Henry told me she had told him he was the best dad in the world and that she forgave him, but he should please not let that mistake repeat itself. He said they had played Scrabble together. Emerald said Gold had told her she was the best sister in the world. She told Emerald to always have an inhaler with her always. She told Emerald God wanted her to come home to rest, and she even made a joke about it, about going to heaven to tell God about Emerald's asthma. They had danced together for the last time. I was told Margaret was waiting outside to see me. I was told she was scared to come in, as I may see her as the cause of Gold's death. I remembered Gold's words about living life with no hatred in my heart. I asked myself, what would Gold do if she was here? I knew Gold would have accommodated Margaret to listen to what she had to say. I told them to let Margaret in. As she walked in, I saw a woman who regretted her actions. I swallowed hard because the moment I saw her, I missed Gold the more. Everyone was in the living room, including Mr. Agbeson, Isokene, and Ibidolo, and a few ministerial friends. I know you don't want to see me, but I have to do this. You raised an angel named Gold. The world saw her as a sickler, but she was a healer. I'm sure she didn't tell you. The day before she died, she called me begging to see me at the hospital. And these were her final words to me. She said, I don't blame you for what you did, Aunt Margaret. I blame the death that took away your husband. No right thinking person wants to cause another person pain. But sometimes, out of desperation, we find ourselves doing that. I don't blame God for being a sickler. Rather, I thank God for the limited time He gave me to speedily fulfill my destiny. Do you know geniuses finish their exams on time? I guess I'm a spiritual genius, and that's why I had to finish my exam on time. And I think I will get an A. But what about you, Aunt Margaret? What score do you have now on your score sheet? Will marrying my father be a plus or minus for you? The whole room was quiet as we all listened to Margaret as she narrated her encounter with gold and unexpectedly did something strange. She said, "Gold and diamonds are precious materials, although gold may be more valuable, but over time, if well worked on, diamond can also become more valuable. Mama, I took away your gold through my selfish action. Now I'm giving you my diamond. I know you are a great miner. You brought out something great from gold, and I know you can bring out something more beautiful and spectacular from diamond. Have your son. I will never ask you for him. With this, I hope to get a pass on my score sheet, just as gold said." Margaret said. Margaret placed diamond in my hand, and I remembered Gold's words loud and clear. "I'm not angry at the baby. In fact, I've always wanted a brother too. She's only helping you carry the baby." I looked towards where God's portrait was, and it felt like I saw her smiling. I gently sat on the chair, still dazed, and guess who spoke? Mr. Gbeson. The businessman in him spoke. "Are you ready to put that into writing with a lawyer present? We all are as witnesses," he asked. "It's going to be stated that you gave the baby diamond willingly to the family, and no matter what the child becomes in the future, you will never try to claim being his mother." Margaret nodded, and at the point I realized God doesn't make mistakes. We as humans just need to be patient to find out why certain people came to our lives. Thank God for Mr. Gbeson, who was around to make things official. I saw Henry crying so hard. Mr. Gbeson went close to him and gave him a manly hug. Isokene had read law in school, but was not practicing because of Ibidolo, her husband. I just said that say. Maybe this was the only reason that why I spent all those years studying law, so I can be useful on a day like this. Madam Margaret, if I prepare the necessary documents now, are you ready to sign? Plus, we will need someone from your end who will be your witness. My friend outside. My tears kept rolling with no limit. Gold was gone, but God was giving me a second chance to start a new journey with Diamond. All papers were signed in less than 2 hours. Pictures were taken as proofs of the official handing over to Henry and I, with all the witnesses present. Henry, Emerald, Diamond, and I started a new life, and life became sweeter than what we had before. I could end this book here, but it will make the story incomplete. I'm here to tell you how I got Margaret her own bed. Part 33. Isokene had invited me for a celebration party at her house because Ibidolo had submitted Isokene's smiling painting he made for a painting competition. Out of all the paintings submitted, Isokene's portrait took the first position. Ibidolo won a lot of money because of Isokene's smile. Attention, everyone. I want to appreciate everyone for coming. My wife has brought me great fortune, and I have decided to celebrate her, to keep her smiling. I just have one thing to say. Any man that tries to stop his wife from smiling is actually sending favor away from himself. I'm a living testimony. Now I understand better the Bible verse that states, "Whoever finds a wife findeth a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord." Isokene's smile has brought me fortune. So, all my friends here, in all you're doing, make sure you make your wife smile. When you make her smile, she will bring you fortunes. Ibidolo kissed Isokene, and I saw that Isokene deciding to play the fool. The fool had made her joy full.
When it was time for the menu and the guests were eating, Isokene and I stood at her balcony, chatting with Diamond. Chatting while Diamond was trying to shout hallelujah, his first word. But out of the blues, Isokene asked, "When last did you hear from Margaret?" She said. "When last? Or you mean to ask how often does she call me?" "Isokene, she practically calls me every day," I said. "Well, Auntie, that's because you have not done what God asked you to do," Isokene said bluntly. "What?" I asked, very confused. "To pray for her to be settled in her own home." "Auntie, don't you know what you have done? You have successfully sent her out of your bedroom, but she is hanging around because you did not create a new place for her like God told you to do. Auntie, this is even more risky. I advise you to act fast. Remember, when the stranger is sent out of a body, he comes back to see if he can return. And you know, ma, the return is always worse." "But I don't have any available man around." "Are you sure? What about that wealthy widower, Mr. Besson?" "How? He can never marry Margaret. He's a very disciplined man. And besides, I don't want to light old flames by calling him." "Forget it," I said. "Okay, let's try something else," Isokene said. Like I asked her, interceding for her. "Let's pick a day of the week for her when we can do joint prayers on her behalf," Isokene suggested. "Okay, that's fine. I'm usually free for Wednesdays, if that is okay by you," I said. "Very fine," Isokene said. We maintained Wednesday as a day of intercession for Margaret, and we did it for 3 months consecutively before I had the leading to invite Margaret for a surprise birthday Ibidolo held for Isokene at an executive hotel beside her house. Margaret was excited when I invited her for the party, as she told me of how bored she had been and how things had been difficult. Margaret and I sat together at Sokene's surprise birthday party and were having little chats when Diamond messed his diapers up. I was trying to clean him up at a corner with Margaret's help when a handsome, huge man walked up to us. "Good evening, ladies," he said with a deep British accent. "Good evening," we replied without looking up, as we thought it was one of those loose men who had come to the hotel. My thought was he was trying to hit on Margaret, but we looked up when he mentioned Margaret's name. "Margaret," he said, like a question. Margaret looked up and looked intently at the man before screaming, "Jesus Christ, Oluwasegun Kolawole Ajani." Margaret said, screaming so loud. Margaret and the handsome man with the British accent hugged in excitement. "What are you doing here? You also came for Isokene's birthday?" Margaret asked. "No, I own this place," the man said. "It's a lie. Oh, wow. God has really blessed you. But I was told you were fully based with your family in the UK." "Yes, but after I lost my wife, UK was not the same for me," he said, with a sad smile. As I sat there attending to Diamond's diapers, I heard in my spirit very clearly, "That's him. Your prayers brought him for Margaret." I almost screamed in tongues, but had to caution myself. But I knew I needed to act fast. I dropped into their conversation. No introductions. "Margaret, is he an old friend or an old lover? Because I can sense some current around here," I said jokingly. The man smiled and said, "She left me for a rich man. She was my first love, but my future didn't look so bright back then. So she ditched me for someone else." We all laughed. Well, unfortunately, it seems there may be a second chance. I quickly started marketing Margaret. Auntie, Margaret said shyly. What's that, ma? She's not with her husband anymore. I thought this was her baby, he asked with sudden interest. No, this is my baby, Diamond, and yes, her husband left her. She's widowed like you, I said. The man stood for some few seconds, and the next thing he did surprised us. He moved closer to Margaret and hugged her deeply. So you are still going to be my wife, finally. Just then, two adorable twin girls ran up to the man. Daddy, Daddy, why are you hugging a girl? You said it is not good to hug the opposite sex. One of the girls said, well, that's because she's an old friend. Wow, she looks like mommy, the other twin said. You are so right, the man said. Olusegun later told us the first day he saw his first wife, she reminded him of Margaret, and that was the major attraction. 3 months later, Margaret found her new bed as she and Olusegun became one. They had a very beautiful, expensive wedding. Together as a family, they had a son again, making 5 children in their family. Margaret's 2 boys and Shegu's 2 girls. With the new baby, they later relocated to Michigan. Just like Isokene said, Margaret became occupied with her new family, that she hardly had time to call me except for calls during festive periods to wish my family and I well, and there was no time she called that she didn't say these words. Auntie, thank you for the new space you created for me. Thank you for giving me my own home, because sometimes I ask this question, what if you didn't invite me for Isokene's birthday? I might never had met my Uluwa Shegun. Thanks, ma. Thanks for the love and forgiveness. Isokene was a gift from God to me. And that was why I decided to name this book after her, because through her I discovered my weakness. Although through her I learned the solution, playing the food till my joy was full. And finally, it was through her my husband's mistress found her own matrimonial bed. There are certain people that might not be up to us in age, status, wisdom, but might be the carrier of what we need. Isokene was that for me. 25 years later, I sat my handsome diamond down to tell him his birth story, and guess what my son said? Wow, this will make a good movie, he said, laughing. Movie? Is that all you are going to say? I asked. Yes, of what were you expecting me? Or what were you expecting me to say, Mom? Emerald spoke instead. Emerald was already married with 3 kids. She named one of them Gold. We were at her place in Dallas as Diamond just graduated as the best graduating student of his university, a medical student, the dream I had for Gold. Mom, I told you this story. This storytelling was not necessary, Emerald said, laughing. But you said you wanted to clear your conscience. Well, we have seen it now that your son doesn't see it as anything. He even wants to make a movie out of it, Emerald said, laughing. Wait, big sis, what was mom expecting me to do? Like start crying and looking for a woman I don't know? Mom, you are my mother. I don't need to know whoever this Margaret is. She was just privileged to carry me in her womb. She's not my mother, Diamond said, walking to the fridge to get himself a drink. Diamond was a complete replica of Gold in character. He never took life too seriously. He had too much love. There were times I wondered if God put the spirit of Gold into Diamond. My son Diamond had just graduated as a medical student the day before, and I felt it was necessary to tell him the truth about his birth. But here he was, taking the matter so lightly. Mom, have you ever heard of surrogate mothers? This Margaret must have been my spiritual surrogate mother. God used her as a gate to bring me to the earth. She was just a gate, nothing more. But you, Mom, you are the sweetest, loveliest, most beautiful mother of mine. Mama, give me a peck and a smile. Mom, remember, I hate worries. I live every day like my last, Diamond said as he sat down to eat his popcorn and juice. Emerald and I looked at each other, very shocked. What? Diamond asked when he saw the surprises on our faces. You just spoke like gold, I shouted. He laughed heartily and he said, and I have always told you, God didn't want you to mix gold too much, so he still put a little gold in your diamond. You know how beautiful that combination is. By this time, Diamond was already by my side, giving me a peck when his father walked in. Hey, mister, how many times have I told you to leave my wife's cheek for me alone? Henry said jokingly with a fake frown. The jealous man is back. Henry started chasing Diamond around Emira's living room, and that sight was just beautiful. I looked around me and I thanked my God with all of my heart because He gave me strength to obey Him. We had relocated to Austin, Texas some years back, the same town God sent me from to go get back my husband. Just like the dream God and I had. We had gone back to get our missing Henry. The dream of over 25 years has manifested in a very positive way. Lesson learned. No matter how bad your marriage has turned out, if you can locate God, He can turn the worst case around in your favor. I was able to continue my ministry, but with discretion. My story has become my message. Like Isokene said, I went through my professional course to be a professor in teaching others about marriage. My name is Betty, and God has made my life better than it used to be, but I am still expecting His best. God turned around my captivity, and my life looks like a dream. Life is complex, but in all its complexities, it cannot be smarter than the very one who created it. Take your complex life back to God, your Creator, and let Him fix it. He fixed mine. I'm a living testimony. If you have gone far away from Him and you want to return back to Him, say this short prayer. Finding purpose for kids. Abayomi Oyelami. 1. Here comes the aged man in Bamboo Village to tell the children tales. The children fondly called him Baba Agba. Baba Agba is respected by all in the village, especially the young because he tells them reflecting yet hilarious stories. For the adults, they visit Baba Agba's hut to seek advice and to speak with him to help encourage and correct their kids. He is revered in the society. Baba Agba fits the proverbial Ile Somi Dujoye law in one of his many proverbs. He is neither a nobleman nor a chief, but is undoubtedly in control of his domain. Under the bright moonlight, one evening, the children gathered around Baba Agba to listen to his folk tales, and here he goes. Hello, the children replied, Hello. Once upon a time, Baba Agba continued, there lived a king in Ola village. His name is King Adegoroye. Adegoroye's reign was peaceful and fruitful. The people prospered and increased in number. They ate in abundance and had great sales. King Adegoroye grew older and became sick. He was so sick. The chiefs invited herbalists within the village to heal the king. They prepared concoctions for the king, but he was no better. They invited the great herbalist Ewejimi from Ogun State village to heal the king. He tried, but to no avail. Even the Ifa priest consulted the oracle. He says, Ifa Ologun, Asorodayo, Ẹlẹ́rìí Ìpín, Atuori anything. Will our king become healthy again? And he threw his pebbles. He continued, I have consulted the gods of our land. They are very happy with the people of Ola village. They are especially delighted in King Adegoroye, but the gods are mute about the king's illness. It's like, and the priest leaves the palace. 2 days later, the king died. There was mourning in all the land. The people refused to be consoled. They wept profusely. On the day of the burial, the people converged at the palace square. Mourners spoke words of distress. They shuddered in discomfort. One said, "How are the mighty fallen? The elephant has fallen. Who will awaken him?" Another regretted, "Who will be like our king, our dear King Adegoroye?" Another added, "So the king has died." The king was buried, and the people departed the palace square. Days passed, and the people awaited the enthronement of another king. They waited patiently for either of the two sons of the king, Adebiyi or Adeshegun, to be crowned. The contest began. Two men, two heirs, one throne. Who becomes the next king? The Ifa priest comes again and consulted the oracle before the chiefs. He says, "Who of the two sons of our late king have you chosen to succeed him? Is it Adebiyi, the first son, or Adeshegun, his brother, and he threw his pebbles?" He cleared his throat and began to speak. "The gods of our land greet you chiefs for holding forth since the demise of our late king Adegoroye. They say thank you. The ancestors are proud of you. The gods have good plans for Ola village." He continues. "They have chosen Adeshegun, the second son of the king, as the next king. This is the message of the gods," and he leaves the palace. As the Ifa priest left, the chiefs began deliberation. By now, it is becoming late, and supper is ready in many homes, and some mothers came calling their children. So Baba Agba asked all the children to go to their huts to eat supper and pass the night. He promised to continue the story the next evening. God willing, he bids them all goodbye and happy night rest. The next evening, the children are gathered to listen to Baba Agba's story. Baba Agba greeted them and continued his story. He said, "As soon as the priest left the palace, the chiefs asked each other why Olodumare chose Adeshegun instead of Adebiyi. One of the chiefs said, "Adebi has kingly qualities. He is tall and chubby, a friend of the chiefs, and loves staying with the former king to learn from him. Unlike his brother Adeshegun, who is slim, rarely stays at home, is outgoing and associates only with the commoners in the society." Another adds, "Adeshegun does not like the chiefs and noblemen. The poor farmers, hunters, and market women are his friends. He belittles himself too much. In short, he is an undignified heir. I doubt if our former king really is his father." The chiefs connived and received bribe from Adebiyi and enthroned him king of the village. The installation ceremony was merry. The people rolled out the drums in jubilation. After a while, King Adebiyi turned the wicked ruler. He became quite different from the person the chiefs used to know. He broke the rules of the land. He despised the chiefs and imposed taxes on the people. He took many beautiful women, including married ones, as wives. Sometimes his soldiers would raid the market and cut away goods and rape young women. The chiefs complained and warned him, but he never obeyed. They begged the Ifa priest to talk to King Adebiyi, but he imprisoned the priest for correcting him. He banished his brother from the village, and he said to himself, "Now I will be comfortable. No one can stop me." The king became very proud. The situation remained the same for 10 years, and the people had to adapt to the situation. They only prayed that Olodumare would have mercy on them. Soon, the king became leprous. Leprosy is a disease that affects the skin and usually deforms the arms and feet of the infected person. It is contagious and could spread to other villagers. So the king was disposed and banished to the evil forest where he eventually died. The Ifa priest was immediately released, and he told all the chiefs to ask forgiveness from God for not obeying his instructions. He also sent them to search for the chosen heir, Adeshegu. When they found Adeshegu, they begged him and asked him to come back and step in the office of the king. So he came back and was promptly enthroned with pomp. The people of Ola village were very happy to see him become king, so they invited many drummers from far and wide to play during the ceremony. They rejoiced, ate, drank, and gave to the poor among them. The king danced to the admiration of the people that day. King Adeshegu was the king. The people always wanted. He stopped the payment of taxes. He helped the needy. He released many prisoners and he allowed justice to reign. He also ensured that everybody had work to do. The chief supported King Adeshegu in all his ways. The same year, the king had bumper harvest. The village had bumper harvest so much that people from far and near came to buy from Ola village. Some people even migrated into Ola village and they enjoyed staying there. This remained the situation throughout the reign of Adeshegun. His achievements even surpassed that of his father. That is the end of my story, says Baba Agba. The children expressed delight at the story Baba Agba told them. Then Baba Agba asked Kini Itonyi, meaning, children, what has this story taught you? The children answered in different ways. Baba Agba, the story teaches us to be obedient, answered one boy. Another said it teaches us to remain calm and that all will be well. A girl answered, it teaches us not to be corrupt. Another said, God will always prevail. Yet another said, it tells us to respect elders. Answers soon became a chorus: obedience, humility, friendliness, helping the needy, and so on. Baba Agba was very happy to hear the wise comments of the children. He said, very good, the answers you have given show that you really enjoyed the story, and more so you benefited from it. He continued, more importantly, this story teaches about purpose. God has a purpose for every one of us, whether young or old. This purpose is not what we choose, but what He chose. We don't have an opinion in the process. He only does. He told them, the test for the throne is inborn in every human being. Everyone wants to be king, but no, not all will become king. Reality is different from wish. You may not all become king, but you can all become successful. You become successful by following Olodumare's purpose for your life. God has different purposes for every one of you. You can find your purposes in the abilities, potentials, heritage, and experience it gives you. Most especially, you can ask a leader, your creator, to reveal it to you. Pray to God about it. He always hears the voice of children and is eager to do what you children ask him. Some of you are proposed to become priests, but become faithful priests. Some of you are destined to be farmers. Ensure that you feed the entire world. Some of you will trade in massive quantities. Ensure you trade quality too, and with fairness. Some of you will guard territories. Do not open the gates to evil men. Guide with your strength. While others are sleeping, you are awake for their safety. It's a good work. Do it with all your heart. If you become a midwife, take care of mother and child with all diligence. Know that you are caring for the next generation. Some of you will be involved in duties that seem unimportant, but it is very important to do it well. Some of you will be kings. Be compassionate and righteous like King Adeshegun. This is the few I can mention now. I don't know everything. God will give some of you taxes that we do not yet know about, but be fearless and precise with execution. Give it your best. He that called you will reward you. My advice is every purpose He has called you to do it with all your strength and be faithful to Olodumare. Wherever you are, whatever you do, leave God's purpose for you. You can become rich, famous, and the king in your area. Don't follow the crowd. Be a purpose driven person. The children chorused, Esheun Baba Agba. Thank you, Baba Agba. Baba Agba smiled. He said, I have a gift for everyone. He points to a large basket. Go and pick one orange each for yourselves. They all rushed to the basket and picked the oranges. It's late now, my children. Go and rest for the night. Greet your parents and obey them. The children wished Baba Agba a happy night rest as they ate their oranges on their way back to their parents' huts. Baba Agba entered his hut and locked the door. Early the next morning, Adisa, one of the boys that listened to Baba Agba's story, came to him. Good morning, Baba Agba, greeted Adisa. Baba Agba replied, how are you, my son? And how are your parents? Did you enjoy your night? Yes, sir, replied Adisa. Baba Agba asked, Adisa, hope there is no problem. It is rather early. Is anything wrong? Adisa answered, no, sir. I just came to ask some questions about the story you narrated yesterday. All right, no problem. Come in and sit down, said Baba Agba. Adisa sat on the mat while Baba Agba sat on the armchair. Now ask your questions. I'm all ears. Continue, Baba Agba. Baba Agba, you told us about Adebiyi, who became king against the wish of Olodumare. But why did Olodumare choose Adeshegun instead of Adebiyi? Is he not the one who created Adebiyi and also put him in the royal family and even made him the first son of the late king? I think he should be the true heir of the throne to the throne and not Adeshegun, his brother, Adisa queried. Hmm. Good question, Adisa. Your wisdom will not turn to folly. You will succeed in life, and God will bless you. Baba Agba prayed. Ashe. Amen, Baba Agba, said Adisa. If you remember, Adisa, I told you last night that Olodumare is the creator. He created the heavens, the earth, the birds, animals, human beings, and everything you see around, Baba Agba stated. He leaned back as he continued. As the creator of human beings, he is the controller and he has specific functions for every one of us. These functions are part of his great purpose, which is for everything he created, including human beings, to glorify him. You see, my son, this God cannot be questioned. You cannot find out his wisdom. That's why we use the descendants of Oduduwa to call him our Maridi, unsearchable God. He is the one who created Adebiyi and also Adeshegun. Though he wants Adeshegun to be king, it does not mean he hates Adebiyi. He loves him and has a purpose for him too. But we humans like to think beyond our creator. The purpose Olodumare gave to Adibi might even be more important than becoming king, but because he wanted to become king at all costs, he lost his purpose and incurred the wrath of God. He spoke further. There is a proverb. It means there's a proverb. If you are not purposed to be king, you won't wear the crown. You can only become what God wants you to be. The position of king is good, but we cannot all be king. If we all are, then who will be the subject? My son, they are two parallel and can never meet ambition and purpose. Ambition is your own desire for what you want to become. Purpose is God's own will for you to become. If your ambition is to become king and you struggle to the top, you might be disappointed at what you have done. But if it is God's purpose, you will reach the top against all odds. Be successful and fulfilled like King Olugbon Aresa and Abiodun of Oyo. The real issue is whatever you are, if it's God's purpose, you will turn out to be great in God's sight and men. The question now is, how do you and I truly know their God given purposes so that we would no longer chase after shadows or our self made ambitions? The answer is purpose is in you, it is deep inside of you. Don't look around, look within you. The potentials, ability, heritage, and experiences God gives to you will match the purpose He has given you. The tools He gives are best suited for the job. People have great imaginations, analytical minds, athleticism, leadership insight, oratorical skills, artistic brilliance, music talents, and several other creative potentials that are meant for fulfilling purpose. You should also note that everybody has unique abilities. That is, we do not have the same abilities. We don't have to compare. Unique potentials, they are pointers to our unique purposes. Some other people will be led to their purposes by the agent of experience. The homes we live, the places we go, the people we meet, and every other experiences, sweet, bitter, and sour, that we have will lead to finding our purpose. Finally, you can learn from Olodumare. Talk to him. It will help you. He is the great ancestor of our heritage. He will certainly lead you into his purpose. Don't forget, as you fulfill purpose, his eternal purpose is to give him the glory. Adisa was glad and thanked Baba Agba as he left his hut, reflecting. Baba Agba bowed his head as he said, "Thank you, Olodumare. You are the author of all wisdom." Straight from the Gods by Jack Welch. 1. Building self-confidence. It was the final hockey game of a lousy season. We had won the first 3 games in my seniors high at Salem High School, beating Danvers, Reverie, and Marblehead, but had then lost the next half dozen games, 5 of them by a single goal. So we badly wanted to win this last one at the Lane Arena against our Akava Beverly High. As co-captain of the team, the Salem Witches, I had scored a couple of goals and we were feeling pretty good about our chances. It was a good game, pushed into overtime at 2-2. But very quickly, the other team scored and we lost again for the 7th time in a row. In a fit of frustration, I flung my hockey stick across the ice of the arena, skated after it, and headed back to the locker room. The team was already there, taking off their skates and uniforms. All of a sudden, the door opened, and my Irish mother strode in. The place fell silent. Every eye was glued on this middle-aged woman in a flower patterned dress as she walked across the floor, past the wooden benches where some of the guys were already changing. She went right for me, grabbing the top of my uniform. "You punk," she shouted in my face. "If you don't know how to lose, you will never know how to win. If you don't know how, if you don't know this, you shouldn't be playing." I was mortified in front of my friends, but what she said never left me. The passion, the energy, the disappointment, and the love she demonstrated by pushing her way into the locker room was my mother. She was the most influential person in my life. Grace Welch taught me the value of competition, just as she taught me the pleasure of winning and the need to take defeat in stride. If I have any leadership style, a way of getting the best out of people, I owe it to her. Tough and aggressive, warm and generous, she was a great judge of character. She always had opinions on the people she met. She could smell a funny a mile away. She was extremely compassionate and generous to friends. If a relative or neighbor visited the house and complimented her on the water glasses in the break front, she wouldn't hesitate to give them away. On the other hand, if you crossed her, watch out. She could hold a grudge against anyone who betrayed her trust. I could just as easily be describing myself. And many of my basic management beliefs, things like competing hard to win, facing reality, motivating people by alternatively hugging and kicking them, setting stretch goals, and relentlessly following up on people to make sure things get done can be traced to her as well. The insight she drilled into me never faded. She always insisted on facing the facts of a situation. One of her favorite expressions was, "Don't kid yourself. That's the way it is. If you don't study," she often warned, "there will be nothing, absolutely nothing. There are no shortcuts. Don't kid yourself." Those are blunt, unyielding admonitions that ring in my head every day. Whenever I try to delude myself that a deal or business, a deal or business problem will miraculously improve. Her words set me straight. For my earliest years in school, she taught me the need to excel. She knew how to be tough with me, but also how to hug and kiss. She made sure I knew how wanted and loved I was. I did come home with four A's and a B on my report card, and my mother would want to know why I got the B. But she would always end the conversation congratulating and hugging me for the A's. She checked constantly to see if I did my homework in much the same way that I continually follow up at work today. I can remember sitting in my upstairs bedroom, working away on the day's homework, only to hear her voice rising from the living room. Have you done it yet? You better not come down till you are finished. But it was over the kitchen table playing gin rummy with her that I learnt the fun and joy of competition. I remember racing across the street from the schoolyard for lunch when I was in the first grade, itching for the chance to play gin rummy with her. When she beat me, which was often which was often, she did put the winning cards on the table and shout, Gin. I did get so mad, but I couldn't wait to come home again and get the chance to beat her. That was probably the start of my competitiveness on the baseball diamond, the hockey ring, the golf course, and business. Perhaps the greatest single gift she gave me was self confidence. It's what I have looked for and tried to build in every executive who has ever worked with me. Confidence gives you courage and extends your reach. It lets you take greater risks and achieve far more than you ever thought possible. Building self confidence in others is a huge part of leadership. It comes from providing opportunities and challenges for people to do things they never imagined they could do, rewarding them after each success in every way possible. My mother never managed people, but she knew all about building self esteem. I grew up with a speech impediment, a stammer that wouldn't go away. Sometimes it led to comical, if not embarrassing, incidents. In college, I often ordered a tuna fish or white toast on Fridays when Catholics in those days couldn't eat meat. Inevitably, the waitress would return with not one but a pair of sandwiches, having heard my order as two tuna sandwiches. My mother served up the perfect excuse for my stuttering. It's because you are so smart, she would tell me. No one, no one's tongue could keep up with a brain like yours. For years, in fact, I never worried about my stomach. I believed what she told me, that my mind worked faster than my mouth. I didn't understand for many years just how much confidence she poured into me. Decades later, when looking at early pictures of me on my sports team, I was amazed to see that almost always I was the shortest and smallest kid in the picture. In grade school, where I played guard on the basketball squad, I was almost three quarters the size of several of the other players, yet I never knew it or felt it. Today, I look at those pictures and laugh at what a little shrimp I was. It's just ridiculous that I wasn't more conscious of my size. That tells you that what a mother can do for you. She gave me that much confidence. She convinced me that I could be anyone I wanted to be. I was really up to it was really up to me. You just have to go for it, she would say. My relationship with my mother was powerful and unique, warm and reinforcing. She was my confidence, my confidant, my best friend. I think it was that way partly because I was an only child born to her late in life. For those days, when she was 36 and my dad was 41, my parents had tried unsuccessfully to have children for many years. So when I finally arrived in Peabody, Massachusetts, on November 19, 1935, My mother poured her love into me if I were a found treasure. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. I had something better, tons of love. My grandparents on both sides were Irish immigrants, and neither they nor my parents graduated from high school. I was 9 when my parents bought our first house, a modest two-story Mansory home on 15 Lovett Street in an Irish working class section of Salem. The house was across the street from a small factory. My father would often remind me that that was a real plus. You always want a factory for a neighbor. They are not around on the weekends. They don't bother you. They are quiet. I believed him, never recognizing that he was engaging in some confidence building himself. My dad worked hard as a railroad conductor on the Boston and Maine commuter line between Boston and Newbury Port. When Big Jack went off in the early morning at 5 in his pressed dark blue uniform, his white shirt starched to perfection by my mother, he looked like he could salute God himself. Nearly every day was the same, a ticket punching journey through the same 10 depots over and over again. Newburyport, Ipswich, Hamilton, Wareham, North Beverley, Salem, Swampscott, Lynn, the General Electric Works, Boston, and then back again over some 40 miles of track. Later, I would get a kick out of knowing that one of his regular stops was at GE's aircraft engines complex in Lynn, just outside Boston. Every workday, he looked forward to climbing back on the B&M train that he always thought of as his own. My father loved greeting the public and meeting interesting people. He moved through the center aisles of those passengers' cars like an ambassador with good humor, punching tickets and welcoming the familiar faces in the bench seats as if they were very close friends. During every rush hour, he traded smiles and hellos with passengers and spared a good bit of Irish blarney. His cheerful disposition on the train would often contrast with his quiet and withdrawn behavior at home. This would annoy my mother, who would complain, "Why don't you bring some of that baloney you pass out on the train home?" He seldom said. My father was a diligent worker who put in long hours and never missed a day of work. If he got a bad weather report, he did ask my mother to drive him to the station the night before. He would sleep in one of the cars on his train, so he did be ready to go in the morning. Rarely would he get home before 7 at night, always picked up at the station in the family car by my mother. He did come home with a bundle of newspapers under his arm, all of them left by his passengers on the train. From the age of 6, I got my daily dose of current events and sports, thanks to the leftover Boston Globes, Heralds, and Records. Reading the papers every night became a lifelong addiction. I'm a news junkie to this day. My father not only got me started on knowing what was going on outside Salem, he also taught me through example the value of hard work, and he did something else that would last a lifetime. He introduced me to golf. My father told me that the big shots on his train were always talking about their golf games. He thought I ought to learn about this instead of baseball, football, and hockey I was playing. Caddying was something the older kids in the neighborhood were doing. So, with his push, I started early. Caddying at the age of 9 at the nearby Kenwood Country Club. I was incredibly dependent on my parents. Many times when my mother left the house to pick up my dad, the train would be late. When I was 12 or 13, the delays would drive me crazy. I did run out of the house and down Lovett Street, my heart racing to see if they were around the corner or the way home. Out of fear that something had happened to them, I just couldn't lose them. They were my world. It was a fear I shouldn't have had because my mother raised me to be strong, tough, and independent. She always feared the she always feared she would die young, a victim of the heart disease that struck down everyone in her family. So, in my early teens, my mother encouraged me to be independent. She did push me to take trips to Boston on my own, to see a ball game or catch a movie. I thought I was cool in those days until my mother left the house to pick up my dad at the train depot, and they were late coming. Salem was a great place for a boy to grow up. It was a town with a strong work ethic and good values. In those days, no one locked their doors. On Saturdays, parents didn't worry when their kids walked downtown to the Paramount, where a quarter bought where a quarter bought you two movies and a box of popcorn, and you still had enough left for an ice cream on the way home. On Sundays, the churches were filled. Salem was a scrappy and competitive place. I was competitive, and my friends were. All of us were jocks, living to play one sport or the other. We did organize our own neighborhood baseball, basketball, football, and hockey games, playing at the pit, a dusty piece of flat land surrounded by trees and backyards off North Street. We did sweep the gravel flats in the spring and summer, choose upsides and teams, even schedule our own tournaments. We did play from early in the morning until the town whistle blew at 8:45. The whistle was the signal to get home. In those days, the city was broken up into neighborhoods, schools, which led to intense rivalries in every sport. Even at the primary school level, I was the quarterback on the six-man picking grammar school football team. I was pathetically slow, but I had a pretty good arm and a pair of teammates who could really run. We won the championship at Pickering. I also was the pitcher on our baseball team and learned to throw a sweeping curveball and a sharp drop. At Salem High School, however, I found out that I peaked very early in both football and baseball. I was too slow to play football, and my devastating curve and drop at 12 didn't come with any more break at 16. My fast ball couldn't crack a pane of glass. Hitters would just sit there and wait for it. I went from being a starting pitcher as a freshman to the bench as a senior. I was lucky to be an okay jock in hockey as captain and leading scorer of the high school team, but in college, my lack of speed got me again. I had to give it up. Thank goodness for golf, a sport that doesn't demand speed. It was my father's early encouragement that led me to Kenwood Country Club, where I began to caddy. On Saturday mornings, my friends and I would sit on the curb outside the gates to Green Lawn Cemetery, waiting for a member of the golf club to pick us in his car and bring us a few miles to the course. On the hottest summer days, we did sneak off to a secluded spot we called Black Rock, strip naked and cool off with a swim in the Danvers River. Mostly, though, we did sit on the grassy hills by the caddy shack and wait for Swank, Sweeney, the caddy master, to shout our names, a tall, thin man with curly hair and glasses. Sweeney would take the bags out of the caddy shack, put them on a half door, and yell, Welch, I did rush off from a game of cards or a wrestling match for my assignment. Nearly everyone hoped to carry Ray Brady's clubs because he was a big tipper on the course, where tips were generally scarce. Otherwise, the $150 fee for a single 18 holes was about all you saw. We really worked for Monday mornings when the grounds crew fixed the course. That was car days morning when we would take the lost balls we found and use our taped up clubs to play 18 holes. We did get there at the crack of dawn because they threw us off promptly at noon. Carding gave me the chance to make some money and, important, learn the game. I also got early exposure to people who had achieved some level of success. I got a very early look at how attractive or how big a jackass someone can be by watching their behavior on a golf course. Besides, besides carding, I worked a number of jobs. For a while, I delivered the Salem Evening News. I worked at the local post office during the holiday season. For about 3 years, I sold shoes on commission at the Tom Macan store on Excess Street. We got 7 cents a pair for selling regular shoes. If you sold the turkeys, the 11 hero ring tips. I want to do. I was operating a drill press at the Parker Brothers game plant in Salem. My job was to take a small piece of cork, drill a hole through it by pushing down a pedal with my foot, and then toss the cork into a big round cardboard drum. Every day I did thousands of them. To pass the time, I did play a game by trying to cover the bottom of the barrel with cork. I drilled before the foreman came along to empty it out. I rarely made it. Talk about frustration. I did go home with headaches. I hated it. I didn't last 3 weeks, but it taught me a lot. My early years were spent with my nose pressed up against the glass. Every summer became every summer before I was old enough to walk, the kids from the Salem playground took a special train to Old Orchard Beach, an amusement park in Maine. This was our summer highlight. We did board the train at 6:30 a.m. and arrived there 2 hours later. Within a couple of hours, by running from ride to ride, most of us had used up the $5 or so that we brought. We still had a full day ahead of us and were broke. My friends and I would then comb the beach for returnable bottles, going from blanket to blanket, asking some baiters for their empties at 2 cents a bottle. That got us enough money for a hot dog and a few more rides before returning home. On the other hand, I never felt deprived. I didn't want for much of anything. My parents made many sacrifices for me, making sure I had a great baseball glove or a good bicycle. And my father allowed my mother to spoil me without ever taking any of the credit she did. She took me to the bleachers in Fenway Park to watch Ted Williams play left field for the Boston Red Sox. She did pick me up at school in the early afternoon and drive me over to the country club so I could get a head start on the other caddies. A devout Catholic, she did drive me to St. Thomas, the Apostle Church, so I could serve the 6 a.m. Mass as an altar boy with her praying in the first row of the right pew. She became my most enthusiastic cheerleader, calling up the local newspapers and asking them to carry items about my small triumphs, from graduating from the University of Massachusetts to earning my PhD. Then she did paste each clipping into a big scrapbook. She was shameless that way. My mother was clearly the disciplinarian in the family. When my father once caught me on his train, headed home after I did skip school to celebrate St. Patrick's Day in South Boston, he didn't say anything in front of my friends, even though all of us were juiced on some cheap 50 cents a bottle Muscatel. Instead, he simply told my mother, who confronted me and doled out the punishment. Another time, I caught altar boy practice to play hockey on the frozen pond at Mark Park near my home. During the game, I fell through the ice and got completely soaked. He tried to cover up what happened. I stripped off my wet clothes and hung them on a tree over a fire we built. We shivered in the January cold, waiting for our clothes to dry. It was, I thought, a rather clever cover up until I walked through the front door. It took a second for my mother to smell the smoke on my clothes. Docking altar boy practice was a big deal to someone who hung a crucifix on the wall, prayed the rosary, and considered Father John James Cronin, the longtime pastor of our church, a saint. So she sat down, forced out a confession, and then delivered her own penance, whacking me with a damp shoe she did just taking off her foot. While she could be strict, she could also be a real softie. Once, when I was not much more than 11 years old, I stole a ball from a carnival that came through town. You know, the type of lousy ball you throw to knock metal milk bottles off a pedestal to win a Cupid doll. I didn't take It didn't take long before my mother found the ball and asked me where I got it. When I admitted I had stolen it, she insisted that I go to the father Cronin, return the ball to him, and then confess what I did. Since all the priests knew me as an altar boy, I was convinced that they did recognize me in the confessional. In the confessional, the second I opened my mouth, I was scared of them. I asked my mother if I could take the boat down to the North Canal, a milky river, and run through town and toss it away. After negotiating with her, she let me have my way. She drove down to the bridge on North Street and watched as I threw the ball into the river. Another time, when I was a senior in high school, I was caddying for one of the stingiest members of the Kenwood Country Club. By that time, I had been a caddy there for 8 years, which was probably a little too long for my own good. We got it to the sixth hole, a tee where the drive had to go only about 100 yards to carry the pond. This day, my guy topped his ball straight into the water. It landed at least 10 feet into the muddy pond. He asked me to go take my shoes and socks off and wade into the pond after his ball. I refused, and when he insisted, I told him to go to hell. I tossed his clubs into the water, told him to get his ball and clubs himself, and ran off the course. It was a stupid thing to do, even worse than flinging my hockey sticks across the ice. Even though my mother was disappointed because this incident cost me the club's caddy scholarship, she seemed to understand what I felt and didn't make as much of a big deal out of it as she might have. An even greater disappointment was losing an opportunity to go to 4 years of college for free on a Naval ROTC scholarship program. Three of us at Salem High passed the naval exam, me and two of my best friends, George Ryan and Mike Tivnan. My dad got state representatives to send letters of recommendations on my behalf, and I went through a batch of interviews for the program. My friends made it. George got a free ride to Tufts. Mike went to Columbia. I was hoping to go to Dartmouth or Columbia, but the Navy turned me down. I never found out why. Ironically, the rejection turned out to be a great break. At Salem High, I was a good student who worked hard for his grades, but no one would have accused me of being brilliant. So I applied to the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, the state school where the tuition was $50 a semester for less than $1,000, including room and board. I could get a degree. Except for a cousin, I was the first in my family to go to college. I had no family role models to follow other than my uncle Bill Andrews, who worked as an engineer at the power station in Salem. Being an engineer sounded good to me. I found out early that I liked chemistry, so I looked up chemical engineering. I knew so little about college that I almost didn't get there. I didn't take the SATs, assuming instead that the scores on my ROTC exam were enough. I didn't get my acceptance letter from UMass until June, just a few days before I graduated from high school. I must have been on the wait list, but I never realized it. Getting into a less competitive school rather than the Columbia or Dartmouth I wanted would in the end give me a tremendous advantage. The caliber of the competition I faced at UMass in those days made it easier to shine. And though I was never short on confidence, my first week at college in the fall of 1953 was a tough one. I was so homesick that my mother had to drive 3 hours to the Hammers campus to see me. She tried to pump me up. Look at these kids around here. They are not thinking about coming home. You are just as good as they are, even better. She was right. Back in Salem, I had been playing ball, doing a little bit of everything from being treasurer of my senior class to captain of the hockey and golf teams, but I had never really been away from home, not even to an overnight camp. Yeah, I thought I was the macho guy, supposedly street smart and independent, and I was totally wiped out by the experience of going away to school. I wasn't anywhere near as prepared for college as some of the other students. There were kids from New England Preparatory School and prestigious Boston Latin who were way ahead of me in maths. I also found physics very hard. My mother would have none of it. The pep talk worked. My anxieties went away within a week. I struggled through my freshman year, but did well on my exams, posting something like a 3.7 grade point average and made the dean's list every one of my 4 years. In my sophomore, in my sophomore years, I pledged Phi Sigma Kappa and moved into their fraternity house by the campus pond. Our fraternity ranked at or near the top in beer competition, had more late night poker games and better parties than most. It was a great crowd of guys, and although we were on probation once or twice, I was able to play hard and still get the work done. I love the atmosphere there. I also had my professors at UMass, especially Annie Litson, head of the chemical engineering department, making me something of a pet project. He liked me and pushed me through the program as if I were his son. As with my mother, his support gave me a lot of confidence. I got summer jobs in chemical engineering at Sun Oil near Swarthmore, Pennsylvania, and a Columbia Southern, not PGG Industry, now PGG Industry, in Ohio. In 1957, I was one of the university's two best students graduating with a degree in mechanical engineering. If I did get to MIT, I might have been in the middle of the pile. My proud parents bought me a brand new Volkswagen Beetle as a graduation present. During my senior year, I was being courted by many different companies. I had lots of good offers, but my professors convinced me to go to graduate school. I turned down the corporate offer and decided to go to the University of Illinois at Champaign, where I was offered a fellowship. The school was consistently ranked among the top 5 graduate programs in chemical engineering. It was a great school for my major. I had been on campus no more than 2 weeks when I met a pretty girl and asked her out. Our Saturday night date went so well that we ended up just off a campus parking lot in the woods. The windows in my VW had gotten foggy when all of a sudden a light flashed through. It was the campus police, and we were caught in an awkward position. I froze, terrified of consequences. In those days, twins were quite different. The 1950s were conservative times, and we were in the conservative Midwest. The police took us both down to campus station and kept us there until 4 or 5 in the morning before sending us home. My life flashed before me. I thought I was about to lose everything: my fellowship, my chance to get a graduate degree, my career, but most of all, I thought about my mother's reaction when she found out what I had done. My fate would be decided after a Monday meeting with the university provost, who would determine the disciplinary action. On Sunday morning, I gathered up the nerves to call the chairman of the chemical engineering department, Dr. Harry Drickamer. I knew him only by his goof reputation. Scared as I was, I thought he was my only hope. Dr. Drickamer, I said, I had a real problem. The campus police caught me messing around. I am devastated by it and I need help. I was practically wetting my pants telling him what had happened. Then he responded, of all the graduate students I have had here, you are the first guy to do something like that. I will take care of this, but you better keep your pants on from now on. Whatever Drickerman did saved my butt. I still had to go through a difficult meeting with the provost, but I wasn't thrown out of the school. Yet that frightening incident got me much closer to Harry. We formed a wonderful relationship. He too treated me like a son. We bet on football games. We argued over things in the news. In the hallways, Harry would tease me mercilessly, always rigging me with the red socks on my already thinning hair. He became an important influence in my life, a mentor throughout my graduate years. I needed the help. At Ilios, I wasn't as well prepared as the kids from Brooklyn Polytechnic, Columbia, or Men- Minnesota. So in my first year, I struggled there as well. I had to really fight for my grades. I wasn't by any stretch of the imagination a star. After my first year in Illinois in 1958, when I was a graduate with my master's degree, the country was in a recession. Instead of having 20 job offers, I got two, one from an Oklahoma oil refinery near Tulsa and another from Ethel Corp in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. On the airplane for my ETIL interview, I was traveling with one of my associates from the University of Illinois when something odd happened. The stewardess came back and said, Mr. Welch, will you like a drink? She then turned to my colleague and said, Dr. Getner, would you like a drink? I thought that Dr. Getner sounded a lot better than Mr. Welch. All I had to do was stay a couple of more years. So, with not much more foresight than that, I stayed at the university and went for my PhD. It helped that the job market wasn't very good. It also helped that I really liked my Illinois professors, especially Drinkerman and my thesis advisor, Dr. Jim Westwater. In graduate school, especially in a PhD program, you live in the lab. You come in at 8 in the morning and go home at 11 at night. Sometimes you felt like you were judged on the number of hours your lights were on. My thesis was on condensation in steam supply systems, so I spent hours vaporizing water and watching it condense in a copper plate. Day after day, I snapped high-speed photographs of the geometry of the condensing drops on the surface. I developed heat transfer equations from these experiments. The funny thing about a graduate thesis is that you get so hooked on it, you think you are doing Nobel Prize work. With Jim Westwater's strong support, I got my PhD in 3 years, faster than almost anyone. It took the typical grad student 4 to 5 years to get a PhD. I was hardly the program's resident genius. To pass the program's two language requirements, one summer, I studied French and German day and night for 3 straight months. I went into an exam room and tipped my head. Everything I had put in my brain poured out the other side. I managed to pass the exams. But if you asked me one word in French or German a week later, I was done. My knowledge emptied the moment I handed in those exams. Despite not being the smartest, I did have the focus to get the work done. Some of the most intelligent people in the program had trouble finishing their thesis. They couldn't bring them to a conclusion. My impatience helped me. I have always felt that chemical engineering was one of the best backgrounds for a business career because both the classwork and required tests teach you one very important lesson. There are no finite answers to many questions. What really counted was your thought process. A typical exam question went something like this. An ice skater weighs 150 pounds and is doing figure eight on ice an inch thick. The temperature is rising a degree every 10 minutes to 40 degrees, and the wind is blowing 20 miles an hour. When will the skater fall through the ice? There was no formulaic answer to that question. The same is true for most business problems. The process helps you get closer to the darker shade of gray. There are rarely black or white answers. More often than not, business is smell, feel, and touch as much as or more than numbers. If we wait for the perfect answer, the world will pass us by. By the time I left Illinois in 1960, I had decided that I liked and wanted to do what I liked and wanted to do, and just as important, what I wasn't so good at. My technical skills were pretty good, but I wasn't the best scientist by any means. Compared to many of my classmates, I was outgoing, someone who loved people more than books and sports more than scientific development. I figured those skills and interests were best suited for a job that bridged the laboratory and the commercial world. Knowing that was a little bit like knowing I was a pretty good athlete, but far from a very good one. What I wanted to do made me something different from most doctors. They usually went into university classrooms to teach or corporate laboratories to do research. I toyed with the idea of teaching and even interviewed at Syracuse and West Virginia universities, but in the end, I decided against that option. Besides a degree, long term friendships, and a way of thinking through problems, Unions gave me something else, a great wife. I first spotted Caroline Osborne at the Catholic Church on campus during the Stations of the Cross during Lent. She attended Mass just as I did. I didn't meet her, however, until a mutual friend introduced us in a bar in downtown Champaign. Caroline was tall, pretty, sophisticated, and intelligent. She had graduated with honors from Marietta College and was on a $1,500 a year fellowship at Illinois, getting her master's in English literature. After our first date at a basketball game in January 1959, we were always together. 5 months later, we were engaged, and on November 21st, 2 days after my 24th birthday, we were married in her hometown of Arlington Heights, Illinois. We spent the bulk of our honeymoon driving my Volkswagen across the country and into Canada, with me interviewing for jobs. I was lucky enough to have several offers, but two fit, one from Exxon to work in a development laboratory in Baytown, Texas, and one from GE to work in a new chemical development operation in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. G invited me to Pittsfield, where I met Dr. Dan Fox, a scientist in charge of the company's new chemical concepts. That job appealed to me most. The development group was small. It was working on new plastics, and I liked the idea of going back to Massachusetts. Like my earlier professor, Fox struck me as someone who was smart and whom I could trust. In Fox, I saw a coach and a role model who brought the best out of everyone who worked with him. He was already something of a hero inside GE because he had discovered Lexan plastic for the company. GE began selling Lexan in 1957, a potential replacement for glass and metal. It was used for everything from electric coffee makers to the light covers on the wings of supersonic aircraft. Fox, like most inventors, was already onto the next project, becoming champion for a new thermoplastic called PPO, polyphenylene oxide. He convinced me that polyphenylene oxide was going to be the next great thing. He described its unique ability to withstand high temperatures. It had the potential to replace hot water, copper piping, and stainless steel medical instruments. He capped off the selling job by telling me that I would be the first employee in charge of getting the plastic out of the lab and into production. I accepted within a week. What I didn't know when I showed up for work my first day on October 17, 1960, was how quickly I would become frustrated. In just 1 year, GE bureaucracy would nearly drive me out of the company. Two, getting out of the pie. In 1961, I had been working at GE for a year as an engineer, making $10,500 when my first boss handed me a $1,000 raise. I was okay with it until I found out later that day that I got exactly what all four of us sharing an office received. I thought I deserved more than the standard increase. I talked to my boss and the discussion went nowhere. Frustrated, I started looking for another job. I began scanning the help wanted ads in Chemical Week magazine and the Wall Street Journal. Hoping to find a quick escape, I felt trapped in the pile near the bottom of a big organization. I wanted out. I got a nice offer from International Minerals and Chemicals in Chicago, not far from where my wife's mother lived. It seemed like a chance to escape. The standard predetermined raise was just a part of my irritation at what I saw as the company's stingy behavior. When GE recruited me, the company had laid out a cushy red carpet. They convinced me I was just what they were looking for to help develop a new plastic PPO. When Caroline and I arrived in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, I was expecting at least a little of the deductive treatment to continue. We came to GE with little more than change in our pockets. We had driven 950 miles from Illinois in my fading black Volkswagen. When I joined GE in October 1960, the local union was on strike. In order to avoid the picket line, I reported for work with the little of process development specialist in a local warehouse. Quickly, my new boss, Bot Copeland, made it clear that the wooing process was over. Copeland, 1840 something development manager, asked me if my wife and I had already found an apartment in town. When I told him we were staying at the local hotel, he said, "Well, we don't cover that, you know." I couldn't believe it. If it hadn't been my first week in the job, I would have let him have it. But I wasn't about to blow it. Copeland could not have been more charming during the interview process. In fact, he was a decent guy. He just saw it as his job to try to scrimp on everything. He acted as if GE were on the verge of bankruptcy. The romance that brought me to GE was evaporating. We moved out of the hotel. I checked into a cheap motel while Caroline went to live with my parents in Salem for a couple of weeks until we could find an apartment. We eventually moved into a small first floor flat in a two-story wood frame house on First Street, where the landlady was so chintzy with the heat that we had to knock on the walls to get her to put the thermostat up. Even then, she did often shout through the paper thin walls for Caroline or me to wear a sweater. To help furnish the place, my parents gave us $1,000 to buy a couch and a bed. Everything that first year wasn't awful. There were things I liked: the autonomy to design and build a new pilot plant for PPO, and the sense of being part of a team in what felt like a small company. I worked closely with Dr. Al Gowan, who joined GE the same month as I did. He ran the earliest experiment on the new plastic in beakers. I designed the kettles to test the bigger batches and built them at a local machine shop. We constructed a pilot plant from scratch in a small outbuilding in the back of our offices. Each day, we did run several experiments, testing different processes. For someone just off a college campus, it was a real adventure. Tifik helped me Tifik help we could get. So at least twice a month, I did jump into my car and drive 55 miles to GE Central Research and Development Lab in school Nectardine, New York, where the plastic was invented. I did spend the day working with researchers and scientists, always trying to excite them about the product's potential. In those days, the central lab was funded entirely by corporate, so there was no direct incentive for the lab's scientists to focus their efforts on any one business or, for that matter, any commercialization. The scientists liked doing advanced research. The game was to get them to put time into the development of your project after the invention phase. I had no authority. It was all persuasion. It was easy to get attention from Al Hay, the inventor of the plastic, and several of his associates, but some weren't interested in commercializing products. I looked forward to those trips to the R&D lab because it was fun, selling my project, and the lab was a real help. These trips turned out to be relatively lucrative. I could make the trip in my Volkswagen for a box of gas, 4 gallons at 25 cents a gallon. And GE would pay me 7 cents a mile to use my own car. So I did pocket something like $7 on every trip I made to Schenectady. It seems crazy now, but all of us would drive somewhere at the drop of a hat to get a little extra cash. In spite of the good stuff, I was getting more frustrated every day. The penny wise behavior that started that first week continued. In a red brick building on plastic avenues, four of us shared a small cramped office. We had to make do with only two phones, scrambling to pass them around the decks. On business trips, both asked us to double up in hotel rooms. For me, the standard 1,000 raise was the proverbial last straw. So I went to Copland and quit. Just as I was about to drive my car back across the country again, Copland's boss called me. Ruben got off, a young executive based in Connecticut, invited Caroline and me out to a long dinner at the Yellow Astor in Pittsfield. Cutoff was no stranger. We had met in several business reviews. We had made a connection because I would always give him more than he expected. As a junior development engineer, I had given him a complete cost and physical property analysis of our new plastic versus every major competing product offered by the DuPont, Dows, and Celanese of the world. It projected the long-range product cost of nylon, polypropylene, acrylic, and acetyl against our product. It was by no means an earth-shattering analysis, but it was more than the usual from a guy in a white lab coat. What I was trying to do was get out of the pile. If I had just answered this question, it would have been tough to get noticed. Bosses usually have answers in mind when they hand out questions. They are just looking for confirmation. To set myself apart from the crowd, I thought I had to think bigger than the question posed. I wanted to provide not only the answer, but an unexpected fresh perspective. Cutoff obviously noticed over dinner for 4 straight hours as he was hell bent on keeping me at GM. He made his pitch, promising to get me a bigger raise and, more important, vowing to keep the bureaucracy of the company out of my way. I was surprised to learn that he shared my frustration with the bureaucracy. This time I was lucky because many GE bosses would have been happy to let me go. I undoubtedly was a pain in the ass to Copeland. Fortunately, Gottov didn't see it that way, but he didn't have to deal with me every day. The dinner with me went on without an answer. During his 2 hours drive back home to Westport, Connecticut, he stopped at a payphone next to the highway to continue selling. It was the 1 a.m. Caroline and I were already in bed, and Ruben was still making his case. By putting more money on the table, adding $2,000 to the $1,000 raise Copeland gave me, by promising an increase in responsibility and air cover from the bureaucracy, Gottov showed me he really cared. A few hours after daybreak on the morning before my going away party, I decided to stay. That night, surrounded by a pile of gifts at what was supposed to be my farewell celebration at Complan's house, I told my colleagues that I was not leaving after all. Most of them seemed happy, although I saw massive anxiety from both at the thought of having me back. I don't remember if I kept the gifts, but I think I did. Got of recognition that he considered me different and special, made a powerful impression. Ever since that time, differentiation has been a basic part of how I manage. That standard raise I got over 4 decades ago had probably driven my behavior to an extreme. But differentiation is all about being extreme, rewarding the best and weeding out the ineffective. Rigorous differentiation delivers rich stars, and stars build great businesses. Some contend that differentiation is not bad for morale. They say that differential treatment erodes the very idea of teamwork. Not in my world. You build strong teams by treating individuals differently. Just look at the way baseball team pay 20 game winning pitchers and 40 plus home run hitters. The relative contributions of those players are easy to measure. Their stats jump out at you, yet they are still part of a team. Everybody's got to feel they have a stake in the game, but that doesn't mean everyone on the team has to be treated the same way. For my days in the pit, I learned that the game is all about fielding the best athletes. Whoever fielded the best team there won. Ruben Gotthoff reinforced that it was no different in business. Winning teams come from differentiation, rewarding the best and removing the weakest. Always fighting to raise the bar. I was lucky to get out of the pie and learn this my very first year in GE, the hard way, by nearly quitting the company. 3. Blowing the roof off. Years before I was given the nickname Neutron Jack, I had actually blown up a factory for real. It was 1963, early in my GE career. I was 28 years old and had been with the company for all of 3 years. I can remember that spring day as if it were yesterday. It was one of the most frightening experiences of my life. I was sitting in my office in Pittsfield, just across the street from the pilot plant where when the explosion occurred. It was a huge blast that blew the roof off the building and knocked out all the windows on the top floor. It shook everyone, especially me, to their very toes. With the sound of the explosion still ringing in my ears, I raced out of my office towards the red brick plant 100 yards away on Plastic Avenue. Oh my God, I thought. I hope no one got hurt. Roof shingling and shards of glass were scattered everywhere. Clouds of smoke and dust hung over the building. I ran up the stairs to the third floor. I was scared as hell, my heart pounding, and I was bathed in sweat. The wreckage the explosion caused was worse than I expected. A big chunk of roof and ceiling had collapsed onto the floor. Miraculously, no one was seriously injured. We were experimenting with a chemical process. We were bubbling oxygen through a highly volatile solution in a large tank. An an unexplainable spark set off the explosion. We were lucky because the safety bolts let go as designed and allowed the top to shoot straight up through the ceiling. As the boss, I was clearly at fault. The next day, I had to drive 100 miles to Bridgeport, Connect, Connecticut, to explain to a corporate group executive, Charlie Reed, why the accident occurred. He was over my direct boss. Ruben, Ruben Gottov, the guy who had persuaded me not to leave GE. Cut off would also attend the meeting, but I was the guy on the line and I was prepared for the worst. GE bosses had all sorts of expectations of their managers. They expected them to come up with new ideas for products. They expected them to enter new markets and increase revenues. They
They
did
did
not
not
expect
expect
some
someone to
to blow
blow
up
up
a
a plant.
plant. I
I
knew
knew
I
I
could
could
explain
explain.
why the blast went off, and I had some ideas on how to fix the problems. But I was a nervous wreck. My confidence was shaking almost as much as the building itself. I was nervous because I knew I had failed to explain why the plant was failing. I was nervous because I knew I had failed to explain why the plant was failing. I was nervous because I knew I had failed to explain why the plant was failing. I was nervous because I knew I had failed to explain why the plant was failing. I was nervous because I knew I had failed to explain why the plant was failing. I was nervous because I knew I had failed to explain why the plant was failing. With an ever present glitter in his eye. He also had a passion for technology. A bachelor married to the corporation, he was the highest ranking GE executive with hands on experience in chemicals. Charlie understood what could happen. You were, you were working at high temperatures with volatile materials. That day, he was incredibly understanding. He took an almost Socratic approach in dealing with the accident. His concern was what I had learned from the explosion and if I thought I could fix the reactor process. He questioned whether we should continue to move forward on the project. It was all intellect, no emotion or anger. It's better that we learn about this problem now rather than later when we had a large scale operation going. He said, thank God no one was hurt. Charlie's reaction made a huge impression on me. When people make mistakes, the last thing they need is discipline. It's time for encouragement and confidence building. The job at this point is to restore self confidence. I think piling on when someone is down is one of the worst things any of us can do. It's a standard joke during GE operating reviews that if one of the business CEOs is getting hit and someone in the room jumps on the bandwagon, the staff team will typically pull out the white handkerchief, toss it in the air, and flag the person for piling on. Piling on during a weak moment can force people into what I call the GE vortex. It can happen anywhere. You see the vortex when leaders lose their confidence, begin to panic, and spiral downward into a hole or self doubt. I've seen it happen to strong, bright, and self confident general managers of billion-dollar businesses. They were doing just fine in good times, but but then missed an operating plan or made a bad deal, not for the first time, and self-doubt began to creep in. They became willing to agree to anything just to get out of the room and make it through another day. It is a terrible thing to see. Few ever recover from the vortex. I have tried to do everything to help people through it, or better yet, avoid it. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy challenging a person's idea. No one loves a good and passionately fought argument more than I do. This isn't about being tough minded and straightforward. That's the job. But so is sensing when to hug and when to kick. Of course, arrogant people who refuse to learn from their mistakes have to go. If we are managing good people who are clearly eating themselves up over an error, our job is to help them through it. That doesn't mean you have to take it easy on your top performers. A perfect example involves one of our Real A players, an executive with global R&D responsibility from a major GE business. Just last year, he and I were chatting casually over cocktails the night before our annual officers meeting. I had recently returned from a tour of our R&D operations in India and was excited by what I had seen. As I described my impression of his operations, this guy told me I was giving a load of BS on my trip. They aren't doing anywhere near the quality of work in India, you think, he said. His comment irritated me. I couldn't believe him. The engineers and scientists in India were on his payroll, yet he was making a distinction between his people here in the United States, where he was located, and there in India. I always knew we had a problem getting the whole organization's mind set around the idea of global intellect, tapping every great mind in the world, no matter where it was located. When I got that reaction from one of my best, I knew it was a hell of a lot bigger problem than I did thought. Without naming him, I launched into that story the next morning in front of 117 of GE's top executives. I used it as an example of how our company wasn't getting what maximizing global intellect is all about. I challenge everyone in the room to look at themselves in the mirror to make sure they weren't in the same boat. We could not have the R&D teams in the United States doing all of the advanced, fun work while farming out the lower value projects to places like India. My visit to India convinced me that their research labs were filled with scientists equal to or better than those in the United States and in a lot more disciplines than software. Understandably, the guy felt I had clobbered him in public and in front of his parents. I wouldn't have done that if he weren't one of the brightest and most confident executives in the company. He was a GE All-Star, not a talking. Within a day or two of the meeting, he sent me a note explaining that he had inadvertently diminished the significant progress made by his team in India and had left me with the wrong impression. I immediately called to thank him for his note and assured him that he had not screwed up. Obviously, this negative role model act doesn't work with everyone. You can do it with your very best as long as they know that as long as they know they are your best. Using role models always helped me make the point to a larger group. The same applies to people who take what I call a big swing at something and miss. One of the real advantages of a big company is the ability to take on big projects with huge potential. The quickest way to neutralize that advantage is to go after the scraps of those who dare to dream and reach but fail. That just reinforces a risk averse culture. The best way to support dreams and stretch is to set apart small ideas with big potentials, then give people positive role models and the resources to turn small projects into big businesses. A good example of this was our early attempts in the late 1970s to develop a revolutionary new light bulb called halak. It was an ambitious effort to create a light bulb that lasted 10 times longer than the typical product at a fraction of the energy. It appeared to be a perfect environmental solution. This was a big $50 million swing. Problem was, no one wanted to pay $10.95 for a single light bulb, no matter how green or revolutionary, and our project failed. Instead of punishing those involved in the halak effort, we celebrated their great try. We handed out cash management awards and promoted several halak prayers to new jobs. While no one was happy with the results, we made a big point of rewarding the people on the team. We wanted everyone in the company to know that taking a big swing and missing was okay. By 1964, our project to make a new plastic had come a long way. We were getting close to a product we could sell. Cut assigned a general manager named Bob Feinholt to run it. He was a dreamer and big thinker who who quickly sold his bosses on the ideas that we had something going in Pittsfield. Charlie Reid got the board to approve our new plastic plant in 1964. The $10 million factory would produce the PPO product that brought me to GA in the first place. The same product that led to the disaster in the pilot plant. We got the money on the basis that we had a breakthrough plastic that was a step beyond GE's first engineered plastic, Lexan, which had just set a new performance standard. It was a hard sell, in part because we didn't want to move to Mount Vernon, Indiana, where our first Lexan plastic plant had been built. Instead, we picked a 450-acre site in Selkirk, New York. I found it on a Sunday afternoon drive over from Pittsfield with my wife and 3 kids in the car. The 5 of us got out and walked all over the site. It was a beautiful piece of land, a former marshalling yard for the New York Central Railroad, with a right of way on the Hudson River. I loved the site and wouldn't leave until the kids got out. Some GE executives were skeptical of the location because it was only 30 miles away from Schenectady, where GE already had one of our largest and oldest manufacturing plants. There was a lot of selfishness in our request too. We wanted to run our own show and stay where we were. To justify it, we argued that we were creating a highly technical product and needed access to the chemists and scientists in GE and R&D Center in Schenectady, as well as our own research lab in Pittsfield, some 50 miles away. We won the argument and the money. By this time, Bob Feinholt's more creative bent earned him a promotion to strategic planning at headquarters. When the general manager slot opened, I went after it. After a dinner in Selkirk with Gotthof and the rest of our team, I followed Gotthof to his car behind the Stone Ends restaurant and jumped into the front seat of his Volkswagen convertible. Why not me for Bob's job? I said. Are you kidding? Gotthof asked. Jack, you don't know anything about marketing. That's what this new product introduction is all about. I wouldn't take no for an answer. I stayed in Gotthof car on that dark and cold evening for well over an hour, pounding him with my qualifications for the job. Thin as they might be, it was my turn to sell Gotthof and sell him hard. I reminded him of the time when he sold me on staying at GM. He didn't give me an answer that night, but when we drove out of that parking lot, Gotthof knew how badly I wanted the job. Over the next 7 days or so, I called him with additional arguments to bolster my case. Within a week, he called and asked me to come down to his office in Bridgeport. You, SOP, he said, you convinced me to give you this job, and I'm going to do it. You better deliver. I went back to Pittsfield that day as the new general manager of the polymer product operation. I didn't have long to celebrate. Just after getting the new job and breaking ground on the site, we found out that our PPO product had a serious flaw. Aging tests began to show that over time it became brittle and cracked under the high temperatures it was designed to withstand. There was just no way that it would make it as a replacement for hot water copper pipes, one of its biggest potential markets. I had lobbied myself into a potentially career-killing challenge. There is a moment for forever. There is a moment forever frozen in my memory. I was standing at the cell kick site on a cold winter day in 1965 with Gotov and Alan Hay, the bow-tied GE Corporate Research Lab scientists who invented PPO. In our overcoats and gloves, we stood at the top of a massive hole in the ground that must have been 30 feet deep, enough to bury all of us. With the product's newly found technical flaws and the gaping holes in front of us, my GE career flashed before me. Al, you have got to help us fix this thing, or we are all dead, I said. He turned to us and replied calmly, "Hey guys, don't worry about it. I have a couple of a new plastic coming along." I felt like throwing him into the hole. I wonder what I had gotten myself into. We were way ahead of ourselves. This was a $10 million investment in a business that the company didn't really understand. Now it became clear we didn't have a working product for the plant to produce. Even worse, the scientists who invented the product had no idea how to fix it. It took 6 frantic months before we worked our way out of the problem. I practically lived in the lab during that time. We tried everything. We're sticking every compound we could think of into PPO to see if it would stop the cracking. Dan Fox, the chemist who convinced me to join GE, led a team of chemists in Pittsfield who eventually found the solution by blending PPO with low-cost polystyrene and some rubber. We had to juggle the plant's design to take care of the blending process, but it worked. The story had a happy ending. The blended plastic was called Noril and eventually became a winning product that today does more than $1 billion in worldwide sales. What made it work was a crazy band of people who believed we could do almost anything. We were scared to death but filled with dreams and just nuts enough to try anything to get the plastic to work. We may have been in one of the world's largest corporations, but in Pittsfield or Selkirk, we saw ourselves as a very small family business with a bank behind us. Talk about luck. This whole experience in the plastic business was like God coming down and saying, "Jack, this is your moment. Take it." I was still pretty new at this. I can remember the first time a salesman took Caroline and me to dinner. I thought that was a big stuff. I was a project manager and bought raw materials from his company, Pete Buff Consolidated Co. He took us out for drinks and dinners at the mill on the floors, the best restaurant in the area, and it was free. It might seem naive today, but everything was a new experience. I loved every minute of it, and I found pleasure in the smallest things. We used to fly a two-engine United Caravel jet from Hartford, Connecticut to Chicago on our way to the plastic plants that made Lexan in Mount Vernon, Indiana. On every trip, the stewardess would hand each of us a can of macadamia nuts and two tiny bottles of scotch. We did look forward to that treat all the way to the airport. At times, I couldn't believe that I was being paid to do all these things. Neither could my mother. When I traveled to Europe for the first time in 1964 on a business trip, she was petrified that GE might not reimburse me. "Are you sure they are going to pay you for it?" she asked. All these new expenses were part of growing a business from scratch, and we made just about every one of them an excuse for celebration. When we landed an order of $500 for plastic pellets, we did stop off for beers on the way home to celebrate. We posted the names of every customer who bought $500 or more on the wall in what we called our 500 club. Whenever we did add 10 new customers to the club, it was time for another party. Beer cakes and pizza parties were standard practice in Silicon Valley, but they were also standard for Selkirk and Pittsfield in the mid 1960s. Every early promotion, every bonus, Every raise were also cause for celebration. When I got a $3,000 bonus in 1964, I threw a party for all the employees at the new house we had just purchased on Cambridge Avenue, a working class area of Pittsfield. The very next Monday, I treated myself to my first convertible, a greenish Pontiac Le Mans. Boy, was I feeling on top of the world? But I did quickly get a reminder of how things had changed. Besides the car, I also bought a new suit. I like to differentiate myself from the rest of the pack in those early days. In the summer, I would often wear tarpaulin suits made by Haspel with blue button-down shirts and striped ties. Silly as it now seems, I even like the ring of hearing someone address me as Dr. Welch. After work on one beautiful spring day, I went to the parking lot and got into my shiny new car. I pushed the lever to put the top down for the first time. All of a sudden, the hydraulic hose sprang a leak. Dark, gungy oil shot up onto my suit and ruined the paint job on the front of my beautiful new car. I couldn't believe it. There I was, thinking I was bigger than life, and smack came the reminder that brought me back to reality. It was a great lesson. Just when you think you're a big shot, something happens to wake you up. It would by no means be the last time this would happen. Even so, the family business continued to go, and so did I. Once we had the cell cake plant up and began selling Noril, sales took off. We grew rapidly from 1965 to 1968, and then I got the next big break. In early June of 1968, nearly 8 years after joining GE, I was promoted to general manager of the $26 million plastic business. This was a big deal, making me, at 32, the company's youngest general manager. The move puts me into the big leagues with all the trimmings, an annual invitation to the company's top management meeting every January in Florida, and my first stock options. I was on my way. 4. Flying below the radar. Life appeared to be perfect. There was only one regret. I could no longer share my success with my parents. My mother had died in January 25th, 1965, which was the saddest day of my life. She was only 66 years old, but had suffered from heart trouble for many years. I had been an undergraduate at UMass in Amherst when she had her first heart attack. I was so upset then that after my aunt called with the news, I literally rushed out of the dorm and began running down the highway to Salem, about 210 miles away. I was so filled with emotion to stand and wait by the side of the road as I was stumbling a ride back home. After a 3 week stay in the hospital, she went home, rested and recovered. This was all before beta blockers and bypass surgeries. They would save my own life years later. She suffered another heart attack 3 years later and went through the same routine. 3 years after that, she had a third and final one. She and my father were in Florida on vacation at the time. I had given them $1,000 out of my bonus that year to help them escape a tough New England winter. That money meant a lot to both of us. When I handed it to her, she burst with pride. She had always provided me with everything I had from the day I was born. My mother's $1,000 gift was a chance to finally give her something in return. To her, it reflected the success her product was enjoying. She was so proud of me. Thank God I did it. One of my life's great regrets is not being able to give her all the things I could if she were alive today. When my father told me that my mother was in a Fort Lauderdale hospital, I immediately flew down from Pittsfield and went straight to her room. She was in bad shape, weak and frail. The night she died, I remember sitting with her when she asked me to wash her back. I sponged her back clean with warm water and soap, and she was so happy. It would do I would do that. Afterward, my father and I returned to the one-bedroom efficiency motel where they had been staying. We never saw her alive again. I was devastated. My father and aunt returned to Salem by train with my mother's body, while I drove my dad's car back home. I drove north all night long. I stopped for some rest at a highway motel in North Carolina, but stayed there for only 4 hours, tossing and turning. I was so restless and so angry. I cried and kicked the car the whole way. I felt cheated, angry, and mad at God for taking my mother from me. By the time I got home, I had cried myself out. The wake and funeral at St. Thomas, the Apostle Church, were really a celebration of her life. At a funeral parlor in Salem, all our relatives, neighbors, and hundreds of friends I didn't know showed up, each with a story my mother told about her son, Jackie. Inevitably, every story she bored her friends with spoke of her pride in me. My father also took her death hard. He was a good and generous man. He had bought me a new car when he couldn't afford it. His job and my mother's overwhelming personality kept him from having much of an impact on my life. But I loved him. Now it was so sad to see him refuse to adjust to life without her. Without my mother, he was a lost soldier. She had kept him on a strict salt free diet because he was suffering from edema. Now he became indifferent about what he ate. Soon the water retention made his face puffy and he began to gain weight. He just ate himself to death with the wrong foods. He retained so much water that he was put in the hospital. I rushed back from a business trip in Europe. He was alive when I walked into the hospital elevator to get to his floor. By the time I reached his bedside, he had died. Just 15 months after my mother's death, on April 22nd, 1966, my father passed away. He was 71 years old. I was thrown for a loop. My mother and father were gone, and I was feeling awful sorry for myself. I was lucky to have my wife, Caroline, there to pick up the pieces. She was strong, quick witted, and always supportive. She reminded me how lucky I was to have a great family with three healthy kids, Kathy, John, and Anne. Mark would come late in April of 1968. She was a real rock for me, not only then, but on many other occasions. When I worried about the consequences of rocking the boat at work, Caroline would encourage me to do exactly what I thought was right, regardless of what others at GE might think. After each promotion, she and the kids would celebrate by decorating the house and driveway with colorful streamers. Following my promotion to General Manager of Plastics, I had a 1969 interview with Monogram, the company magazine. When the writer came out to Pittsfield for our interview, he referred to me as Dr. Welch. I shot back, I don't make house calls, so call me Jack, a quote he included in the article. I was now ready to act as a businessman and not an engineer, so I was anxious to bag the Dr. Welch moniker. I bragged that my employees were a turned on bunch who generated their own electricity. I boasted that we grew the plastic business more in my first year as general manager than in the previous 10 years. There is gold here, and we're lucky enough to come along and dig the mine. What an ass I was, so completely full of myself, without regard for any of the previous leaders of the business. I claimed we would break all the sales and profit records. Those who read the article must have damn near choked. Fortunately, I was below the radar, insulated from the GE bureaucracy. When I got the entire plastic operations, which included Lexan, I really believed I had inherited gold. Compared to Lauren, Lexan was a thorough breed. It was clear as glass and tough as steel. It was flame resistant and lightweight. Boring put 4,000 pounds of Lexan into every 747 jumbo jets it made in those days. Half of its applications replaced metal. For years, we had been selling a blended product in Norway, and we were always trying to get it to work. We were the second class citizens with a second class product. With a lower selling price, we managed to get it into business machine, housings, lawn sprinklers, hair dryers, disposable razor cartridges, and color televisions. But we had to fight for every 500-pound order. When we finally got Lexan, I thought we could take on the world and was cocky enough to say so. The statement was even more outrageous since the company's view of plastic was a lot less flattering. The guy who had been running the business was promoted to general manager of silicones, then about 50% larger than plastics.
Nevertheless, the future looked very bright. This was a time when forecasters believed that plastics would be more fastest growing industry over the next decade, faster than computers and electronics. Even the movies were getting into it. In The Graduate, Dustin Hoffman was encouraged to get a career in plastic. We added marketing people and began promoting the plastic business as if it were Tide detergent. We had a Silu's Cardinal pitcher Bob Gibson to be in our ads. We filmed a TV commercial with a bull in a China shop, except all the china made from lace and plastic didn't break when the bull wreaked havoc on the seat. We had radio comedians Bob and Ray to prolong our plastic in Detroit during prime time. We had the air the radio spots between 7:30 and 8 a.m. when our target customers, the automotive engineers, were stuck in traffic jams on their way to the General Motors, Ford and Treasure's office. We had billboards promoting laser on all the roads leading to work. Danny MC Lane at that time, a 30-game winner, with the Detroit Tigers, holds a bassfoot at me while I was holding up a laser plastic sheet in the parking lot of our Detroit office. The local press covered the event. All this promotion got a lot of attention because it was really different marketing for an industrial plastic. We wanted to replace every metal part in a car with laser from the trim and on the dashboard to the crank handles on the window. Because our five-person office in Detroit was competing against DuPont's 40% office, we had to be faster and more creative. We took on the big camera companies and did well because we could outrun them. We were using the strength of a big company and trying to run with the speed of a small company. We were flying. By 1970, we had beaten my boastful prediction by more than doubling the plastic businesses in less than 3 years. Despite the obvious success, I was clearly ruffling the feathers of some powerful people at corporate headquarters. One of them was Roy Johnson, the head of CE's Human Resource Department. Johnson was the keeper of the keys, reporting directly to Chairman Fred Budge at the time, eventually to Reg Jones, and he had a big impact on hiring decisions. Years later, I found a memo that John wrote in July 1971 to Vice Chairman Hem West. At that time, I was being considered for another promotion to Vice President of the Chemical and Meteorological Division, a $400 million sales group of business. In the memo, Johnson concluded that I deserved the promotion, but that the appointment carries with it more than the usual degree of risk. Despite his many strengths, Jack has a number of significant limitations. On the plus side, he has a driving motivation to grow a business, natural entrepreneurial instincts, creativeness, and aggressiveness. In a natural leader and organizer, and has a high degree of technical competence. On the other hand, continued Johnson, he is somewhat arrogant, reacts or overreacts. emotionally particularly to criticism, get too personal involved in the detail of his business, tend to over rely on his quick mind of initiation rather than on solid homework and staff assistance in getting in and out of complex situations, and has something of an anti establishment attitude toward general electric activities outside his own sphere. I'm glad I found this evolution later, or I might have done something stupid. Even if he had money, some pretty good points at the time, I probably wouldn't have accepted the criticism. Johnson chalked up my limitations to youthfulness and lack of maturity, but fortunately, didn't block me for the vision job. Thank goodness Hemways supported me. Looking back, there were enough reasons for Johnson and others to have reservations. Obviously, I wasn't a natural fit for the corporation. I had little respect or tolerance for protocol. I was an impatient manager, especially with people who didn't perform. I was blunt and candid, and some thought I was rude. My language could be coarse and impolitic. I didn't like sitting and listening to canned presentations or reading reports, referring one on one conversation where I expected managers to know their businesses and have the answers. I love constructive conflict and thought open and honest debate about business issues brought out the best decision. If an idea couldn't survive a no hold barred decision, the marketplace will kill it. Really boasting a group of friends and a former GE vice chairman we later likened our staff meeting to Miller Lite commercials. They were loud, raucous, and animated, and I never hit any thought or feeling. During a business discussion, I could get so emotionally involved that I stammer out what others might consider outrageous things. A couple of favorites were my 6-year-old kids could do better than that, or don't water me. That was understood by everyone to mean your report it's bad news, but you don't tell me how you are going to fix it. People who couldn't fit into this informal and entrepreneurial environment left or were asked to leave. I cut my losses quickly on bad hires that didn't perform. People who were arrogant or pompous didn't last very long. Those who delivered took home outside salary increases and bonuses, just I now did. I kicked, but I also huge. These different scars made me a rebel of sorts and lead to all kind of ridiculous cult plots. Most of the rumors about me were just that rumors. They made for some fun conversation around the water cooler, but had little basis in reality. The gossips claim that I have jumped on top of decks or conference table like some kind of temporal bully. That was crock. Yet I kept moving higher. Despite Johnson's reservations, I got the jobs as head of chemical and metallurgical division in 1971, and it brought a bunch of new metallurgical division. I had spent 11 years in GE working in the plastic arena. Now I had to figure out how to run a whole portfolio of a material business, including carbide cutting tools, industrial diamond, insulin materials, and electronic materials products. And it's all with very different people. My first job was to get a close look at my team with a couple of expectations. I found them waiting. I'm the first to admit I could be impulsive in removing people during these early days. But over the years, I learned a lot about how to do it. It is the toughest and most difficult thing we ever do. It is never easy and it doesn't ever become easier. If I learn anything about making this easier, it seems to it that no one should ever be surprised then they were asked to leave. By the time I met with managers I was about to replace, I would have had at least 2 or 3 conversations to impress my disappointment and to give them the chance to turn things around. I'll follow up every business review with a handwriting note. Some may not have appreciated my condo, but they always knew exactly where they stood. That first talk is when the surprise and disappointment, if any, should occur, not when the person is asked to leave. I can't remember a single instance where someone felt shocked or blindsided when our final conversation took place. Look, I would say we gave this thing a good run. We both know it's not working out. It's time to route it up. Inevitably, there is some disappointment more often than not. There is relief when it's time for the final conversation. The subject quickly gets to what's my deal? I've been lucky enough all my life to work for a company with the financial resources to be able to soften the blow. At that point, the biggest challenge is to get everyone focused on the future. Assure them that this is another transition in their life when they can make a new start, just like the transition from high school to college or from college to the first job. They can move on to another environment where all past routes are forgotten. I've seen many people go on the better and happier lives after leaving jobs that just weren't working. All of us have a responsibility to try and make that happen. I eventually had to deliver the bad news to the three of the executives who reported to me in the new job in 1971. I also had a few keepers. I replaced myself in plastic with some Fizzard, a white Irishman, which most of us in plastic were engineers. Tom was the only true peddler. He and I were great friends, as well as business soulmates. I took out the manager of all Silicon's business and found someone from my past, Walt Robb, the PhD research engineer, who recruited me at Illinois. Walt had already moved out of the lab and into a operating roles as head of a small medical development business into our lamenting business, where I replaced the manager. I put Chu Carson, an associate from Plastic, who had been my finance chief and later head of our laser sheet business. Laminate was a difficult business. Our major competitor, American Yanamit Formica brand, dominated the market and overwhelmed our brand. Test told we have the weakest distributors. Chook was a strong and they made them. He was so tough who called him Frank Nitti. After the raw guy on the Untouchable, a popular TV show at that time, Chook always made the numbers in the budget but could do much to improve the business low margins over weak competitive positions. He and I tried everything to make a seal post out of this soul's air. It was the first time I saw the sadness in people grinting out in a lousy business, going head to head with a nearly invincible competitor, with little hope of making it better. Until then, I thought all businesses could be exciting. I believe that if you poured research and money into the things, new product came, and with them, future growth and resources. It was my first look at the real world of business or bad businesses, a lesson that over my career will come to have an enormous impact. Luckily, though, our other businesses had pretty good margins, especially plastics, the real driver of growth. I dove into understanding the people in these new businesses. In our metallurgical business in Detroit, for example, I asked to see the cell management team during an early human resources review. I could not believe the quality of the team. They came in with dull formal presentations. They had no passion for their jobs and couldn't answer the most routine questions. I consider them the ultimate millicron, Salesforce salesmen who couldn't find new accounts to save their lives. After the review, two managers were removed, but I met one special guy, John Ope, then market development manager. He was 25 years old and had been in the business for a dozen years. I gave him the first of my battlefield promotions, making them national sales manager the day I met him. After having seen all these new regional sales managers, I told Ope that if I were him, I would ask all six of them to leave over the next year. Eventually, five did. That was obvious, out of the ordinary, far out of the ordinary, but it jolted the steam. Ope used to enlarge the businesses, hardworking and totally unselfish. Ope will go on to become one of the GC's best operating executives. ending up as one of my vice chairman. I didn't go out of my way to turn my nose to the bureaucracy, but I was different and returning to some of the headquarters people. Roy Johnson's comments reflected my own conflict with the corporate staff in New York. Whenever I wanted to hire a key person, corporate would serve up their slats of candidates for the corporate dotted line position in finance, human resources, and legal. In those functions, I had to fight for every person I wanted to hire. I didn't always get to pick the ones I wanted. On several occasions, I had to settle for someone on the cooperative slats. A couple of finance managers I was supposed to take weren't even close to cable, and I eventually had to move them. A big fight I lost was the time I tried to promote a young lawyer, Bob Reed, as general counsel for the plastic businesses. I thought he was a lot more than a lawyer. Bob was 27 years old and he had just come from private practice. When I was promoted to the division job, I brought Art Pusima with as general counsel. Bob was the perfect candidate to succeed in the plastic business. GE's general counsel had a different view. He felt that Bob's age and experience made him unqualified, so he stopped me with a slat of his cronies. I took one of them. I solved the problem of promoting Bob right by asking him to take on strategy development for plastic in 1973. I could fill that position without corporate interference, although it was unlikely job for a lawyer. Bob was sensationally in it. He had a million ideas and brought new life to the position. In 8 months, we made him the national sales manager for plastics. His quick wit, extroverted personality made him a natural fit for the business and gave him experience he will use forever. Bob eventually became president of NBC. Today, he's a vice chairman of GE, a long road for being a corporate reject for the legal job in business doing the less than 100 million a year in sales. Tension between the headquarters and the field is common in every organization. In Bob Reed's case, I found a way to beat the system without openly defying it. For the past 20 years, I hope every day that GE people were making the case for the people they wanted, even if my staff and I were trying to stop our own candidates down their throats. Well, the bureaucracy often frustrated me. I tried hard, but be a very visible critic of it, especially not the higher ups. By the early 1970s, I had started to think about the possibility of running GE. I actually said it in 1973 when I presumptuously wrote in my performance review that my long range career objective was to become CEO. I was determined not to blow my dream by tilting it windways. If I bitch and moan about the system will get me. I was fortunate. The system bent. The company gave me an incredible number of different experiences. For the most part, it let me be myself, getting closer to the big leagues 5. During June of 1973, I got my next big break. Robin Gotthoff was promoted to head of strategic planning for the entire company. I got his job as a group executive. The promotion meant that I had to move to the corporate headquarters beside the chemical and metallurgical division I already managed from Pittsfield. I was now responsible for a number of other businesses. Medical system in Milwaukee appliance component in Fort Wayne, electronic component in Syracuse. It was a device portfolio of products over 2 billion in annual sales. The group employed 46 people and had 44 factories in the United States, plus operation in Belgium, Ireland, Italy, Japan, the Netherlands, Singapore, and Turkey. The promotion was a big deal. Only 16 months earlier, I was named a GE vice president at the age of 36. This new job put me on the radar screen. I was becoming a real player. I went to the New York headquarters to look at sample officers that had been set up similar to those in the company's plan. New officers in Fairfield. GE will move there in August 1974. I picked out the furniture for my office with a seat number of ceiling tiles signifying one's status in the corporation. That was only one problem, a big one. I didn't want to move to the new headquarters in Fairfield. Over the 13 years I had lived in Fitzfield, I had constructed the ideal life for my family and me. I loved the Berkshires from our cramped apartment in 1960. Carol and I had moved into succession of homes until we owned what I thought was one of the best houses in town. We had a network of good friends. Our four children were still young and in a local public school. Fitzwell was a great place to bring up kids, with mountains and lakes just minutes away. I had a spectacular group of friends at the Fitzfield Company Group, where we played life and death, games of golf and paddle tennis. I played hockey in a town pickup league well into my 30s. I knew just about everybody. I really felt like the big fish in a little pond. I didn't want to give it up. Perthfield had another advantage. It kept me out of the rat race at headquarters. I flew to the New York last summer to see Henways, then a vice chairman. As a group of executives, I will report to him. He was a large and imposing man, tall and broad shoulders as unassuming guy. Him had been a star college athlete in football and basketball, as he was honored by Sports Illustrated as one of its silver anniversary award winners. I really liked him. We both love golf. We sat cracking and betting on Sunday football's game. First a boss, then an ally and friend. Hem took me under his wing. It seemed everywhere I went I found a mentor. I wasn't searching for a surrogate father, but good people always seemed to crop up and give me their support. I usually look forward to every meeting with him. This time I arrived in his office scared stiff. I went there to ask him to let me stay in Pittsfield. I argued that most of my time would be spent in the field with the businesses. I promised I would never be late for the monthly meetings in headquarters. In a moment of weakness or charity, or both, Hem finally said yes. I practically jumped up and kissed him. I got out of his office in a hurry before he could change his mind or report his decision to Reg, who I was sure wanted me at headquarters. When Reg found out, he couldn't believe Hem had let me stay in the field. I moved out of my old office on a plastic avenue and set up shop with a five-person staff in a suite of offices on the second floor of Berkshire Hilton in Fitzpitt. Over the next 5 years, I kept my promise to him never to miss a meeting. When Pittsfield weather threatened to lose down the airport, I would go down to the night before. If we got a weather surprise, I would jump into the car at 5 a.m. and drive like a maniac to the New York in time for the start of business's review. This group executive job was my best to date. The new 2 billions business mix gave me a large playpen to practice what I had learned. The chemical and metallurgical division, which included plastic, was growing. The appliance component business was a set of motors and widgets with good profits, but half of the sales were international to the GE. The electronic component business was a real mixed bag, from semiconductors to the TV tube and capacitors. Several of these electronic products were doing well, while others just bred rank ink. The medical business selling primary X-ray equipment had great potential, but in 1973 was losing money. This new job gave me the chance to put together a new team. I found a staff of bright, service street smart people with complementary skill in finance, human resources, strategy, and law. After being stopped for years by corporate with candidates who were less than the best, I was lucky to finally get two strong GE executives from the system, Tom Thorson and Rab Hubrickson. Tom was my finance guy, was exceptionally smart, handsome, tall, and fun-loving. Rap, my human resources person, was an unmade bed, greggy face. He smoked cigars until their very end, scattering ashes everywhere. He was an administrative nightmare, often staying up all night long to finish the books for our presentations at headquarters. But you couldn't find anyone with a better nose for people. I went outside for my strategic planner and found Greg Lerman from Booz, Allen and Hamilton. He was the first of many smart people I heard from the consulting industry, which was ironic because I dislike consulting. Greg lived far outside the box, always challenging conversational thinking. Last, I again promoted Art Piscina, my former general counsel, to the top legal job in the group. Born in Brooklyn with a degree in pharmacy and law, Art had joined GE just a few years before. He brought a good mix of smart and street savvy. You couldn't have found a more diverse band of characters, some GE insiders and a pair from the outside world. All of us were earthy without presence of or formality, always blunt. Along with half a dozen support staff, we moved into 360 square foot group office suite at the Hilton. Without a cooperative boss in sight, we were sweethearts and jeans to work. We shouted back and forth through the open door. The place has the feel of college dome. On every night, we will often go to the hotel's rooftop, lunch, rehearse the week over a few bells. We will get up there about 6:30 p.m. and our wife will show up 2 hours later. By then, we had nearly exhausted all our exaggerated tales from the week. Listening to our war stories wasn't the biggest threat from any of them. But they were great sports. They liked one another as much as we did. Often we would get together on the weekend for Saturday night dinner or Sunday afternoon parties. Many times with our kids. We are having the time of our life and getting paid for. Spend most of our time in the field doing people and strategy review. We chartered a Hitchhiking jet that got us around easily. I was so excited to have a plane. Carry Long saw it another way. Jack, you are such a fool, she said. They let you have the plane so you can walk yourself to death. She had a point, but I loved it anyway. Often, we have leave on a Monday morning and wouldn't return until Friday night. We have visits the way in Indiana, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Columbus. If there were towns next to, I'm sure some of the managers must have thought, damn, here they come again. We have spent hours looking in a room, picking back the onions until all the issues were exposed. While some enjoy the season and call them great intellectual combat, I'm sure others look forward to them like they would to root a canal. We had the best of both worlds. We had the resources of a big company, but with the same family atmosphere of my early years in the plastic business, trying to oversee those diverse businesses in remote location. I realized more than ever because how much my success will depend on the people I hired. For my first day in plastics, I understand the importance of getting right people. It was clear that when I found someone great, it made all the difference in the world. I learned a lot of this hard way by making some big mistakes. In the consistency of my first hires were laughable. One of my most common errors was to hire an appearance. In marketing, I would sometimes recruit good-looking, sleek-talking package. Some of those were good and some were just empty suits. I met another beauties. I was 30 when I began hiring in Asia. Obviously, I would ask Japanese. I had little feel for the culture, so I did the obvious. If a Japanese candidate spoke English well, I usually hired them. It took me a while to find out that using language as a hiring screen was a magical idea at best. Many of my hiring mistakes reflected my own silly prejudices. Probably because I went to UMass, a former agricultural school that was just emerging in engineering. Academic pedigrees impressed me. For engineering talent, I would try to hire MIT, Princeton, and Caltech graduates. I should have reminded myself where I had come from. Often, I found